I wrote something out, but I think we're just gonna make this conversational so that it's not like awkward.
Okay.
But yes, we should definitely introduce ourselves.
Are we using full?
We're gonna go live there. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to our new guests. And since Charlotte was the first one to join, I'm going to ask Charlotte to introduce herself again and preferred pronouns and who you are and what you do, and you can pass the buck along.
Yeah, so my name is Charlotte Lowry. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the coordinator of curatorial initiatives at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and I work in the Department of Contemporary Art with my colleague Erica Battle. Pass to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Charlotte. I'm Erica Battle. I'm the Associate Curator of Contemporary Art at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. My pronouns are she and her as well.
And hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Agro. I am the Curator of Modern and Contemporary Craft and Decorative Arts at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and my pronouns are she, her as well.
Great. Well, I think we're all here for the same reasons, but for different, I would say one big reason, which is to save the arts and to advocate for the incredibly vibrant and important art world of Philadelphia. I've been at the museum for about 13 years now, and over that time, which is of course in the history of the city, a short time in the history of my own life, my professional career, I've seen the city really change and kind of multiply and get deeper and wider in terms of the arts. And when I talk about arts, just to be clear, I'm a visual arts curator, but for me, the arts is everything. It's performing arts, it's dance, music, everything under the sun. And we are here to support the charge to not defund the really critical support that the city gives to arts organizations, ours included, but really, I think, hundreds of others that rely on the granting process from these offices. I will just start with one anecdote and then I'll kind of pass the baton, and Elizabeth has already heard me say this today, but something that's really been on my mind recently is something that the artist Jonathan Heswick said back in 2016. Jana, for those of you who don't know, is an artist who came to the museum and did a multi-year project with us called Philadelphia Assembled that was really spearheaded by her, Amanda Stroker, our assistant curator, and other curators, and 150 collaborators at the museum. So it was quite big. The election had just happened, the 2016 election, and we were at a talk that Jana gave at Fleischer, and she said, someone asked, oh, this must make you feel that your project is so much more urgent. A project that was called Philadelphia Assembled, that was about bringing people together, creating new networks and channels for communication around Philadelphia, for bringing them inside the museum, and to try to create a new sense of community support and a project that was meant to have a lasting impact. And she said, the project or this type of work has always been urgent. It's always urgent if it hasn't been done yet. But what I'm feeling with this kind of seismic change in our kind of political reality at the time is that it's more fragile. And I think just all of us experienced what that fragility is like when we saw this budget for the city and saw these offices essentially get erased. And I want to just kind of hold that for a second and think about Philadelphia as an ecosystem that is fragile and that we have to feed and we have to care for, and that all of us are a part of and are, contributing to as much as possible.
I'll add upon that. I've been at the museum now coming up on 14 years. Eric and I kind of came around the same time, and being the inaugural curator for contemporary craft. First of all, the city of Philadelphia, the history of craft was born here in the sense of being a very potent city, a city of note, what we call craft capital. Without the funds that are provided from the city, we would never have been able to launch Craft Now, which has been such an organizing service to all the organizations in this town. We have so many makers in this city, so many artists who hang their hat in craft, and those who also straddle between my world and Erica's world in contemporary art. Craft is contemporary art, for God's sakes. And without that funding, that very urgent funding, Craft Now would have never launched. It is now the agency that allows us to lift this city, and many organizations bringing thousands of artists, like NCECA brings 7,000 people to the city of Philadelphia when they have their conference here. Without that funding that comes from the city to sort of shore up the organizations for us to show ourselves proud, I don't know what we would do. We've all benefited, the museum, but mostly these organizations like Clay Studio, Center for Art in Wood, the Fabric Workshop. I can go on and on. And we need this funding for us to stand proud, to be recognized not only within our own city on the East Coast, but nationally and internationally. We are recognized internationally for what we do and what we bring to the table. Without this important and urgent funding to help these smaller organizations, and I too am in the visual arts, but in all the arts, these things are important, and we need this to continue on. It's really important.
Here, here. I mean, if you've ever been to any arts program, event, festival, exhibition, gallery, then you've likely been a beneficiary of the financial support of the Office of Arts and Culture and the Creative Economy. It's one of those things that people don't hear of, so they don't think about it in their everyday life, but they administer the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, which oversees $4 million in grants to hundreds of arts organizations. Elizabeth named just a few of them, but it really touches writers, painters, sculptors, dancers, art criticism. It's everything under the sun, and it's a part of our city's culture that we cannot afford to lose, and that we need art now more than ever. So we really strongly support maintaining the arts budget. And we're strongly against the elimination and bringing the arts budget down to zero. There's just no reason why it can't be reduced instead of completely eliminated. And on my behalf, I did participate in a wonderful program that most people haven't heard of called Art in City Hall. Art in City Hall, Erica has also participated in. It was actually supported when it started by our the first staff liaison was the great late Anne Darnancourt. And ever since then, the museum has had a volunteer from our staff participate in this citywide kind of initiative where artists, curators, directors, academics, advocates, advisors oversee an exhibition schedule at the City Hall building itself. This provides consistent and low-cost opportunities for artists to exhibit their work, to build their resume, and to show their art to huge audiences of people. In 2019, more than, I had to look this up, more than 100,000 people saw the artworks on display from Art in City Hall. So if you think that that's not important, if you've been to City Hall before, if you've served on a jury, if you went to go get your marriage license, then you've seen the work of Art in City Hall. It's an incredible organization. And I think it's one that deserves to continue. It's very low cost. And these are, important ways for the city to promote its artists and to put artworks in the direct sightline of our city council members and importantly, our mayor. To give you a small hint of how amazing they are at outreach and working with the community, last year they did 20 exhibitions with 651 artists, 1,098 student artists, and 87 community partners. I mean, it's just extraordinary, the outreach that they're able to do. It's really almost like at a museum level, if not beyond. I'm so proud to have volunteered on it. I know Erica feels the same. And I know that Hugh Han, who was the fearless director of Art in City Hall, would support us here talking about it, and is doing his very best as well to kind of continue on his fantastic work with Philadelphia artists. Erica, would you like to add?
Speak out against the.
I wasn't sure if that was on. Yeah, no, I want to add that too, that, we all at the museum, we try to be both, we're intensive with our work for and in the museum. We also have tried to be good citizens of this arts community. And that's been putting us in touch with so many amazing organizations and people. I remember when I was new to the art world, the Philadelphia art world, getting my first kind of invitation to do a gallery talk, which was at Vox Populi, and I was invited by Dick Tortilla, who's the director of the University Art Gallery at Arcadia University, just being kind of like, when I was a non-titled super junior person at the museum, I started at the museum, I just subbed in for someone who was on maternity leave. And I remember thinking, wow, like that's, someone actually noticed that I exist in this city already. That's incredible. And it's been fun to kind of look back at that first gallery talk, which of course I was super nervous about because this was a new city for me. It was a new set of artists to work with or kind of look at. and I ended up doing a talk with Dick and also Matsuive and Nadia Hironaka, who are artists in our collection. Linda Yun, who is a registrar at was a registrar at the museum, and Gabriel Boyce, who's actually one of our current art handlers. So, you know, we try to, and that would just like set the stage for me. I love kind of going out there and giving talks and inviting people into the museum. I just want to touch on something, which is like, why is, you know, I think art has gotten really conflated with other types of images and ways of even taking in information, particularly on screens, particularly, you know, on our phones recently. And I think the pandemic has kind of taught us anything, you know, here we are isolated and away from, you know, the real, these works that we love. I mean, I'm talking for myself really, and the works of the collection in the museum. And I really think, you know, coming out of, hopefully, fingers crossed, coming out of the pandemic into the next fiscal year, you know, in-person, live, and shared experience will be central to the way that we kind of reclaim our community and reclaim our kind of feelings as human beings. It's essential for us to feel that art has a role in our lives. It's not just about art, but has, you know, as we all know, can extend to other types of fulfillment too. And, you know, for me, I'm really looking forward to that moment. And I hope that, you know, there's funding so that the great organizations in Philadelphia can really provide at such a critical time.
I think we're up at our time, but I agree with Erica, and I hope that people will write letters and please support this effort. It's really important. So thank you for letting us speak today to support the arts in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we're so proud to participate. Thank you for having us, Vox Populi, James. This was so wonderful. You know, this budget is not set in stone. I urge everybody watching, listening, tuning in to look at all the resources online, sign petitions, write to your city council. There's time to do something about this, and you know, we strongly support the effort to reinstate the budget for the arts.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, and we really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support of the Philadelphia Art Museum, and we look forward to talking to you again sometime soon. Hopefully, seeing art.
And we want to see you at the museum when that's possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
All right.
And you will come to you too. We'll make our rounds too. I'm looking forward to seeing people in person again.
Awesome. All right. Thanks
so
much.
Right.
Cheers, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Gabby. No, stop. Move. Sorry, your little identifier kept moving up the screen as people were leaving.
Oh, no worries.
All right. So thank you to them for joining us and giving that information. Sorry we lost our live stream on Facebook there. There's something with Facebook, I guess. I didn't lose it anywhere else. Nobody bothered with the YouTube today, and nobody messed with it anywhere else either. So if you guys will get started, I'm going to drop my video and work on making sure this is out there.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hi.
Nice to see you all here. But, you know, I know Donnell's going to join us at 4:10. So he'll jump right on in. So maybe we'll wait for like introductions. I always like to like just lead with like name, gender, pronoun, and I'll prompt with a fun question. But for now, like we could just chit chat until he gets here. How y'all nourish your bodies today?
Oh Lord, I feel like all I'm doing is cooking. I'm cooking.
What you cooking?
Oh my God. I have a slow cooker going right now. I feel like our grill has been going because it's been too hot in our house to cook. And I just feel like every day I'm not only nourishing my body, my husband's body, but somehow part of my soul, part of like my ancestors, things my grandmother taught me are like, it's all here. It's all here. And it's so good. So if you need a recipe, come at me.
Yes. Like, can we share our like grandmoms and abuelas recipes with each other? How do you say grandma Asaki in Japanese?
Well, grandma, おばあちゃん.
Obachan?
おばあちゃん. Yeah.
Obachan. Yes. We need to share these recipes, y'all. That would be fun.
That's Japanese, right? And in Korean, because my ancestors are Korean. Oh wow, I'm blanking out. Sorry, grandma. Oh shoot!
I was gonna say Obachan is grandma in Japanese, but I thought the Korean's very similar.
Haramuni. Yeah, that's what it is. Whew. Sorry. She's like so upset right now in heaven. She's like, what the hell? What did I teach you?
Yeah, sharing the language of with us. Thank you. Anybody else? How y'all nurturing your body? Erisa, you're here. Oh,
Erisa.
Nice.
Hi. How are you?
Good. We're asking each other, how have we nourished our bodies today?
Chocolate.
All right.
I totally bought a bar of chocolate.
Well, I drank a lot of water today, so just water. Hydrate. Yes, hydrate. Yes.
Can we cheers to that?
Yes. Let me get my bottle of water.
Yes.
I have it right here.
Yes.
Yeah, it got real hot today.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm like, was that a theater artist move? Like, cheers with water, you know? None of us are cheersing with alcohol. We're just like, let's hydrate and nourish our bodies the real way.
Yeah. It's too hot for alcohol. We do that later when the sun goes down.
Yeah.
Not 90.
Well, what do y'all usually like to drink? Like when the sun goes down?
I'm talking trash because I don't even drink. So I'm just talking trash. I drink. I don't drink.
Oh, well, I learned something new today.
I'll drink it all for you, Missy. I'll drink it all for you.
Listen,
husband makes wine in our basement. We drink that.
Oh wow!
Wow, y'all fancy?
Oh no, it's basement wine. It's basement wine.
Listen,
husband makes. It's good, but it's not.
It's made from love, so that's all that matters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
How is that process? Is it a long process?
It is, because it's wine. Like beer is actually much faster. But wine, like it's been brewing down there for the past 3 months, and they're gonna let it sit for another 6. So, it's all about sitting and waiting and letting everything ferment and get delicious.
Yeah.
And sing it to the be nice, be good.
I will say
it's been good since the liquor stores in Pennsylvania have been closed, or for the most part, you can only do curbside. So big ups to that.
I had Rita's today, y'all. I was listening. I was like still commenting and sharing and liking and hearting, because that's what I'm like. I'm still doing all the things, but we had a moment, me and Asaki, where I think Asaki was like Rita's. And our partner is here, and his kid, and so we decided to all go get Rita's together for like a little treat.
For them, there was like a first Rita's. I mean, they've had water ice, but
never had Rita's
water
before,
ice.
so that was fun.
Yeah, okay, you have to add custard on top of it. I was like, totally it.
This is like the first time I think we've eaten out, Asaki.
Yeah, that is very true. That is.
We had a moment. We were just like, we need to nourish our bodies with something cold, delicious. Cool. I just want to check in and see if he's not here yet. But Yeah. So, as we continue, I just want to keep waiting just because I would rather like all of us introduce ourselves and get to know each other because I don't know if everyone even knows each other. So I'm going to continue to like just hold space. But if anyone wants to ask a question, this is just like us just, drinking water here, toasting, smiling. I guess why y'all here today? What made you jump on this call?
I mean, I know I jumped on because I think I emailed you earlier, Gabby. Like I had just been going through I was trying to make a video. I had internet issues yesterday, long story, but first of all, I wanted to support this effort that you've put forth and congratulate you and thank you for putting forth this effort of saving the arts and culture in Philadelphia, because it is a community that's really important to me. And Power Street has given me so many opportunities that I am grateful for. And Teatro del Sol has given me so many opportunities that I'm grateful for that I know that they're probably going to be on later. Yeah, if I'm correct. So I wanted to come on and support you guys, and honestly also say that in this effort that has been going forward, I have been becoming more educated. Hey, Donnell.
Hey, Donnell.
Hey, D.
Don't worry, you look good.
He's trying to. He's like, look at how cute I am right now. That's what he's doing right now. He's flexing.
I love the bike in the background.
Yo, I miss biking. Like our neighborhood is like very hilly, and also like car drives like nobody's effing business. So it's not safe to bike around. But when I used to live in South Philly, I can bike to Center City to commute. So my bike is just sitting in my room right now. Just like, hey, I miss you. It's like, I miss you, boo-boo.
D, you muted.
You're on mute.
We got to decrease those fossil fuels. You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's why I bought it.
And we got to, stay healthy at the same time.
Yeah.
So yes. Thank y'all for allowing me to enter y'all space late, but I'm here and present.
Nobody is allowing you at all to do anything. There was an invitation and you said yes. Thank you for saying yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This one of those unapologetic spaces.
It's always one of those unapologetic spaces. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the most unapologetic person I know. Like, come on. If y'all didn't know, D is my best friend. So yes. But an amazing artist who was actually the first person that said yes to the 4 o'clock slot. And then I was like, hey, are you cool with like me opening it up to other people? And as D has shown me, and I've learned so much from him, is like what community is, and yeah, D has always. I feel like I just want to give you appreciation right now because I know you're always doing 1,001 things, and so I know whenever you're like even late by like a hair is because you're probably like helping someone with something always. So
it's funny. I was actually so yeah, I work at Temple part-time, and part of my work there is to connect students and faculty with arts and cultural institution and artists in the city for free or reduced admission to such institutions, but also for a way of faculty to think about how can art and culture live within their syllabus. And I was on a call with a group of community engagement professionals from Temple, who's all from different departments, whose work is to engage their respective colleges and community work. And we were just talking about like the statement that Temple issued, and just like, okay, now what? Now we've issued a statement. Now what? Right?
Tell them again.
You know what I mean? Like, now we've issued this statement. Now what? You know what I mean? And just, just holding people accountable for like, just like putting action behind those words in terms of just like making sure you like hire more professors of color, right? Don't just give us the adjunct, bro. Don't just give us the adjunct, bro. Give us that tenure status, right? Don't just hire us at the dining hall, right? Hire us as an administrator, right? Just having those conversations about like what does it mean to really be about Black and brown bodies, and what does it really mean to stand in solidarity, especially when you're an institution like Temple that resides in North Philadelphia, which North Philadelphia is one of the poorest sections, unfortunately, in this city. So it's just about holding people accountable. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And so we were actually wanting to wait for you so that we could all introduce ourselves and just talk a little bit about why we're here, why we love the arts. And also like, I'm just taking the role kind of as like trying to help facilitate, but I also don't mind anybody, you know, like this conversation is fluid and unapologetic. And I just want it to be a space of getting to know each other and actually be a space of joy. That is just my intention with bringing us here together and to getting to know, you know, different folks on here and like, what are new things that we can learn about each other? Even with my best friend, is there something new that I can learn about you on this call today? And Erisa and, you know, everyone. So thank you for being here. Whoever wants to take the reign with just introducing themselves and just sharing their gender pronoun and what fuels you with joy.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm Ty Verley. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the new artistic director of Revolution Shakespeare. What brings me joy right now? To be honest, there's like a group chat of a bunch of Black people in Philadelphia, artists, playwrights, designers, you name it. We're all, please join it. Like we're all chatting and just trying to bring joy to one another in a time when it feels like there's a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions, and trying to create space for it. And I'm loving it. It's giving me joy. It's giving me life every day, even if it's just a heart or a winky face. It's filled with love. So it's helping. It's really helping.
Hi, I'm Zahara McGill. My company is First World Theater Ensemble, and we've been in Philadelphia since 2001. So we're not new, we are old school. At the time, there was only Freedom Theater, but they've closed down, and it was us. And then luckily, we had Walter DeShields with his company come along, which was exciting for us. And then we have Ty, which is exciting to see more African-American companies on the rise doing their thing. I'm an original New York actor, so I worked in New York City. I still work in New York. And I'm on this chat, and I'm so glad, Gabby, you invited me. I'm here, I guess, because I'm the elder. And there was a time when theater was a very strong community, very strong. I know when I was in New York and Philadelphia had its Black Theater Festival running, that was like around the late 70s, early 80s. The community here in Philadelphia, just like New York, was really tight. You can go to a theater or go to someone's house at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and you saw all these wonderful artists creating. And if you didn't have food, they would share their food with you and whatever. And if you couldn't pay a bill, they get together and put their money together and pay your light bill for you. It was more than just about the arts. It was about being a human being and respecting and loving one another. And I find that the artists have gotten away from that. They're so concerned just about themselves and what they're doing. They become very selfish and not make it a stronger community to be concerned about your fellow artists and what they're going through. So I'm glad to be part of this chat so that we can figure out a way how to really, and I don't mean just support you in the arts, where you can pick up the phone and say to me, hey, Z, I need a ride or I don't have groceries. You know, it's deeper than just the arts because we're, you know, as an artist, we don't make a lot of money, not unless you become very successful. So a lot of times you don't know what your artist friend is going through. They probably don't have enough money to pay a gas bill or something. So I, on here personally, would like to see the arts grow as the arts, in the arts, but more so us grow as human beings and hold each other accountable for what we do to each other and say to each other and treat each other with kindness and love. And if there is a misunderstanding, don't air your laundry out on Facebook. Have that private conversation with that person and say, let's fix this. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was snapping. I was saying yes to all of that. While also I'm trying to put this on Instagram, because Instagram is not able to stream. So I'm multitasking here. That's why you see my phone, so that I can archive this on Instagram too for folks that use that platform. But yeah, thank you. And thank you for paving the way for us, you know. Thank you.
I salute you.
No, thank you for being an elder. I respect you. I love you.
I love you too, Gabs.
Thanks for reaching out. I think we first met at the Barrymore.
It was the Barrymores, yes. Yes.
We just gonna leave that there.
I'm about to say we're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna talk about that one.
I think I was very unapologetically me, which I think, you know, is weird because for a long time I was very embarrassed of how I use alcohol as an escapism for just being of exhaustion. I had just packed up the show from Theater Horizon the day before, you know. I had just did the hardest thing I ever did in my life. And also it was finally being acknowledged in some ways by a community that I don't know, that I always didn't feel acknowledged by. It wasn't the people, right? It wasn't my people, but like the industry in some ways. And so I think I turned to just celebration in a way that was celebration. And you know, that's a moment that I'm like, well, that is the realest me. If you loved me in that moment, thank you. But thank you so much. And, you know, I had a question for you, because you did mention, like, when you said at the end of just your sharing of like, you should talk to people, not air out, you know, how you feel on Facebook, but have a conversation in private. And I guess for me, I'm trying to figure out my question versus making it like a statement. Why do you think is more effective for conversations to be in private versus more public?
You want the truth, or you want me to cover, candy coated?
No, I want you to be. I'm really asking because I just finished airing out a truth, right? Like, so I'm just like trying to be like, well, if I didn't speak my truth on a platform for something and maybe did it in private, would that actually have been more effective or more damaging? Like, I don't know.
No, your truth was different, Gabby, in what you took a stand in. So I commend you for taking that stand. You did the right thing for taking that stand. You stood up, you spoke out, and I totally agree with you on that. So you were fine with that. What I mean by not airing your dirty laundry out all the time is, particularly African Americans, we are a people of secrets. We are a people of pride and dignity, and we don't want anybody to know our business, period, not unless it's family. That's just who we are as a people. What I meant by that statement is, if I'm having a problem with another African American or you or whatever, if there was an issue, I'm not talking about race issue. I'm talking about just an issue between us as people of color. If there's an issue, I'm not going to get on Facebook and say, or Instagram and say, hey, Gabby, hey, Darnell, hey, Ty, I didn't like what you so and so, because you're opening up a can of worms for other people to attack us. So my mother and father always taught me, you don't let, I'm going to say it, you don't let white folks know your business and see what you're doing. Because not everyone, but a lot of people want to see people of color against each other. They want to see you talking about each other, dogging each other out, disrespecting each other, because that's what they want. So I take a stance, not what you did. I say you were right what you did, but I call myself getting on Facebook or Instagram and calling Ty out, calling Donnell. I would never do that, because I'm not going to let them see me sweat. We're going to sweat behind closed doors together. So that's why that's the reason why I said that, not what you did. I think you should always take a stand against racism, bigotry, and prejudice at any given time. I say stand up, I say speak out, because I would have done the same thing that you did. But what happened, what I saw when I was reading, not you, but when I was reading the information as I was going along, if you notice, I never made a comment. People seemed like they were attacking one person of color who was on there talking. They were not, it didn't seem like people were trying to understand where he was coming from, because we all having opinions. Opinions are like what? Buttholes. So I felt bad for that person because he was being attacked so much by other people of color. And people enjoyed to watch that. So my stance was, yeah, lay him out. He deserved to be laid out, but not in front of the world. And that's our problem as people of color, particularly African Americans. A lot of times we don't believe in doing that. We have to be really angry to do something like that. So that's why I said that, not what you did. I totally agree with taking a stance against racism, because I'm pissed off about that situation.
Yeah.
But
I just want to acknowledge that I think Asaki was like the lead on calling out racism and feminism.
Asaki, kudos to you on that one.
I just like lost my temper and was like,
No, I understand.
But I think also I'm not trying to just gear on that post. It was just me trying to understand and make a connection of like, couldn't there be a learning lesson for me? And I do think that we're all reflecting, right? Like I was impulsive in that moment. And that was something that actually was a little bit, not out of character, but I don't often do that on Facebook, right? And I hear you that we can all still have empathy. I think we all still love all the folks on that thread. Like there's no love lost, but I do think, for me particularly, I think people weren't attacked. From my point of view, I don't think people were attacking that person. I think people were just speaking their truth. And like, I think it's hard. It's like that public versus private, and what does that look like? And what triggers folks to even like, because for me, it was like, maybe I probably would have handled something privately, but something triggered me to just, it's like I blacked out and I just started like, it had never happened. So I also wonder, what are people's experiences, public and private, and how do we still have compassion and love for one another, but speak our truth? And even at the expense, sometimes I feel like I feel like sometimes I want to call out my own people, like, and I want, and organizations that have harmed me, that are POC organizations.
Yeah.
I have been harmed. Let me say that again. I have been harmed by my own people. And that hurts the most. Right. And me and Donnell, Donnell, you could speak to this, but I just want to also mention, like, I've always struggled with that. And I've had guidance from different mentors and my own family and my mother and all that stuff, but like battling, like, what's happened when I stood quiet is that they continue to hurt us. So like, and they're perpetuating white supremacist culture and ideas and what happens when you put them in private and then they don't change, like, because anyone accessing power, there is something about that's, I'm sure, challenging to be like, this doesn't feel good, like, or like try to like think about other people. I think that's always been a hard conversation. And I don't think I've ever talked about this publicly. I talk about it privately with my friends, but like, what does it mean to calling your own people when they are a part of the injustice too? Because we're not exempt from that. And I think I'm still figuring that out, and I'm not perfect in that either. And I wonder what you all think about that, because I think this is breaking silence right now. Like, I think this is a conversation around like, how do we call in versus call out, or just like have someone acknowledge like you are perpetuating this thing. Can you see it? And I yeah.
Anybody else?
No, well, I want to jump on. Oh, sorry, Donnell.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No.
Please.
It's like we're gonna stare at each other until the other person goes. I feel like, especially because this pandemic happened, and now I'm living in this much space for you, for us all, for me, for you. I'm living through Instagram. I'm living through Facebook, Twitter. I'm living through all these things to connect, to feel like I am somehow in your room with you as a theater artist, telling you my thoughts and my feelings. And so I understand the urge to go Kermit on your freaking keypad. I understand that. And I also understand where Miss Z is coming from with the talk with your people. There's like a balance that we're all having to keep at this moment, not just with our sanities and being inside and dealing with our significant others, but also with our cultural identities and feeling like I have to speak for this now and I have a platform. Look, this platform was made for me. Ha 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 ha. And feeling like that in itself is me saying I've taken a stance, and it's good. I'm glad you take stances. I want to be more of that person, and as I accept more of my role as an artistic director in this town, to even say that word feels freaking strange, yo. But you have to take accountability for like your shit. And even as a Shakespeare company, Shakespeare is a white man, and I'm trying to tell people you should care about this white man. But look at me, I'm not a white man. And so it's a lot of things to sit there and juggle with and put yourself in the midst of. And while we're all coping and trying to reach out to each other, even in this digital rally of making sure that the arts mean something, knowing that this work is still freaking work. It is so much work. And if we're all about it, then please give us that $4 measly million back. Please give it back, and please let us keep telling the stories. Yes,
yeah, more. Yeah,
give us more.
More, yes.
And give us the platform so that these conversations can keep going.
Yeah.
Because I want to hear everything Donnell has to say, and I like, a part of me is like, brother, why didn't I know you before? Thank God for you.
Yes.
Man, yeah, thank you for sharing. I've received all that has been said thus far. I just wanted to make a comment just on the terms of like the public versus private, because like, I don't know, I just gotta think of like the term that comes up is like generational differences. You know what I mean? Because I've definitely heard it from way more older folk about like, yo, don't show out in front of those people and you know what I mean? Let's not like make them our audience, you know what I'm saying? So I hear that, and I think it's generational differences about how we would approach, you know what I mean? We choose to take, and I think like, you know, with social media, so a lot of what Ty was just saying, it's just like, I think a lot of it is just like about like impulsive, reactive, like we're just reactive and we're just like doing it off the impulse and things like that. And because like we like social media, like I feel like we grew up with it. Right. So, and that's just, whereas like a lot of older people have it. Right. So in terms of just that public versus private thing, I really, I feel like I account that. So just like generational differences in a sense. But yeah, I mean, and it's just like, to Gabby's point, is like, what happens when you do have that private conversation, but the actions don't change? Right.
But Donnell, I agree with you. So then she should call him out then on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
If she's had that private conversation with them and they still don't want to change, then call them out. Yep, I totally agree with that. Call them out, lay them out as much as you can. Yes, I agree with you on that. Yes.
You know, but you know what? I think also, you know, calling out requires a lot of emotional labor too. Calling in. I want to just name that. And also like, you know, there's danger you put yourself in. That's the one thing I think I've, you know, my mother has called me and she's literally been like paranoid, you know, and nervous because she's been a part of many movements. And she, you know, I am a reflection of my amazing parents and family who have, you know, my mother is beyond extraordinary. And you know, but I had to get on the call, like on the call with her and say, you know what, Mom, this feeling that you're feeling is what Black mothers feel every day. You know, and I said, you know, let's pray right now. You know, let's pray. You know, in the Orisha, my mom is a Yoruba practitioner. I have grown up like learning about the Santos, and I, you know, it's one of those things that I'm like, you know, I feel protected. And I know my people are there. And you know what? Like, I just can't give into that fear because I have privilege. And so if I can use my privilege, then why can't others who have way more privilege than me just do simple things? But I think we're getting there. And I think is like, you know, we're getting there because we're gonna, just like our ancestors, we're gonna continue to speak out. We're gonna continue to learn from one another, right? There's so much to like learn from just this group right here that is together. So yeah, I just babbled.
Can I say something about I forgot if it was you, Zahara or Ty, talking about breaking the silence. And that's the phrase that has been in my mind for this past couple weeks, right? Because I came from a culture that is like, keep it quiet, don't talk about it, because you're gonna be a victim. On top of that Japanese culture, I came from a family who is a immigrant from Korea. And I still remember when I was like 5, maybe. So I call my paternal grandparents in Japanese and maternal grandparents in Korean to kind of differentiate between those, you know, two sets of grandparents. But when my grandparents from my mother's side, so the one that we're calling in Korean, was like visiting my family. We live in the city. They live in more like a suburb setting, a little bit far away. And so they're visiting us and we're about to go out for dinner or whatever. And then my grandma, like, you know, grabbed my shoulder like, Asaki, don't call me Haramoni, which is grandmother in Korean, outside of this house. Like super serious. And I was like, I don't think I even asked like why, because like she was so serious, I got scared. Like, don't call us, don't tell us that we are different. So growing up in the culture, like keep it quiet, don't stand out, you know, and keep it just between the family. And I think that's the reason why I came to this country, because I got so suffocated with that secrecy. And now like I felt like I have all this freedom to say whatever I want to. But then there's like another layer of like keep it quiet, don't speak out, because the power and the system is bigger than you can't deal with it. And the only way you can combat it is art. Speak through art, speak the truth, your art, truth through your art. Wow, too much th. And that's why I think I really stuck with this community, stuck with arts, even though I tried a couple of different industry that is a little bit more lucrative, less crazy hour. And you know, like you don't have to put that much of emotional labor, but I just didn't like it. I just didn't do well because I couldn't be me. So yeah, it's like, oh, that piled up and this whole thing, bam, happened. It was like, yet again, break the silence. But like I also experienced all those people like pitching in, like, no, this is not right, this is not right, telling those people who are making all those like racist comments on Gabby's platform, like defending us and saying that we are our allies. We're just gonna call them, hold them accountable in the future, and like reaching out to us in person, like, hey, like let me know if there's anything we can do, which is like really nice, like really, really nice. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful and see what the future is gonna bring. And yes, in order for all of us, this community, to stay together, we need this money and more, like, and more. And on the super side note from that serious conversation, Missy, I think I know you from like 12 years ago. You used to direct musicals for high school kids in Prince Music Theater, didn't you?
That was me. I directed all the music. Yeah, I directed all the musicals.
I was one of the Crush'em internship.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
From Maxine, Miss Maxine.
Yes, Miss Maxine. She was our designer.
So that's how small this community is.
Yeah, see, we're really small. That's why it pays to be nice to people. You never know when your past is going to catch up to you. Yes, I remember. Yeah, I directed musicals down at the Prince Theater. You're right.
Yeah, we were doing West Side Story. I was working hard and got sick on the day of the show, and I couldn't even see the costume.
Yeah. Yes. I just want to do a time check-in because I do have other guests joining me.
Sorry, I took up so much time.
I'm sorry.
No. At 5 o'clock, I'm just giving a time check. I'm trying to be stage manager here, but I'm not really that good at stage managing. But we have about 15 minutes, so
Erisa, what's up?
I was gonna say I've been pretty quiet, just listening and thinking and reflecting on everything everybody said, and like Asaki, your story got me thinking about how like years ago I came to Philly and was like, I want to write plays in Spanish and English, and there were people who were like, that's crazy, there's no audience for that, and there were other people who were like, no, there is an audience for that, and we can take your work to that audience. And a lot of what you were saying and like developing art, to me, like developing art has also developed who I am at the same time. And it has helped me to define what my values are and what is important to me and what communities are important to me. So like those two things to me cannot be separated. I've also just been thinking of like the initial question of like, what brings you joy? And Ty, I don't think we've met. Hi, I'm Arisa Ann. What you said, you were saying that like in quarantine, it's just been so obvious how we're in this box and like this is all we have in these platforms and these urges to like to respond to things on these like social media platforms. And when I reflect on what brings me joy, I know that like in this time, what I've discovered does not bring me joy is spending a lot of time on these platforms. And I feel like I missed like some bochinche that has been happening. And I've just been reflecting a lot on like, especially with this rally and things that I have been learning, like I've been looking up numbers and budgets and what do these things mean, and what does it mean if you get rid of this fund, and realizing the like severity of that and the importance that these companies do, not only on stage, but or in a gallery or whatever, but they are actually working in their communities to make their communities better, to feed people, to give people resources, to educate. I mean, I've worked as a teaching artist with Gabby and Donnell, and the importance of these education programs. And I've gone like off topic now, but just thinking about how we are receiving education, how we are receiving information. And to me, what I have found is like the importance of taking the time to digest that and to look for truth, because there are so many different things and so many, I don't know, there is a sense of urgency in so many efforts, but also that time to like reflect on what is being said is something that I have been discovering in this time and in these efforts of, I feel like a lot of times a platform does not allow for that time, but I also hear and acknowledge like frustrations and so many situations that I know that you're talking about where you are told one thing in person and then actions are something else. So I just and I just want to say that I acknowledge that and hear that and feel that as well.
Real quick, I just want to say to everyone, Donnell, tell Kamika, Dr. Kamika Williams with a spoon.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, Kamika has been my friend for 30 years. I produce her plays. Send her my love.
Yes.
Just real quick.
That's one of my
her
professors.
students.
Yeah, I took poetry as a performance with Kamika.
Oh yeah, she's. I talked to her today. She's just fierce. She's just fierce. That's what she is. Fierce. Real quick, just to let you to respond to all of it. You're right. I really would be saddened if they took these funds from us, from the arts, because it's very important for us to have those funds. But the ones who are going to be most affected are us, people of color. That's why, for me, it's so important to make sure that they keep the arts involved, that they give us this money. Don't take the money and give it to the police department. Give them $14 million for real. They already get $750 million for real. No, you need people like us to help bring healing into the community, to help tell stories so that stories can be told from generation to generation, to keep companies like ours running, so that we can continue to tell these stories the way we want to tell our stories and stop having other people tell our stories for us. So I really think it's so important for them to make sure that money gets to the community of the artists, make sure that the arts are supported, particularly in Philadelphia. I really don't like the fact that they're trying to take this money away from the arts. I think it's unfair, and we have to continue to fight and make sure that money does not disappear from us. That's all I got to say.
Amen.
I receive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just interesting when we talk about, like, I have this very complicated relationship with money. Because like I don't know, in another world that I imagine, like, we don't live with money. Money doesn't control things. Like, I'm all about the barter system. I believe, I'm a spiritual person. I'm a man of God, and I believe that, like, someone has blessed each and every one of us with our own unique gifts to, contribute to the world. And when I think about, like, money, like, being stripped from the art scene, like $14 million in a grand scheme of things are not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money at all. I know a lot of small real estate development companies in Philadelphia. I'm talking about small, not the Domuses of the world, like small, who will laugh at $14 million, right? But $14 million to artists, because we live in a world that we're like, oh my gosh, we gotta stretch. We live off this, like, we gotta stretch this dollar. It's a lot of money, right? So I think it's just like, how do we get the people who are responsible for allocating this money to see that, like, yo, we've been allowing you to, like, do us dirty for all of these number of years, right? And the thing is, like, you can't really see, like, that this money that you've been passing in previous years is really not enough, because we've been making wonders happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that's what a disconnect is. I really think that's what a disconnect is, why arts and culture is always in a chopping block, because we do great things on very little resources. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. And people don't have that insight into, like, that. You know what I mean? I think that's why, I encourage people, like, yo, join a board of directors so you can really see how this works. You know what I mean? We have to, like, don't just join a board of directors just to be like, get your name on something. You know what I mean? Really, be committed to being on a committee. You know what I'm saying? So that you can see how Power Street stretch, like, $15,000 on a given day. You know what I mean? Really, to, like, make miracles happen. So I really think that's, in terms of, like, how we think about funding allocations and things, I think the people who are making these decisions just are really not in touch with, like, how the work really happens.
Wow. I'm just doing time check. It's 4:52. So I kind of wanted to facilitate just a closing. you know, a practice with Power Street, and even like with myself as a director, I just like to do an appreciation. So the objective here is just to make sure that you say an appreciation for one. We're all gonna just say an appreciation for one person. If once someone's already appreciated, you got to pick someone different. But let's just go. Did we say our name and gender pronouns?
No.
No, right?
We just started talking.
Yes, that's cool. Can we just briefly say your name, your gender pronoun, and then maybe how we can support you as an artist or your organization one more time, real quick, and then we'll go into appreciation.
I'm Zahara McGill, and I just go by Ms. Z or Zahara McGill. And I'm the artistic director, founder of First World Theater Ensemble. Who's next?
Asaki?
Okay, I was waiting for the elders to go first.
You my elder.
Japanese girl. Hi, my name is Asaki Kuruma. Gender pronoun she, her. I'm part of the Power Street Theater Company with Gabby. I'm also her roomie. You can find me through Power Street's website, and I'm also a freelance costume designer. Also gonna come back at 7:30 with my friend Casey and Dr. Theo, a rapist, to break down the budget that city is proposing right now. I know it's changing like every minute, and see what exactly is going on and what can we propose them to keep the budget for arts and do even better about it. So tune back.
Okay.
I'm Donnell Powell. I go by he, him, love. I'm a transplant artist from the Chocolate City, DC. Black Lives Matter represent to the city that has, lended me to Philadelphia. But yeah, I just, thankful just for this space and thankful for, again, everybody just, speaking their truth. And I learned a lot from everybody on this call. Thank you.
I guess I'll go. I'm Erisa Ann, she, her. I'm a freelance playwright, actor, producer, director. And I guess I would consider supporting my art by not defunding this fund and by supporting Power Street and these companies that benefit from this fund.
I'm last. Ty Verley, she, her, artistic director of Rev Shakes, but I'm also an actor, director, and just a creative little sprite hopping around from New York City, but moved to Philly about 5 years ago. And I feel like I'm so new to this community, and yet I have never felt so much love, your gender pronoun, love from all these people so immediately and so quickly, and feeling like y'all are family. This is family now. Mm-hmm. Like this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
To take away not just this money, but it feels like you're taking part of my soul now. I've put in the time, I've put in the just the overall energy every day to wake up and say yes to this community and yes to these people, and you're somehow taking it from me. How dare you? I've put in this damn work. So if you're like, in terms of support, like you can support Rev Shakes, but just support the goddamn arts, period. Because we're out here helping your kids, helping adults just access their feelings. There are times when there are veterans coming home from Afghanistan and from different places just messed up. And they need us to just say, hey, give your energy to these people and these children, and come on, you're gonna rip that from us? Get out of here. Get out. So sorry, I'm getting passionate. Get out of here. And let me vote you out if I have to, but fix it. Fix it. Please.
And if they don't give us the money, let's do what Donnell said. Let's barter, come together as a group of artists, because we are people who always made something out of nothing.
Yes.
We're going to continue with or without them. We're going to continue. They're not going to
they want to be on board. They're going to want to be on board because it's the opportunity. Right. They're going to miss out on an amazing opportunity otherwise.
Yes.
Wow. You know, I think what we can do is maybe move appreciation to comments after this if we want to still engage. If I will make sure I may need a break tomorrow. Also grant writing tomorrow. So but I maybe will follow up with y'all so we are connected. But I've tagged everyone on Facebook. So make sure y'all know each other now. Hit each other up.
Yep.
Now we family. I think that's our call of action today. How do we check in on one another? How do we make a vow to one another in this moment that 2, 4, 6 of us on this call today, right? That we can just check on each other next week after this is all over, this rally is over. You know, how are we a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, 10 years from now? I'm interested in that and forever, right? Because that's what family is. And so Gabi Sanchez, Power Street Theater, also just an artist, Philly John. Wow, D, I love the pronoun love. Like, if I'm just like, can we like, you need to copyright that, John, but like, I'm definitely getting on the bandwagon and like, I love that. Thank you for that. Thank you all for being a part of my healing process, for being spirit guides in this moment, for saying yes without really not knowing me, you know, and I look forward to us, you know, continuing this tribe, this friendship, this family. I look forward to working with you all. I know it's gonna happen, and that y'all gonna work together too. One thing that I would just like us to end on, because I still like to do opening and closing circles, is that if we're the objective is just one word we want to claim for ourselves, for the world, for this moment. One word we want to claim. And if you want to just connect to your body, I'm a big person that loves to connect to my body. You can just acknowledge your body, thank your body for also being a part of this process and in this call. And you know, I like to popcorn style. I know this is weird on Zoom, but we're just gonna make it happen. We've been doing it organically already. So you can just popcorn style the word that you want to claim for this moment forever right now.
Family.
Grateful.
Onward.
Wepa.
Ashe.
Community.
Can we all take a collective breath? Thank you for being here. All artists participating are doing this for free, y'all. The same way I said, if you want to hire me and put my Venmo, I encourage all of y'all to put y'all Venmos out there to the universe, right? Claim and for your companies, right? I think, you know, and also how do we support other artists that are not on this call? Karen Smith, just giving you a shout out. Karen, like, I will make a call to action for you later, one of my beloveds. But yeah, who are the folks that we could also uplift in this moment and take advantage of this platform so more people get to know their artwork, more people can support them and support you all. Thank you for being here. I love you all so much.
Love y'all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Peace, peace.
Hey, Gabby.
Yeah, I'm trying to troubleshoot with Ange. And
yeah, so I had said to you via text I wanted to drop that 5-minute Beards video
Go for it, and then I'll get our guests on next.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm muting myself. Asaki, are you gonna join us for this one? You don't have to.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to? I'm sorry. Okay.
So the Bearded Ladies sent us a bunch of videos, and let me get one loaded here for you. Ildut's also sent us a bunch of videos, and I will play one of the shorter Bearded Ladies ones for you, and you can check it out. Excuse me.
Hey everybody, it's John Jerbo from the Bearded Ladies Cabaret again. I hope you are enjoying this rally as much as I am. I want to show you something. You see, sometimes people think that the Bearded Ladies Cabaret and artists, our lives are just filled with glitter and caftans. And basically they are, but they're also filled with a lot of labor. So I want to show you, this is a Google Cal. And this, my friends, is a budget. And the thing that I love about budgets is you can say whatever you want with your words, but budgets at the end of the day show me your values. And right now we're living in a city that seems to value institutionalized racism and violence against people of color over many other things that they could value. And one of those many things is the arts. And I'm so inspired by the leaders of this rally because they are taking their time to do what artists do best, not just entertain, but to dream new futures, to imagine new realities using metaphor and story, and yes, glitter and caftans. And this next artist really inspires me. Her name is Mesopotamia LaFay, and she is a post-gender sartorialist, is how she self-describes. And this is a little piece she did with Christopher Ash, who is a local projection designer, set designer, brilliant mind. It's part of 2018's Do You Want a Cookie? So please enjoy the brilliant dreamer, Mesopotamia LaFay.
Go. souls, black holes, black matters. Black souls, black holes, black matter. 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 They had black fears and black ears here in black matter. We right here chanting black matter. Yeah. Giddy up, now corral, black matters. Giddy up, now corral. Black souls, black holes, black matters. They had black fears and black ears here in black matters. We right here chanting black matter. Yeah. Giddy up, now corral, black matters.
Yeah, first they had us captured, master whipper snappers. Now they want us splattered, front page live shattered. Man, pretty messed up. These lives that erupt for the corrupt make you duck, hold up, make you sick, show nothing. It's real out here, fear in the atmosphere, cares for despair, make you stare to the solar flares, praying for a change. I'm just riding in my lane, strolling to the store, walking my dog, sipping on a latte. Please don't bother me, I can feel the looks. It's the sharks versus the JETs. Officer, come be, you bumped into me, show no courtesy. Stealing lives, I surmise black burglary. Warn you now, February coming early. See, it's return of the kings, crowns and jewelry. Cease the foolery, cut the chatter. Pound sign, Black Lives Matter. We do.
Black souls, black holes, black matter. They had black fears and black ears here in black matter. We right here chanting black matter. Giddy up, now corral, black matters. Giddy up, now corral. Black souls, black holes, black matter. They had black fears and black ears here in black matter. Sit in the back of the bus or in the front with the rest of us. Don't always fear the worst of us, cause you don't know the best of us. Take a seat with me, take a sip with me. I don't care if you see the world differently, but if I didn't speak for it, fight for it, then they probably still ignore it again and again and again. You don't see a difference between me, him, and his friend. I think it's time for that to end for all of us. I'd rather war on that than war on drugs, government goons, corporate thugs, biggest gang in the world, where the badges of fuzz. Run, don't run, either way they might finish it. Taste it right in front of my kids, I'm speaking gibberish. Why you think we different? Factual, cause of capital, white privilege, committed that crime, that's right, I did it. You police the executioners, Mr. Blackface kill creates a black space that feels familiar. Black souls, black holes, black matter. They got black fears and black ears here in black matter. We right here chanting black matter. Yeah. Giddy up, now corral, black matters. Giddy up, now corral. Black souls, black holes, black matter. They got black beards and black ears here in black matter. We all matter, we all 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 matter. Black souls, black holes, black matter. They had black beards and black ears here in black matter. We right here chanting black matters.
And transition. Hey, we're live on the feed.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna refresh my computer.
You gotta see your face on the feed, right?
I'm just making sure. I don't see my face on the feed live. I see the digital rally for Philly Arts on the feed.
And transition. Hey,
now I do.
We're live on the feed.
See,
oh yeah.
No trust from this friend over here.
Cool. So we're good to begin, James?
Yeah. Yeah, how do you want to begin?
You know, we just been going with the flow. It's been a conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, here today, I've been interviewing some of my favorite people, and This was definitely a last minute request, just texting folks, my loved ones, and just saying, hey, would you be willing to just have an organic conversation about the arts and about anything you really want to talk about? Like, but, this platform, we are trying to amplify Philly arts and culture as it can potentially be defunded and completely actually eliminated from a line item in the budget, the city's budget. So yeah. So I guess my first thing I would ask the folks is, can you say your name, your gender pronoun, and something tasty you've eaten to nourish you today or during quarantine?
You go.
Okay. My name is Kiara Alegria Hudes. My gender pronoun is she, her. And let's see, for lunch, I had a big pile of leftover broccoli, which is actually like an ideal lunch for me, though I realize that's a nightmare for many people.
How was the broccoli cooked?
It was steamed and tossed with butter and lemon, super simple.
Nice. Hey everyone, my name is Ange Bay. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I've been eating a lot of mangoes this quarantine, like mango juice, the slices of mango, dried mango, mango everything, mango water ice. So mango has been my favorite thing to eat.
Nice.
Yeah.
James, you go participate?
Sure. Hi everyone. James Jackson. He, him, sometimes they, them, just depends on what you want to call me. And something I've eaten during quarantine. Ooh, I made some ribs, dry rub ribs. Let them marinate in the dry rub for about a week and a half in the fridge. Came out pretty good.
You're tempting me over here in my 2 months of being vegan. But yeah, I talked earlier about having burritos today, but I've mastered these plant-based burgers on the grill. And they have convinced me that I can potentially stick to this change of lifestyle with my eating. So yeah, these burgers. Cool. Thanks for just sharing who you are. Oh, and my gender pronouns are she, her. And my bestie Donnell was just on the call, and he shared love as a form of a gender pronoun, and I was like, I'm gonna copycat that. I love that. And it's so funny because anytime I text any of my friends or family, I'm like, hey, love. So it was like, that's actually been a part of my vocabulary, but like I never connected it until he named it. And I was like, I learned something new today that I really feel connected to. So I just finished getting off a call with 6 amazing artists. It was, I don't know if you were able to watch, but it was breaking silence in a way that I think I've never broken silence about. And it was really powerful, just us sharing stories, talking about what it means to call in our allies, but even our own folks, when they're also perpetuating racist behaviors or, perpetuating white supremacy. And we were talking about just like private, like how do you have conversations private versus public? What does that mean? What does that look like? It was such a learning experience to even just have that call right now. So my brain is like fumble jumble right now, but I'm doing my best to just kind of semi-facilitate, but this is also just like us chatting. So feel free to like talk, chat, share what you want, ask each other questions. And I would love, before I don't know if you have to step out exactly at 5:30, but if you do, I would love for you to share the piece that you wrote, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe you could, is it cool if you start with that? Because I don't think my sisters actually heard it. And
yeah.
you can talk about, what was it like to even type that or write it? I don't know if you wrote it with a pencil or a pen, but what was that experience to even write these words?
Yeah, sure. I'll read it first and then I'll talk a little bit about what inspired me to write it. Let me find it. It actually has been getting a lot of attention over the last few days, and it's been really overwhelming in a good way. So I'm glad that it's resonating with people, because when I initially wrote it, I just wrote what was on the dome. Let's see.
Yeah, did you just say wrote what was on the dome?
Yeah.
Is that a Philly thing?
New York too. It's in New York too.
Is it a New York too thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I must be like that's that John status.
Is that, yeah, mm-hmm. A little something.
Dougie Block. I don't know if New Yorkers say Dougie Block, but as Ange continues to find this, can we think of any other slang words that we love?
Hoopty is definitely a Philly thing. I have said that a few times outside of the city, and people are like, "What are you saying?"
Which one did you say? Q?
A hoopty.
A hoopty.
Oh yeah, hoopty.
Like a lemon car. Like no, that is definitely a Philly thing.
Nah, hoopty's old. Like hoopty, I used to say that down in like Maryland in the 80s.
Oh, hoopty.
Okay. So I was just
decent.
What about drawing? Like you drawing?
You drawing?
Drawing. Yeah.
Not in that use. I haven't heard that one.
That was something growing up.
We teaching each other language right now, y'all.
Like you wildin', same thing.
Wildin'.
Yeah, wildin'. I found it.
Awesome.
Speaking of wildin', okay. A lot of white folk have reached out, expressing condolences, exchanging kind words, venting frustrations and regrets about the current moment, or even racism at large. Many have given me monetary reparations. All have asked me in one way or another, what should I do to help? Here's my response to all of them. I think you know, and yes, it really is that difficult. There is no shortcut. It is a nasty, bloody untangling that will implicate every part of your existence and your memory. You will have to look it straight in the eye, name it, and actively fight against it every day of your life. Here is the truth. Every white person is racist. Every single one. Whether you asked to or not, whether you realize it or not, you have signed the social contract allotting you a certain amount of privilege and power over every non-white person based solely on the color of your skin, and reinforced by centuries of genocide, institutionalized forces, policy, culture, language, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not only this, but you have grown up comfortable in this contract. You have reinforced it yourself. You have even felt shame for doing so, but continue to because you do not know another way. So you still believe that the police can be reformed. You believe that MLK was a pacifist and forget that he was murdered by the state. You center conversations about Black grief around you because, and I get it, the floodgates are opening. You don't know what to do with all of this energy, this sudden awareness that everything is tainted, this heaviness that's pulling you down, and your shadow lagging behind you that seems to comment on every step you take with a do better, people are dying, it's your fault because you didn't do better. Here's another truth. Yes, you're right. And here's another. A lot of us still love you anyway. Also, some of us hate you, and you've got to be okay with that. I certainly am. And you must love us anyway, because that is our gift to you. And yes, it really is that deep. It really, really is. And I can only speak for me, but I choose to still love you because I choose to believe in the utopia where this kind of critical thought, equity, and radical love can thrive and be standard. I choose to believe it because I have to make it through the day. And I have to remind myself of this every day, every single day, like an incantation, and hold it close and nurture it and infuse it into every dicey interaction. But some days I fall short, and I will not apologize for that. I will not apologize for feeling too much. My body, my history, my very existence, whether I like it or not, has signed a contract that ties me to everyone's shadow and that simultaneously leaves my own to be swallowed up by the dark. This is a great burden, but also the greatest gift, because I believe that this kind of empathy will save us. The theory that will build the utopia will be born out of this kind of empathy. And I believe that it is my divine duty to get there by any means necessary. Any means. So, what can you, white folk with the bleeding hearts, do? Learn your shadow. Become intimate with it. Know its every move. Talk to it every day. Know that it will always be with you. Interrogate it. Let it be soft. Do not take pictures of it and post it on your feed. Don't even let me know that you've embraced it, because if you truly have, we will see. And it will ripple through every intention you have. You will feel more pain because of this newfound acute awareness, and your closets will be filled to the brim with bones. And they will be the bones of my ancestors, of my fallen kin, and mine still attached to my flesh, still breathing with a shadow of its own. And the pain will be worth it. I think you know this too. I think you've always known. That's it.
Wow, that's absolutely stunning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the dance between, I think, ferocity and softness there is instructive and moving and beautiful. That's a very, very strong message you have. You know, and I know I'm gonna fall asleep thinking of that piece tonight. I'm gonna wake up thinking of that piece, and it's gonna open some doors for me in my heart and in my self-awareness. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, writing it, I just literally woke up one morning and I had been seeing everything that has been happening over the week, and I hadn't really put to words how I had been feeling about all of my like well-intentioned white acquaintances and friends and loved ones reaching out to me. Like, my phone has been blowing up since this got really public, and I haven't responded to everyone. I haven't even like liked or heart reacted or given many people attention in that way, because I've been like so focused on my internal health and like my internal emotional health and focusing in my activism to making sure I can go through the day. But I wrote the piece. I just woke up and I was inspired by how much love was coming at me that I couldn't even like interact with. I was like, okay, I need to put to words what I know all of these well-intentioned people are feeling right now, but I don't have the energy to text individually. Because when people say like, what can I do? What should I do? What can I do to support you? It's like the work has to start internally.
Yes.
And anything that I say has to come from a very genuine internal place of you actually interrogating all that bound up nastiness that is that's being harbored here in your heart and in your soul. And I'm not blaming you for it, but I'm letting you know that it's there. And what you do from me telling you this onward is now a reflection of your character and like what you really stand up for. And like, I think it's tricky because when we talk about racism, a lot of people, we need to talk about it this way, like this depersonalization. So we like to say that like racism is this like monster that, you know, lives off in this far off place that only my cousin from East Bumblefuck, PA like talks to, or oh, we only see that in like Birth of a Nation and movies like that. Like racism is this far off place. But very rarely do we personalize how racism has like affected us. Even as a Black person, like I've internalized white supremacy, and every day I'm interrogating it and unlearning it and trying to find my decolonized self. And so you got to make racism personal, and that doesn't just mean interpersonal, like, oh, I have a Black friend, oh, I have a white lover. It means like, how does racism sunk its teeth into me, and how am I then projecting out how it's affected me, and how much, and even the subconscious ways, even in subconscious ways. And that's the first step that I think that every white person especially should take, that is looking to be anti-racist. You have to confront the racism that is inside of you, and it's nasty and dark and evil. And I have empathy for that wrestling, but you got to do it. You got to do it. Because then you'll find that the work that you're going to do is going to be so intimate that you're not going to want to put it on Facebook. You're going to want to really, you know, excavate all of that stuff and do a lot of the work alone, and a lot of listening. It's all about like listening and interrogation, constantly listening and interrogating. You got to start there. You got to start with yourself and your vessel. That's the first step. That's what you should do.
I think this applies to both individuals and organizations. You know, a lot of people. I had this conversation earlier today. You know, what can organizations do? You know, how many emails have you gotten from people? Oh, we stand with our black and brown people. No, you don't stand with us. Not yet. You don't know how. You don't just open your eyes one day and figure out how to stand with somebody who's been oppressed their whole entire life. You know, I spent my youth in the South. I had short hair, and it was bushy, and people knew I was black. Like, they knew I was black. And I've had shotguns pulled on me on the highway. Like, my mom was driving down the highway one day and had a shotgun aimed out of a pickup truck window at her because I'm just I'm a black kid in the backseat of a car. I've had, people threaten my life just for being in the wrong part of a department store. You can't stand with me unless you've experienced that. And organizations sure as heck can't stand with me unless they've experienced that. And you don't get to write an email and feel better about yourself when you've spent the last 10, 5, 20, however long you've been in an organization not hiring black people, not hiring and not examining your own racism, not figuring out what the heck it is you need to do to move past. You need to figure it out yourself, my friend. I'm sorry, I'm getting angry.
Yeah, don't apologize for your anger. Yeah.
It really resonates, and I think that this question, I'm returning to these two questions: how can I help, and what can I do? And by the way, I think it's very, I thank you for naming that every white person is racist. I'm half white, and even the Boricua half of me, even the Latina half of me has absorbed that racism. That battle is deeply internal. That work is deeply internal. And these are programs, and it's not just a realization I have one day and then, I overcame that. No, this is ongoing work every day. These questions, what can I do and how can I help? Sometimes I feel like in life, how can I help is a little bit, you go into a room that you're not familiar with, you don't know how to cook that recipe, you ask, how can I help? I don't know. But you know what? You can just actually watch and figure it out. You don't need to ask. You can watch and start to figure it out yourself. Now, what can I do? That is a question no one else can answer for you, actually. That is a question that can only be answered inside oneself. What can I do? Everyone can do different things. And that level of interrogation goes beyond the programs, because it might be that I'm grappling with internal racist ideas, but also have skills and actions that can transcend that today. That can be, those are different modes I can work in. What can I do? Can I draft legislation? No, actually, I don't have that skill. I cannot do that. Can I ask someone to tell their story and spread that story's value and see and hear that story? Actually, as a playwright, yes, I can. Damn straight I can. I can do that. Can I stand up in a room where people are sitting down? Can I speak out in a room where people are closing their mouths? I don't know. Can I? That's on me. What can I do? And I think, I know that steps I've taken towards change, positive steps, everything I do is not perfect. And I don't have that on my privilege at times, but times that I know I've made positive change have actually come from me saying, what can I need to do something. What can I actually do? And having that conversation with myself, not asking someone else to give me the instruction, knowing inside and having that conversation inside and acting on it.
And here's the other part of, and I'm so grateful for you sharing your words, because they've echoed through. We're in an age where we have social media and words echo through, and people react and don't even realize they're reacting. I think I picked up this thread a couple days ago from Casual, actually, because I think Casual read your post, your poem, and then wrote a post of her own, and then I thought about it, and I don't have as many friends as you. My phone hasn't been blowing up, but I got near the end of last week, I got maybe like 6 or 8 messages in every morning. People being like, "Hey, are you okay?" No, I'm not okay. I'm sorry, but I'm doing what I can. What can I do? And the other part of that is that suddenly, all right, well, now I got to figure out what can you do, don't put that labor on me, please. I love you. I love that people want to help, that people care, but don't put the labor of figuring out how you can help on me. I'm the one who needs help. I'm drowning and about 6/1, 6/2, the June 1st, June 2nd, with all the things going on, people I care about being fired on by police, people dying, literally, people being maimed permanently because of police actions, and I was sitting at this desk every day and trying to put the information out there, because that's what I can do as somebody who's an artist and who's a communicator, and I had people asking me like, well, how can I help? I don't know, and I don't even actually have the time to process how can you help. And that's not to say I don't love everyone that asks me, and I understand the sentiment. I understand the wish to help, and I really appreciate it. I just don't know how you can help, and that ask is almost as painful as the pain of drowning in this sea of madness.
Then it puts the onus on you to come up with the perfect answer, or with like a digestible answer for whoever's asking you. And I never have any perfect answers to anything. And furthermore, like, I don't have the emotional space or the brain space usually to have like a personalized one-on-one consultation with a loved one about how they could be anti-racist. Now I will do it for certain people, and there are certain sacrifices that I make, but I think what you both are saying about what activism can look like, what can you do, like something that I can do because I have the privilege of doing it, because I've been adjacent to whiteness most of my life, and like growing up in the hood and then being a scholarship kid to private schools and like getting to know the good kinds of white people and like getting to know really intimately like liberal left white folk in the way that like racism rears its nasty head in like well-intentioned white people. And so I'm in this unique position where I can, you know, talk their language and speak their language and, you know, infuse anti-racism into their day-to-day understanding of the world because I'm able to play their game. And that's the privilege that I have. I'm able to, you know, have a partner who is white, who I love, and who is anti-racist, and is not perfect, you know, and like, and that's a privilege. And another, and like something that like, especially like kind white folk need to understand is like, not every Black person's gonna like you. Not every person of color is going to like you. You can donate billions of dollars to some humanitarian effort somewhere and we still won't like you. And you need to be okay with that. You need to continue your activism and love for us beyond that reward. Yes. Like this is deeper than, am I getting enough heart reacts to this post on Facebook that I made about where the next protest is? This is deeper than, oh my God, my Black parent of a student that I'm teaching doesn't smile at me or doesn't like me and has made that known. Like, it's deeper than that. This is hundreds upon hundreds of years of generational trauma that we are forced to live, we're born into, and still like Black people are magical because we're able to still persevere beyond that and still like live in your world that's telling us like every day that we're not meant to be here, that's trying to kill us every day. And so that is our privilege to you, is that like we're here and that we're listening to you. But not all of us are gonna like you. And not all of us are gonna want to be your friend. And, you know, and this translates even to like professional workplaces. Like I don't, you can't expect us to want to take that extra step to befriend you if you're not going to do that first step of being honest with yourself, you know, because we see through it. I mean, I can see through it. I can speak for me. I'm not going to speak on behalf of all people of color and especially Black people, but I've known and loved white people my whole life, and I know when something is earnest and when something is not, and I have been quick to cut people off and to not put my energy towards energies that are harmful to me. I've learned my lesson the hard way, and I continue to learn it every day. And yes, it is personal. And I think, and that's what I mean by I think you know, because you have to have that conversation with yourself. And it is not easy, but go talk to your mom, go talk to your dad, go talk to the artistic director of your theater company. Go talk to them, because white people are going to listen to other white people first. Unfortunately, that's how the world is set up. And that doesn't mean we're gonna not keep talking or yelling or fighting. Like, that's what you're seeing right now. And in my utopia, you're going to be able to hear me without repeating myself. Or without a post going viral on Facebook. But until we have that, we need to talk to each other because we're tired, and not all of us are going to be as generous as I am.
Thank you, Ange. I did want to just comment on the how can I help. You know, I haven't, my sister hasn't even seen me taking a step with just calling out racism when I saw it, based off of someone else that I love experiencing the racism themselves, Asaki. And I remember a bunch of people reaching out to me in solidarity, and folks who I adore and love. And I had a particular person who I adore and love reach out to me and ask how can I help, or like in the sentiment of how can I show you support? I'm here. And I was gonna ignore it because I was so pissed. And I was kind of snapping that day on everyone because there was this thing of also, I remember making the post and people kept asking me to show the proof. And it was like actually my own people. And I remember texting someone I love being like, you know, two people that I love just being like snapping and being like, I wish you would believe me than me having to show you proof. But if you want to see the proof is on the thread. Right. So like, even just like, I'm just like, damn, like even when I say something, I'm not believed, like that layer. Right. But I remember like people asking me, and the particular one, I was in my bag that day. So is that a Philippe John thing? Because in my bag. But
yeah, that's
a beloved person reached out to me and was like, how can I help? And I literally was like, you want to help me? You say that you stand with me publicly. You want to help me? Say that you stand with me publicly, while white men fucking belittle me on Facebook when I'm just calling out, you know, an injustice that I saw. And also, let me be clear, I did say to the theater community, if you're going to continue to employ this racist or any racist, I will boycott you and I will make noise. And I stand by that statement. And I will continue to stand by that statement. And I will, you know, like, but like for me, it was like, all right, now I'm getting DM'd, and it wasn't about that person. As soon as I said that, that person made a beautiful post or whatever, you know, and I was willing to be generous to tell that person the work they had to do to show that they stood with me. I don't need you to write me a DM. When you see an injustice happen, make it known publicly. Make it known publicly that you stand with me, with anyone, any injustice that's happening. I'm speaking from my own experience right now, so I'm saying me. But this was even bigger. That whole post was way bigger than me. Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's one of those things that I'm just like, you know, I'm giving you gifts right now. You want to stand with people? Stand with them publicly. Don't do it. And also have those conversations like Ms. Z was talking about with our own POC at the dinner table, with our fathers, with our mothers. Let me tell you, I've had to have hard conversations with my mother and my father, as progressives as they are. I've had to have those conversations with myself. I have a lot. I keep saying this on this call. I have a lot of work to do myself.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Yara's talking about the work, the internal work. You know, but I have put family on the line at times. I'm willing to do that work, and that's the hardest work, y'all. If y'all want to be honest, the hardest work. That post wasn't hard for me. Calling out the theater community, I'm not scared. I'm not scared to call out anyone, but the people I love, when they disappoint and they perpetuate homophobia, right? I'm a queer, plus size, like fat shaming, all the things, like, you know, my own people, my own Latinos, like talking about good hair, bad hair, going to Dominican Republic, and like people just like shaming their own Blackness, like there and experiencing that. I mean, this is so layered.
Yeah.
Actual work is like the dinner table, the family gatherings, your inner circle, yourself. When something comes into your psyche, you know, and you acknowledge it, and then you go, no, that's not helpful for me right now. No, I'm not gonna allow this voice to talk to me, right? We all have to do that work. And Ange, thank you for sharing all the ways that you're talking about. I'm privileged. You know, we're willing to acknowledge our privilege. So why is this? My question is always like, why is it so hard for white folks to acknowledge their privilege? Like, it's like the hardest thing. And it's like, and I'm just like, it's so easy. People are leading by example. People like this right now, this call, people are leading by example. Like, you don't need to ask, how can I help? Like people are, look around you. Look around you. You're in Philadelphia, for Christ's sakes, you know, like we're not in a bubble, like somewhere, you know, far, you know, like you were talking about. So my expectation, you know, and I'm being very direct, and now I was getting angry a little bit, but like, you know, my expectation is that I stand by what I say when with theater, with any actually organization that is going to continue to not do the necessary change, right? That I will make noise and I will not support you. And I will try to like let folks know that you're not actually standing with us. But that doesn't mean that I will boycott you forever. You know, I'm an open book. If anybody knows me, right, is that, you know, forgiveness is a thing. But at the same time, too, like, clock's ticking, time's up. Time's up, you know, and we tired. We tired of doing this work. And we just gave you some recipes right now, right? You just came into our kitchen. For those of the allies that are on this call right now, and even our, you know, our own people, this is a kitchen where we all have recipes to bring. Let's make a banging ass asopao, a stew together. Let's feed each other. There's enough, right? And so when I'm also calling out folks, that doesn't mean that I'm cutting you out my life forever, but that is drawing a boundary. All right, let me be clear that when we're calling out injustice, we're creating a boundary for ourselves and for our loved ones to say enough is enough and you will not hurt me anymore. And if you want to continue to hurt me, you know, you can do that in your own space, but I'm not going to give you my dollar. I'm not going to give you my time, and I'm not going to advocate or work for you or be asked to, you know, work for free for you, you know, joining a partnership that is, you know, tokenizing. No, this is the boundary that I have set for myself. I can't speak for my whole company, but I think that they stand by me when I say that. And so I think, you know, a part of this conversation is healthy practices, right? How do you organizations have healthy practices? And that doesn't start with an organization, that starts at home. If you don't have healthy practices at home, if you're not, you know, shifting culture at home, how you gonna do that in a workspace? So I think this interpersonal, internal shift, this continual, you know, interrogation with yourself is every day. And we will all learn. And I want to be as forgiving as people have been forgiving of me, because I have fucked up many times, you know, and people were generous to me. So I'm willing to be generous with some folks, but time's up. So that's all I had to say, because I was going off for now.
Gabby, forgive me. I'm sure I've told you this story times before, but I return to it and it makes me think about intersectionality, because it is one thing to talk about injustice, and it's important, it's crucial to talk about injustice that happens over there in that community. But it's another thing to stand up for injustice that happens within your own community. And of course, the home is in one's own community. And it makes me think about intersectionality. It makes me think about Dolores Huerta, when she was organizing with other migrant farm workers for very simple rights, like a toilet within a mile of where the field was. Very basic things, which she got, by the way, but it wasn't easy. She was the only woman in a room full of 40 men, most of whom were Latin American, most of whom were her paisanos, you know, they were her countrymen, but she's the only woman. So what do? There's a lot of stuff happening there that's not okay. But she has a common cause with them too. Well, she says at the end of the meeting, there's a moment, is there any extra business that we haven't covered? And she, you know, everyone, again, what can I do? She has her own soft, gentle fire. Okay, she's not a screamer, she's a whisperer. But she, as a whisperer, said, what can I do? Because I'm a whisperer. So she raised her hand at the end of that meeting and said, well, I have one matter of business. She said, well, you know, I wanted to just point out that, you know, we shouldn't be saying so many sexist words. She didn't name names. And everyone said, oh, no, we didn't say anything sexist. Well, how could you say that? How could you say we're not sexist? And she said, you know, I almost didn't believe it at first because I know we're united in the common cause. So just as an exercise, I just took a little piece of paper and I just wrote the words that were said down on my piece of paper. So let me just read them aloud. Again, she didn't say the word, but they had all been in the room together. She said, you know, someone said this word and that word. And she said, there's 71 words that are harmful to women on this. You know, I just wanted to point that out. And that's it. Gentle, soft. Well, the next meeting, any new business before we wrap up this meeting, she raised her hand. She said, you know, I just want to congratulate you all because I just as an experiment decided to write down the words, and there were only 33 this time. And a few meetings later, she got to say there were 0 words on that paper. Okay, to me, that's another what can I do story, because, you know, a screamer can do something and a whisperer can do something.
Yes.
When they're in a room together, they might need to battle through their differences for that common cause. That's strategy and tactics. That's what can I do? And she did it.
So this story, it reminds me of a line of thinking that's been echoing over the past few days, and that is, I'm always a little bit confused why people's initial reaction to an idea, no matter how reasonable it is, if it isn't something that they've thought of in the past, is violent. The reaction is almost always violent. Sorry you're having trouble hearing me. I'll turn my volume up a little bit. So, you guys are probably hearing me fine. The broadcast is a different volume. So when people say abolish the police, the reaction that you get in response to that, especially from people who are police or who are heavily involved with police, have loved ones who are police, whatever, is violent. Like, it's like a violent snapback. But we've had thousands of people saying over the past few days, let's abolish the police. And we've had shouters, we've had screamers, we've had quiet people saying, let's look at it. Let's actually look at it. And the needle has moved. The needle has moved because we've got so many people saying it. And the needle needs to move on a ton of things, but you know, I don't know if you. I'm sorry, I was missing for the last one. The mayor's statement. Did you guys read that? Okay, so the mayor issued a statement just a couple hours ago, really, that I'll try and find, but it basically goes over all the things that he's willing to change about his approach to this budget and the approach to policing. Forgive. This is going to take a minute to find. Oh, not that long. Okay. Actions for change. President Obama's pledge. Immediate updates to use of force policies. Eliminate proposed increase to police department budget. Create permanent civilian oversight commission. Increase transparency of complaints made against police officers. New staff positions focused on misconduct, brutality, equality, and other relevant issues. Transparency regarding internal affairs. Establishing an early warning system for detecting problematic officers. Changes related to collective bargaining, that's dealing with the FOP. Making the collective bargaining process more transparent. Increasing the department's diversity. Seeking reforms to state legislation that has to do with all the attainment of equipment and stuff like that, and reforms within the governor's authority, so pushing back on the governor's position on things that the city can't control. All these sound like great things, and I need to actually sit with them and read them. I'll probably do that tonight. And I don't know how close to they are to the abolishment policies that I've linked to several times before. But I really want to read it. My only problem with this statement, my only, and it's a big problem, and it's probably not something that most people would catch off. Like, it's something that like Ange said, like you hear it because you have experience with people who are just trying to brush aside your concerns. The top part of his statement reads in part, this has been a humbling experience for me and members of my administration. Many of us have realized that as progressive and inclusive as we think we are, we still have a lot to learn. I am grateful to our colleagues, especially black men and women, who called us out when we made mistakes, pushed us to do better, and urged us to act now. The whole statement is in the past tense. Bro, you're in the now. You haven't learned to stand with us. You haven't learned shit. And you're talking about who called us out, like we're done calling you out. Like you can't make mistakes in the now or in the future. Like you learned, like you had an epiphany. You went to the mountain and God handed you the 10 commandments of being a good white progressive
Thou shalt
politician.
not be racist. God.
And then his next paragraph is all forward looking into the future. There's no present in this statement. There is no in this moment.
And right now is all we have. Right now is all we have. And as Angela mentioned in her statement, right now is built of 1,000 yesterdays. And those yesterdays are being addressed right now. This is the moment we have to address them. And tomorrow, God willing, we'll still be here and we'll have another now. Right. You know? Right. But that's powerful. That's powerful. And that, creating even more new positions in the police department is not a form of abolition.
Right.
Unless they're actually taking away other policing positions. But, there are people who have these de-escalation skills in other departments. Social workers, therapists.
Yeah.
I have to say thank you, and I have to excuse myself from this conversation now and pass the baton to the next group. But I have learned, and I really can't wait to still think about this. Ange, to think about your words, especially now, tonight, tomorrow when I wake up. Thank you all.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you're free to just hang out if you want to, or like peace. This is just like, I just asked whoever would be willing to kind of chat with me. But I would love to at least introduce you to Kat and real quick, so you know who I'm going to be chatting with next. So actually, Kat, you can introduce yourself. What up?
Hi. My name is Kat Heilman, and I work with Power Street as a development consultant.
Cool. Awesome.
I'm really excited.
Yeah. And so Kat and I, the reason I asked Kat to join me today was because I feel like I'm never as public with like giving Kat shout outs. And not just shout outs, particularly it felt like this was the right moment too, because I'm not a grant writer. So me and Kat have worked together at Taller Puertorriqueño. She was a grant writer there, and was also the grant writer in development at North Square Neighborhood Project. So we've worked together since I started my career. We have worked together for two of the biggest long-term organizations in the Latino community. And I remember, you know, Kat always supporting my work and me always figuring out, I'm like, hey, is there a way that like NSMP or Tayo Puertorriqueño could support this effort with Power Street? Is there a way, you know, and just offering so many resources. But the main resource that kind of changed my life forever in a lot of ways was our friendship, but also the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. That was the hardest thing I had ever done. It was the first time I had ever did a grant, but I remember like literally being like having a breakdown because I'm dyslexic. I talk about that often, that being a huge, like I was told that I would never even make it to the high school, like to the creative and performing arts high school or anything as a kid by a white teacher. You know, I've talked about publicly at the ATHA and TCG of being dyslexic and that navigation of, even with all of my identities, I talked about feeling stupid is probably the worst feeling in the world for me. And that's something that I actually live with every day with like I can't, it's a hidden disability. I did hidden disabilities with Christina May, and Christina May changed my life. And Christina May was on the first call with me last night. And my mentor changed my life forever. But I remember coming to Kat and just being like, hey, like I struggle with articulating my words on a page. Can you help me? You're a grant writer. And Kat offered, I think, us 2 years of pro bono work, guided me to help me be a writer. And let me tell you, there was times that we both had to call each other out. I wasn't just calling Kat out. Kat was calling me out with programs that I had developed. But I think there was this co-creation together, co-writing, emotional support that has happened from then till now. And Kat's never been like, hey, you're not giving me my appropriate shout out. Hey, I do this, give me like, you know, Kat has, you know, even like, it's weird because Kat really has been, in some ways, I spend the most time with Kat with Power Street. I'm letting y'all transparency, y'all. Me and Kat spend the most time together because grant writing, right?
Yeah.
And you know, Kat has just shown me what it means to step up. And so when I hold folks accountable, is because I have phenomenal white folks in my life, family, okay, that have shown me that what's possible. They have shown me that it can, that we can exist together. So thank y'all. And I'm gonna still hold y'all accountable to do better. And and we're gonna have this conversation that we're all still doing this work every day, that is continual. But I thought it was important to also just highlight this friendship, talk about, you know, create space to talk about what it means to co-write and like grant writing. I don't think I've ever talked about it publicly. And like what it went for, like, I was talking earlier about how having to, when we were talking about, I know in the first stages of like trying to talk about a community and it being trained to talk about a community as the white savior. And I remember telling Kat, we ain't doing that shit.
Right.
And we had to do work. We had to, because even myself, I'll start saying stuff and I'm like, wait. That's not what I'm like, that's not what I mean. Right. And so it's been, you know, it's a lot of work to even grant write with intention, with integrity. It's hard to grant write with to stay true to your mission. Because sometimes you're like, oh, but I want to get that coin. We need that coin. You know, and there's ways to navigate around that. I've also found ways to like be like, no, like, yes, and we deserve that coin, we go get it. But there's been times that we had to say, no, we're not going to apply to this thing because it's going to be even a waste of our time. And so, yeah, Kat, you know, I did a lot of speaking there, but I don't know if you know, like, what has it been like to like, I don't know, I guess, why did you say yes to like helping me and giving 2 years of just your time to like, and I'm not talking about like an hour time, y'all. I'm talking about like 2 years of like, it was like if I I am pro going to like furthering your degree, but I've always learned too that everyone's like, are you gonna go get your master's? And I'm like, no, I'm not interested, or at least right now. But I'm like, I'm not interested because I'd rather put my money into working with a consultant or someone that I love that can teach me. That's how I learn. I'm more of a one-on-one person, and that's just for me as in my learning style. So, yeah. Hey, Alan, what's up? I'm sorry, I just had to like say what's up, boo. Yes, this call is about to be popping. So this call is popping. But
I actually have to dip out, but I wanted to say, very great meeting you, Kat. And hi, Alan. I think we met in passing. And James, nice seeing you as well. Gabby, I love you, and I will see you soon.
Oh, yeah. And wait, can we give a shout out real quick with what we're doing?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Sure. So Gabby and I are collaborating with Power Street to do a children's theater festival, and Gabby and I have created a piece that is really special that I'll be performing, and we like co-wrote, devised together. What is the festival called? I'm a bad collaborator. Well,
Nuestra Historias, Our Stories.
Our Stories, yes.
And it's featuring so many other amazing artists too.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's going to be really, really special. So if you want to watch it, it's going to be virtual coming up in the next month. Please reach out to me or Gabby, and I'm sure Power Street's going to put a listing somewhere. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in.
Thank you for saying yes. I love you, boo. Alan, feel free. This is kind of like, I do want to just give the floor to Kat real quick to just share out, respond to my question, but then, this is open dialogue, just jump in whenever.
Finish with Kat. I've been listening to you and watching you for 2 days now. James, let me say hi, because we've been on tags for like ever, and we've never got a chance to actually meet. So this is our first meeting. Kat, nice to meet you too. Now I'm gonna shut up and you guys do your thing. I'm just here.
Yes. Thank you for being here with us. But yeah, why did you say yes? And also like, I honestly, and also you never were like, I need to get paid for this. This was just like the moment that I was like, I actually can pay you. And you were like, cool. But if you don't need to pay me, you don't have to pay me. And I was like, no, I'm gonna pay you. Yeah. But why yes?
Because you're so passionate, I think. Because like you get so excited about everything. You're just like so into what you're doing that it's contagious. I think, and how many people do you have working with you now? I think that's proof of that. But yeah, I don't know. And I really like working with you. I think you're a great person to work with, and you're a good friend. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's simple, huh? You're just like, it's just simple. Yeah. Well, so what was your experience? So what was your experience? Like, what has been your experience as a grant writer? You can talk to working with me, or just like your history and within Philadelphia, specifically in the Latino community. Like, do you have is there any call to action? Like, is there anything you would like to say to funders, to our mayor about like?
Yeah, so definitely fund the arts and fund cultural things as well. Sometimes they are the same and sometimes they are not. I don't know where I would be without arts and culture in Philly. I mean, that's why I moved to Philadelphia. I live in Cincinnati again right now, and that's where I'm originally from. But I moved to Philadelphia when I was 17 to go to the Moore College of Art and Design because I knew that I wanted to be in the arts scene. And then I stuck around because the public art is amazing. Community art scene is incredible. And I think obviously if there's no funding, then none of it can happen. It's not that people don't want to do stuff for free. You can't do stuff for free. It's a career for people.
I remember thinking like, you know, I'm telling y'all, people always ask folks to do things for free, especially artists, right? Especially freelance artists, man. And so one of the things for me is like, I'm like, do you ask a plumber, not axe? I always say ask as axe with an X. That's that Philly John again. Do you ever ask a plumber to come check something out for free?
Right.
You ask a roofer to come do something for free? Like, no. Like, if you even want me to be a part of your brainstorming strategy, you want me to do a diagnostic test on your organization, pay me.
Right.
Pay other people.
One of the things I think people don't realize about artists and freelancers is just as soon as you ask us something, it goes up in here and it starts bouncing around. I don't have any control over it. I start working on it. Like,
right.
You don't like, you send me a question, I'm already investing the next half hour of labor into that question. I don't, it could be as simple a question as how are you doing? But yeah.
I've personally seen James posting about people who constantly want him to come on board for projects, and then they want to lowball him or not pay him at all, but want him to come in and do like this grandiose work. And I have seen him do this. It's probably been over maybe a year or two where he's constantly putting this in. Like, don't they get it? The law of attraction here is we're all artists. And because we're artists, we're like you, attracted to the fact that we all want to build to the same thing. Philadelphia to me, and I'm sorry to step in, Philadelphia to me is just like New York. New York is a place where artists are there and they make money. That's the same thing that should be happening here. Mm-hmm. But a lot of companies try to see how they can get things for free all the time. And I mean, here we are, a lot of independents.
Institutions. There are organizations, there are nonprofit arts organizations that they'll say, we're having a fundraiser, donate your art.
No!
Now, like, of course we want to support the organizations that support us, but like, what is going on? Why don't you reach out to somebody who is making money and see if they can donate what they have for fundraise? I mean, I don't understand why that's such, like, it's constant. In Cincinnati too. It's not just in Philly either.
No, it's everywhere. And
definitely.
I've been having this conversation, Alan, for at least since 2001. I've been going back and forth with orgs and their asks for a lot of things for very little or no money, and that's how one of the main ways I get dinged by big time producers in this city. One of the main ways where that's one of the arguments that I lost control over a certain relatively famous Facebook group over, because I called out the fact that a new org, I didn't even call them out by name, I called out the fact that a new org was looking for volunteer work, and that we can't, as a city, and as crew people in a city, afford to keep doing that. We can't afford to keep doing volunteer work for, and I love all you small orgs. I love you to death. And I love the energy, I love the passion, but find the fucking money or do it your goddamn self. Like,
well, as a small organization like Gab, I'm gonna tell you.
I'll add in there too. I will be like, James.
Now, James, I'm gonna say this. I know your problem, and I've seen it. Cause like I said, I've watched it. I personally understand it. So I say, okay, I gotta make sure I can pay the persons. That's just me right off the bat. If I'm not able to pay the person, then I gotta learn the stuff on my own. But I make sure I'm paying the person.
Exactly, but that's exactly the thing. Like, I got told that I was anti.
I remember someone saying that in the group. They was like, you're against everything. No, he's an artist. He wants to make his money. You won't ask a union to come in for free. So why ask me?
Yeah.
And I think, bro, I got you. Like,
here's the thing though, but like you can ask. So here's the thing also, because someone like, we're talking about grant writing, you're like, get the money,
right?
James, and I hear you on that, and I remember you making a post because I was like, I want to work with James one day, and I was like, I can't afford him, but I'll still put in the ask, and I think Power Street has put in the ask to you, and you've gently declined. But you know, I think that you know, to be transparent, getting that money
is hard.
Really, like it is the hardest thing that I've had to do in my artistry that I honestly did not want to sign up for, but I did, and I need to stop complaining about it. But my truth is that most of the time, producers aren't even paying themselves. And if they are, they're not nowhere near paying themselves.
Believe me, I know.
But I know what you're saying. I think that, what you're saying, I want to validate what you're saying, but I just want to yes and, because I think that, smaller companies, I'm like, yes and, but like, this is a communal effort. Like, honestly, sure. Like to make any of our companies exist, it's like, it's not just on one leader and just one organization, because most of the people that are on Power Street are volunteers, and the reality is that I've had to ask people to give their free time, and if they didn't give their free time, this wouldn't have existed.
So there's a difference though, Gabby. Here's the difference. I came to a meeting with you and I said, here's an idea. You bought into that idea and you said, how can I help? And it wasn't the how can I help that we've been talking about, but it was a how literally, what do you need done to make this idea happen? There's a difference between that. There's a difference between that and putting out an advertisement in a job section that says, I'm a small company, I can't afford to pay. Mm-hmm. There's a big difference between the two.
Oh, we see that all the time.
Right. No, and that's what that was what I posted against, and that's what I will continue to rally against forever. Don't try to hire professionals or call yourself a professional company
if you're not willing to make the pay.
Right. If you're not willing to pay professionally. I have produced things as a professional producer, as a professional company, and no, I didn't pay myself. But I paid everybody else. And I paid them the same.
I don't know why the word professional is irking me right now. But I just got to name that, like, professional. Like, because to me, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, none of the work I've ever done has ever felt professional. Like, I honestly could show up to North Square Neighborhood Project as, like, the education director dressed like this, as my full self, at Taller Puertorriqueño. Like, I never learned actual professionalism. And I've gotten in trouble going into, like, talking to young people for, like, career jobs, and just me being like, be yourself, like, like all of these things. And I'm like, oh, but I'm an artist. And but I'm in these things. But, professionalism, I know what you're saying here, but I think it's kind of like this idea of also, like, it brings to me also this excellence. And as we're talking about language, right now with grant writing and all of these things, I'm just like, ooh, professional.
You gotta de-whitewash the word. You gotta use professional in the actual definition, which means something done to make money.
Yeah, no, that's real.
Yeah, de-whitewash the word, because professional now is used as a gatekeeping word to mean, oh, you don't look like a white guy in a button-up shirt with a tie, and so that's what professional is used in ads to mean, in job ads to mean. But the word professional itself doesn't mean that. The word professional itself in reality means that you you do something to make money.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, if you're not gonna pay, you're not a professional. That's where the whole argument came from. That's where that whole anger came from. My whole upsetness.
But it's
with-
also a privilege to pay, right?
Yeah.
Can you agree to that?
I think, okay, here's the thing. I've been thinking, like, why did I say yes to Power Street? Because I could, because I already had a full-time position. And because it was in addition to what I was already doing. The thing that irks me about people not paying artists well is because everyone needs to survive. It's not that artists want money, right? I mean, we probably do. But, like, it's not that we want money, it's that we need money to keep surviving.
Right. Some people actually look at this as their job. They really
This is their job. This is our job.
Right.
Listen, back to what you guys were talking about with the grant
Hopefully
writing.
they come
I
in
feel
soon.
you on that. I have not, and I will say this, and I mean it. I have not received one grant in the 5-6 years that we've been doing this. I've tried out for grants, never got any. I've had this problem where I start thinking, is it because I'm black and I'm a male? I started having this kind of issue. I had somebody actually who I was like, can you help me out? And they tried. It wasn't able to get done. It's a very stressful thing. And I'm listening to you two, how Gab's saying how she's not a grant writer, but she took on the responsibility of trying and being there with you and you helping her out to get through this. That process as producers is the most stressful job in the world. I would never want to be a grant writer. God.
Well,
But
the only reason
I respect it so much. I respect it. Trust me, I respect it. I would rather somebody be able to help me to get focused to do it, to understand how to do it, but they can manage it. Because I can't. It's like you're already doing a million things as is. This grant writing thing is hard. And then when you don't get it, it's like shooting. It's like taking shots. Like somebody just keeps shooting. The
thing that I think the only reason that I'm able to even do the grant writing thing, it's not that I went to school for it. I have a sculpture degree. It's that my mom is an English professor. So, like, I have that.
Cynthia, would you mind texting Eleanor?
I have the privilege of, like,
Maybe
having grown up with
she hasn't gotten
my mom having a PhD in rhetoric and going to her classes with her all the time, and definitely, like, having her review all of my writing constantly and give me feedback and constructive criticism. So I grew up that way. And I think, a lot of why I'm so happy to work with Power Street is that I'm able to use that.
That's good.
And that I'm able to use it.
I would also say, I want to just be transparent that, like, I think I've cried. I shed more tears on grant writing because it's a whole nother level, because you're putting your life on it feels like you're putting your life on the line because because others are relying on you to, like, feed, like, for their survival. It's your survival, and now you're responsible for 30 other people's survival as well, or whatever, in a community, right? And then you're trying to shift language that they're not used to. I have been invited to spaces with funders that have literally told me I never had a chance to begin with, but I made it to the second stage.
Wow.
I've been told by funders that I was warned by a funder that I should not use white supremacy, should not call out systemic oppression or white supremacy in Power Street's grant language, because they were worried about how their board would take it, but they were a social justice.
Crazy how they're worried about the truth.
Right?
We need to disconnect white supremacy from whatchamacallit. I'm looking for a big word, and I'm
all of these lights
from gift giving. Like grants and gifts should not be this goes back to all the strings that
So
are
yes,
attached to
Eleanor,
grants
hopefully you can
sometimes.
see that chat. We're still waiting for Charles.
I have our next guest, our next takeover up on the other screen, so we've got a little bit of cross chatter.
Off of live?
No, not yet. We've just I've got the Philly Poetry Slam up on the other screen, but the controller is talking over that channel, so I'm getting cross chatter, and so people in the live stream might be hearing the cross chatter. I apologize.
No, I'm literally watching this on the big screen TV.
Nice.
I'm crazy.
I wonder, I also want to just honor that there is a lineup, and I want to honor other folks that signed up and heard during this time. And I also have been on this call for 2.5 hours, so I'm ready to.
You're ready to.
I'm ready to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
But I thank you, Alan, for being here. I'm also making a pledge. I need to support your work. I haven't been able to see a show yet, and so I will do better, and I will show love.
Oh, Gabby, you gonna make me cry.
And can you just, before you leave, I wanted you to talk real fast. Like, where can we follow your company? Just share us your,
That's easy. runboyrunprod@gmail.com. Anything that says Runboy Run Production with the S on the end, very easy. Or just go to Brother Train, BROTHATRAIN, which is me, and you'll find anything on Runboy Run somewhat funneled through there. And you know me, I'm always posting your stuff anyway. So
can you also write it on the chat so that folks can follow you too? And have
yes.
Yeah, if you put it in the chat, I'll paste it to all the other chats.
Pat, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being a great friend and supporter of my work, and also this rally. You've done work to make this possible too, on the low. So thank you for your help during this process.
Shout out to James and Gabby, because y'all been running this since yesterday. I know y'all asses is tired.
I know James more tired than me. I'm tired, I'm not gonna lie. But James,
I've popping in and out this whole time. You guys have been doing great.
Yeah, because I'll be at work. I work in freaking healthcare, so I see it. I see it up. I'm like, damn, they still on?
Yep, it's a rally, my friends.
Yep.
We're doing it telethon style. I know Jerry Lewis.
Fund the arts.
I'm so proud of you, James. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for this, and I'll be still watching tonight. I know Saki's going up at 7:30 or 7:30, and then also Teatro Sol will be up later on tonight too. So I'm gonna tune in. I'll be giving love via Facebook. Love you all.
Love you. Thank you.
All right now, guys. Thank you, James.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Good to meet you, Kat. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the words, and everybody cares about these issues, and everybody really wants arts funded. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody's effort and everybody's input. I've got let's see, Philly Cam, Philly Arts, from Philly Cam up on the other screen. I'm just waiting for Sergio to tell me he's ready to go. Apparently it sounds like they're waiting for one of their participants. So I'm just gonna kind of vamp here. That's what we do when we're going live. So let's see here. What can I tell you guys about? Let's see. I'm gonna paste these this Black Philly Radical Collective We Want Freedom demands into the chats. That's a good thing to look at. I'm also going to paste the letter from Mayor Kenny about actions for change, and this is the letter that I was quoting earlier. And I'd like you, I haven't had the chance to do it yet, but I would like you to compare those policies with this document, which is Abolitionist Policing Policy Database tracking proposals nationwide that defund police departments, diminish the role and power of policing, empower all alternatives, and are under consideration by decision makers. So in that guide, there's a lot of documentation on the third tab. There's the list of policies that are good for inclusion and not good for inclusion on the first tab. These kinds of documents that came out of the mayor's office don't just come out of nowhere. In fact, they usually don't even come out of letters from people like us, people that write and talk to politicians. Where they come from is scholarly documents, big thinkers, people who try to have a good idea and pass it up, to politicians and bill writers. So these policies are similar to and all come from the same places. I'm also going to paste Power Street Theater's address in the chat here, without all the extra stuff that Facebook puts around it for some reason. And as Erlina said in one chat, consider donating and give those things a read. Thank you everyone for watching. So many good things, so many good bits of information being passed around today. And I'd like you all to just soak in it and enjoy it. I'm going to pass you off to Philly Cam's Philly Poetry, and I think they should be going live momentarily.
Hello, are we on?
I think
Are we audible? Yes?
Yeah.
I believe we lost
background.
This is weird. It's good to see you, Cynthia. It would be nicer to be in our favorite sushi place, but here we are. I think we lost our introducer through the miracles of technology. I will give the sort of title that we gave Charles to introduce us, which is Replication and Responsibility. So let's just jump in there. Okay, put us back together. Cynthia, come in. Leave us together, if you would, Sergio, because this is a conversation. So we have a few questions that we've built this around. But anything can happen, so stay tuned. So the first question we're looking at is, what do we mean by each of the terms replication versus responsibility in relation to poetry? Because poetry is our thing here. Why have we put these two things together? It's an odd pair. And why does this opposition, one against the other, come to mind at this moment in history? I'd like to just say one word about replication just to get us started. As I know Cynthia's had a long day.
and what I was thinking of, because my mind tends to like drift into mythologies, was Echo and Narcissus. The lover of Narcissus was a nymph who had been punished by never being able to do anything except mimic the voice she heard. And so Echo is the one who loves Narcissus. So self-love and those who echo that particular stance. So it was already there built into the myth, the particular problem with mimicry and what draws people to it. So Cynthia, you want to talk about the pair and about responsibility, whatever. Go for it.
Go for it. I think first, maybe I'll just quickly introduce myself for folks who may not know who I am. My name is Cynthia Dewioka, and I'm a poet.
Cynthia, let me introduce you. I'm sorry, because Charles is gone.
Wait, I wanted to introduce you.
All right, introduce yourself. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
And I'm a poet. I am currently based in South Jersey, Lenape land, and I'm originally from Indonesia. My family migrated to Canada when I was 11, and so then we lived there for some time, and I came this way south of the border about 8 years ago now, so it's been a while. And I'm really happy to be here with Eleanor to talk about these different issues that usually we would have this conversation over sushi together. But Eleanor Wilner is, she's a very celebrated, accomplished poet, was faculty also for a long time at Warren Wilson, where she literally organized me to apply. And it was some of the best couple of years of my life. And and I just really deeply admire Eleanor for her integrity, for her clarity, for her gifts as a poet. She has such an eye for other beings. I feel like there's something incredibly otherworldly and also at the same time very grounded in the history and politics and ethics of our time. So she's like a timeless poet for me, someone that whose work you can just kind of return to over and over again. So I'm really grateful to be here to talk about whatever it is that we're going to talk about with Eleanor. And on this question around replication and responsibility, I think we started talking about it because of just, the digital era has really proliferated. I think from my perspective, the way I think about it is just, it's really proliferated imagery everywhere. So recently I taught a class at Bryn Mawr this past fall. And one of the first things we talked about, is poetry as often a vehicle of image and feeling still necessary, because we are so inundated with images all the time. And one of the distinctions actually that we made was this question of mimicry, which is how much of the imagery that we consume today are just literally they just mimic and echo each other back and forth. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of like a house of mirrors. Yes. Effect that happens.
Echo chamber, yes.
Yes. And what does that do, I think for our subjectivity, for our consciousness as readers and also as people who work in the craft. And it's really interesting because one of the things we talked about was the distinction between replication and repetition, because repetition is something that actually can lead to transformation. If you are trying to start a new habit, you have to do it over and over again before it sinks in. Mm-hmm. But there's something about the replicative kind of methodology by which we circulate, by which we communicate with each other right now, that can often trap our imagination. And in particular, images that are like really violent, and how then that also like normalizes that kind of that degree of violence in our lives and makes it something that's more and more palatable, because it's literally everywhere, even though it is enacting a violence on us every time we consume it. So I think that's something that we were thinking about, and a responsibility for me. I think it's interesting. It's like on one hand, the events of the last couple of weeks have really made me, and not just me, like so many people, ask, like, is this what it takes for people to respond? Like, how many Black people do you have to see die violently? I mean, what happened to George Floyd was literally an echo of what happened to Eric Garner, right? And it's like
same words, yes,
and exact same words, and it's like, and this is something I think that white America really has to contend with. It's like, is that the threshold? Is that the threshold that's required to sustain an act of like self-reckoning, and in order to demand something better from yourself? Because like right now, the uprisings are having incredible effects. Like, people are having these conversations in their homes. People are having these conversations in their workplaces. Anti-Blackness is being exposed everywhere. And it's like happening at such a huge toll on Black communities. And as non-Black people, I think that is the question, not just like for white people, but I think also for people of color who are not Black. It's like, we really have to ask the question, like, that can't be the bar. Yes. That can't be the bar for us to act like that. And that's the framing for me around like responsibility. It's like, it is on us to study. It is on us to figure out what is it going to take to stay committed to the struggle.
What is it going to take? The reason I wanted to respond to that, Cynthia, is because I want to read something. I forget who said this. I write things down on little scraps. I don't know where the hell I found it, but it not only took another instance of this kind of cold-blooded murder, but it also took a pandemic.
That's right.
That's important. And let me read this because it says it better than I can in a minute. The pandemic added its own accelerant to the mix. For roughly 3 months before Mr. Floyd's death, Americans were living in a state of hypervigilance and anxiety, coping with feelings of uncertainty and vulnerability and fear, things Black Americans experience on a daily basis. So I think we need to put that in, that it took that.
That's right.
Well. Yes, whoops. We have just lost our image.
Oh, really? I can still see you.
I can't see you. I started to get octopuses. Maybe color. Oh my, we haven't even gotten to the poetry yet. So, yes. So let's talk maybe about the replication of images, as you said. That was another question we thought. I wanted to quote William Blake here. They became what they beheld. And the question from that is, what is the effect of replicating certain kinds and victims of violence over and over? And in fact, until this moment, it didn't bring about great change, though there were other protests, but then it would go underground again. Given the need not to remain silent, what are some of the ways that poetry can confront atrocity without replicating it, without just making us watch another Black man be killed in front of our eyes until that's the image burned into our brain? That's what happened to Black people. This is a terrible result of replication. So how can we speak of it? How can we bring it to people's attention in a way that will not draw us into the vortex of repetition, replication? You're right, repetition is a power, like waves. Every wave is different. Energy is passing through. This is we're talking about mimicry of a terrible image. So do you want to talk a little bit about that? I have some thoughts, and I'm sure you do.
I think that, there is so much, I feel like in so many ways, like politically, because the other thing I should mention is like, I'm an organizer, so I've organized actually longer than I have been a poet. And so political kind of engagement and political participation has always, for my adult life, has been a really important question of like how to participate as like an other in a place that sees me as foreign and or contextless. And I think that it has really been like Black organizers, Black thinkers, Black artists who have politically, philosophically, also like emotionally raised me through relationships, but also through books, through art. And what I have, and it's really interesting because I think many poets, of my generation, like when I read people's reflections or like some of the struggles that people had, it seems that because many people's paths were through academia, and this is not for everyone, but like the path through academia, like exposed them to just like the white canon. And then there's like this decolonizing work that many people had to do afterward. So like kind of like learn the suppressed histories and voices that they were not exposed to. And because of the circumstances in my life and the work that I was doing, I felt that for me, that was actually my starting point, was like the places that were suppressed. And I feel really grateful for that. Because I think what it allowed me to see was, what it allowed me to experience was to be exposed to the full range of like humanity. And it's like, it's not just through the lens of violence, if that makes sense, and racist violence, which is what gets play, what gets replicated in the media, and what also traps the American imagination, so that even progressive, quote unquote, imagination, the way that, like even mainstream liberal white imagination will think of what, that's the picture that they have of a Black person, is of a violated Black person, if that makes sense. And of violated brown people, and of the violated global South, and like, how can we be like better people in relationship to these people who are being victimized, etc. But like,
it's a trap.
Yes. Exactly. But like, that means that that's all that they're actually imagining, when actually there's like such a wealth of experience and thought and complexity and contradictions. And it's like all, like reading Robert Hayden was so seminal for Gwendolyn Brooks. Oh my God, what a mind. And
but that's so much the important
there, like, but it's just like the wholeness of the world is in the art and literature, actually, if we are if we're honest about what's out there. But what gets replicated is like this fraction and not this, and then people have to like go and search for like the rest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I keep getting the image of a gated community, and that's the mind of the one. The students in Japan describe themselves as frogs in a well. because they were so insular that all they could see was that little circle of blue, and they were like the frogs in a well. And that's what you were saying is so important, because what's happened is those voices that you were hearing, that richness of the human scale of possibilities, is now our poetry has opened to it and is enriched. I think that's changing, because the voices, I saw the list of signatures, I saw the names against the foundation thing. Anyway, the point is that I think that's entering our poetry now in a major way. The mainstream used to keep people on the margins. I think of them as drying by the banks, because I mean the pun. But that's changed. That's changed. And now when new voices come in, the eyes of those half or three-quarter blind eyes are changing, there's no doubt. Can I read a little poem by Ross Gay? This is an example of what happens when you hear from the community itself. You get a different view. Instead of seeing a man who is once again victimized, you see something quite different. I just want to read this, if I may. It's called A Small Needful Fact. Is that Eric Garner worked? Oh, I'm sorry. I should go back and read the title and connect it to the first line. Please excuse me. A small needful fact is that Eric Garner worked for some time for the Parks and Rec Horticultural Department, which means perhaps that with his very large hands, perhaps in all likelihood, he put gently into the earth some plants, which most likely, some of them, in all likelihood, continue to grow, continue to do what such plants do, like house and feed small and necessary creatures, like being pleasant to touch and smell, like converting sunlight into food, like making it easier for us to breathe. It's a gorgeous poem. Inspiration means to breathe in. And by bringing this man to life, you see not someone who is a victim and violent, but someone who has planted something to help us breathe. The irony of the end is powerful, but it's the kind of irony that puts us in the presence of the thing unsaid. And that's so important, because it makes desecration real by making the sacred something you talk about with a holy fear. And so you don't show the violence. What you do is show the human being. And by giving us, making it easier for us to breathe as the plant puts out oxygen, what can you say about it? It's as good as what the poem does. So it's all about that experience. I don't think anyone but Ross Gay could have written that poem. And now he's one of our major poets. He's in the middle of it. No more margins. Because always, I used to tell students years ago, if you want to find something real that you don't know about, and our responsibility and accountability is to the real, look at the periphery. Don't look where you're supposed to see, but look at the edges, because that's where it is. Anyway, so we have more questions. This screen goes off and on. How is poetry a way of knowing? Why are we compelled to write? You want to talk a little, Cynthia, about the poet's practice and then the tension of the making of poetry with the making of living. If poetry gives us a life, we also have to make a living. There's a terrible tension there that you were talking about the other day. So would you talk to us about that? You're in the midst of it. I'm just an old broad here.
Yes. I mean, I think this is actually related to something you were saying earlier about how there's so many more, yes, there are so many more voices of color now than before. And I think it's still a very small percentage. Actually, if we look at how people are published, like I know fiction is incredibly white, for example, just like what the chances are for people to get published because it's so much pegged to what publishers think audiences will like in the future, right? So like the way that we imagine, the way that like publishers are thinking about readership is very much tied to who they think the nation is and who they think read, right? And who they think will have the money to buy the books, etc. So, and these kinds of considerations are racialized and they are classed, right? So, it's kind of like how, I mean, okay, like maybe this is like a little bit of a tangent, but I feel like there's an analogy here. So the way that like people, that bankers who were looking for families and for individuals to exploit with subprime mortgages looked for bad credit, and how bad credit was actually an index of people's race and people's class, right? And I think that actually that kind of colonial mentality is really deep-seated, continues to be deep-seated in many of the establishments of literature today. And there are like many writers who are much more astute on this point, have done a lot of their research on this. I have not actually, because of just the reality of my life, I have such limited time to engage. And so the time that I protect for myself on a daily and weekly basis for the writing is just to write. Right. So so at this moment, and it's not ideal because I feel like I would love to be engaged on a larger level, because I think that it's important to fight these fights. And I want to get to a point in my life where I can be more involved in these larger fights to change the landscape of how we think about who is the ideal reader, who is the reader that we're thinking about. And also, you know, like a lot of writers of color are paid significantly less. Like, I mean, this is just, I mean, it's like it's from Hollywood to Ivory Tower to like all the major publishing houses. There's like this trend happening on Twitter right now where like various where writers are reporting what publishing paid them, and the disparities are like stark. So the reason I kind of went there with this question is because I am compelled to write, because writing is how I investigate the world, how I figure out my place in it, and also its place in me. You know, it's like, how do I love that. I think it was Denise Levertov actually who said it. It was just like poetry is like a way of reconciling with the world. So I'm like paraphrasing that. And I think that's really, poetry is how I stay here. So that's what compels me to write. And because of the reality that I was just talking about earlier, there are real significant economic considerations. You know, like we live in a country that does not provide healthcare for its people. We live in a country where people don't have paid sick leave. So these are, and I'm a parent, I'm a mom. So I have to think about also livelihood for my child and college and all of these things. And it's hard. It's hard, you know, to like protect your time, protect your imagination, protect your hope, protect the fire that compels you to write when it feels like everything is stacked up to put it out. in the
call
real
that, you call that the pressure to assimilate, which is a really good phrase because it's so much a part of American culture because everybody came from somewhere else and tried to homogenize themselves to become something else. A lot of people, when they first came, were in pain too and couldn't bear to look back at the lost world, the lost tongue, everything, and the violence they came from, and so forth. So many Americans have no history that way, which is my mind just went somewhere else. We really need to talk about the connection between, because when you're talking about economics, the way you write is the opposite of capitalism. We can't we can never command our imaginations to do anything. We have to relinquish the power. We're not in control in the other way. We're not in competition with it. And the mind must serve the awareness, the whole being. So in some fundamental way, we're out of sync with a culture. And if they're asking you for certain things, you can't ask your imagination to lie. That's the responsibility that you can't even interfere with, because the real is what it responds to. I really would like to talk about the connection between racism and capitalism, because I was thinking about, I don't know how much time we have, I would love to read a poem by Diane Gilliam if we have time. This is Kettlebottom, is about the Madawan mine wars of the 1920s. And there's a poem in there that's fantastic. But let me just say one thing about this, because if we don't have time, I won't, but I'd rather read this than my stuff.
Please do.
What I want to say about this is she was reading from this at Warren Wilson, the graduation. She read, the poems are all in the voices of the wives of miners, the children, and the miners themselves. They are at war with the owners. They have to buy their food in the company store. They're dying because there's no protection for the workers, and they are closed into the mines when the mines fall, or they die of black lung disease, whatever. She's writing in the dialect of the people because she's a member of that community of the out-migration from West Virginia. So she reads some of these. They're powerful, they're tragic, and they are about people who are being crushed by owners. At the end of her reading, we had a young black woman from the Midwest came up to her and said, "Oh, Diane, you people have your stories too." That was such a profound moment because we have been divided from each other. The poor white people are being played with this business about, oh, you're white. And so that's the blacks are the enemy, the blacks are the blacks, the blacks. Whereas they have been divided from the other working people who are being crushed by the same forces, but don't see who the enemy is. And so it's the old divide and conquer thing. There's a book I read, I think in 1950 or 60, called The Mind of the South by William Cash, which explained how that system built itself. Okay, you're poor and you're white, but you can come in the front door, and the other guy, he has to come in the back. And they're still living on that identity. And Donald Trump is still playing that. And they're not looking at who it is that has the hands around their neck. I mean, those policemen who are turned loose, the bad ones, they're working for someone. And could I ask you, whoop, we're gone again. Could I ask you, Cynthia, if you would read one of your poems, and maybe I'll read one of Diane's, but would you read the poem, the one about the Hurricane Sandy, because I think it's about that division and property. Is that okay? Are you up for that? Okay. I've lost your voice. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, there you are. Okay,
Okay,
go.
great.
Yeah.
After Hurricane Sandy, we climbed toward the rumored grave of a Native American healer, the earth, a vertigo of blackness and exposed root beneath our palms, pressing up through the waves of molten leaves, toward the bluff where our children, having for the past hour pretended not to hear our demands for them to come down, are now balancing their sunlit, baby fat, all but gone bodies on a thin shelf of rock. Look, it's a deer in a wolf's face. Their cries tumble down, snagging like runaway rags on the branches. They look like Brutus and Cassius, debating the fate and meaning of a red stain the size of a man etched into granite, commanding the speech of minerals. They found a myth worth more than their mother's fear. The wind makes a bear of me, gristling my chest and thighs as I crawl, gravity inhaling me like an enormous throat over the deadness of trees and thorned bushes, knuckles bursting like berries. Thoughts detritus around a New York Post article I read about a woman who, weeks ago, her brain sweaty with prayer, climbed the rope of her body, her black body, up the steepest mountain in America, which rose between the door of her car, where her children rocked each other in the arms of the storm, and the door of the house she knocked and knocked, until her knuckles burst into mouths, her body a black tongue, a root burning against which the family in the living room dryly surveyed their possessions. Fine china, paintings collected over the years, utensils gleaming in candlelight, the life-size television, their window into loss and destruction, which is silent now, their sleeping Noah. The door did not open. The animals in the house survived, while two baby boys washed away, their screams become the molted skin of water as it bucked, roiled against its own vanishing empire, claiming for days a solid mass, blitzkrieg of porches and tire swings, of libraries, the vowels of a child's eyes looking up at the body that broke open for him and keeps breaking, like a faulty dam, even after water returns to water, lifting like souls in sunlight to form the clouds that now drift above us, waiting their turn to kiss the mouth of a forgotten grave, the red of a mother's heart. I hold my son to me, I breathe him and try to witness the miracle of leaves still clinging to branches, scrawling their petitions on the November breeze, even as we stare at our knuckles, the ripe strength of them, on this precipice we have been led to in the wake of the flood, asking the gods, which do we raise them to be, deer or wolf? The dead give nothing away.
Thank you. You know, we have both in us, as that poem shows, the deer and the wolf. The wolf was meant to protect the deer. We've got to get that right someday. But that door did not open. We have been divided from each other by property, by the owners, who get a great deal out of that. I want to read one poem and then ask Cynthia to read another because we'll be soon out of time. I just want to read this one poem. It's an older one. It comes from 2 years I spent in Japan, and before I went, I found myself very much afraid. And I realized that the source of that fear, and it was great, was that I had been a child during World War II, and the Japanese had been demonized in the most effective manner. And so I was caught in that box. In fact, I think it was the images of the Hiroshima maidens that started me as a writer, and knowing that everything I had been told was a lie. And somehow we have to see, it's that thing about responsibility to what's going on out there, which nothing I was told covered in any way. The only thing that has changed in the long life I've had has been the name of the enemy. But the pattern continues, and it always serves the powerful and the wealthy. This poem goes around in circles. It's meant to. It's two women who are walking the path around a moat that surrounds a garden that surrounds the emperor's palace, which sits in the middle of Tokyo. And this emperor was the old man. He was the Showa emperor. This was the 80th year of his reign. He had been the emperor during the war. Ume, plum. Fruit is small and often served shriveled, soaked in some attar or other, an odd shade of red, weak and toward the blue. Sometimes one of these unpromising tiny plums is set in the center of a flat bed of white rice to mime the nation's flag, red sun on a white field. Those years ago we never knew, kept ignorant of all that might disable war, that the flag with the wide red rays that rose over the bodies, adorned the Zero's wings, was a war flag, emblem of a burning sun, like rage or whatever it is that sets men's lives at naught and pours them young and hot down history's drain. The trees here must be bred for the beauty of their flower, for the plums are sour, the cherries small and bitter, but oh, the ume blooming in the early spring, the sakura unfolding in a brilliant sky, blossoms borrowing the light for shelter. A glowing parasol of pink and white, or the world a child's globe that sits in the Buddha's hand, and when he laughs, it shakes until the air is filled with silken snow, the wind toying with it, lifting the petals as if back to the branch, then bringing them lightly down. Walking the shimmering tunnel of flowering trees along the imperial moat, Mrs. Nakano and I spoke of the war when we were both children, the same age, I think, though it was a point of pride with her to never say. Her voice was matter of fact, or else it was the way English goes flat in a mouth made for another tongue. In Kobe, she had crouched with her mother in the bomb shelter while our planes bombed her city flat. The trees shivered a little. The delicate arbor sent down a shower of petals to our feet. The carp, grown huge, slid by in the moat, and the rain began steady. We opened our umbrellas as we went. She spoke then about her husband, her misery with him, his anger and his mother, the doors that one by one she tried and found them locked. How do we keep from going mad, I thought, looking at the trees bred for their beauty by an aesthetic breed of men who wanted a woman wrapped in tissue-thin silk, her mouth a hole with blackened teeth, who would dive at the dark stack of a ship to a fiery death, and saw with them our own young men, the same, filing into the black belly of a huge cargo plane, each with a woman in his wallet, her words on lilac paper, her distant image as his aphrodisiac in hell. I tried to ask the question that can't be asked in words, having no subject and no predicate but death. I thought of the bombs falling, and then my mind went blank as the radar screen when the thing that moves into its range is much too close. We're gone. And Mrs. Nakano and I, the fortunate ones, walked side by side beneath the cherry trees and watched the great smoking craters of memory fill in and disappear, and watched the rain turn the fallen petals into a sticky debris and walked because we were alive, and walked to keep from going mad, and walked for beauty and for company. The whole perimeter of the emperor's moat, that carp-infested fence around the palace, walled in, where power keeps its face and ends as history ends in Lear. King Lear, old, heart-sore, the dead Cordelia in his arms. Reverse Pieta, a motherless world, the father holding the sacrificed child on a ground of fallen petals wet with rain, plumb on a field of white. But here we break the circle, cross the street, and bow. We part, Mrs. Nakano and I, go each to her own gate. I think we have time for one more poem. Would you close us with a poem? And then with your pitch. I think there's time for both. How to watch the act of killing. And do you want to say something about the Bali? I think we have 5 full minutes.
I am so sorry. I'm forgetting to unmute. Actually, I was wondering if I would love to hear from, instead of reading another poem, I actually would really love to hear from you, Eleanor, like what, because the thing is, like, you have a long view, right? Like you are at a point in your life where you have a long view of like just
like it or not. It's the older thing. Yeah.
I think it's you know, I would love to hear as a member of the younger generation who is really inspired by you. Like what do you feel hopeful for in this moment? Like in wearing your poet hat, like, you know, as a poet.
As of this moment, well, things are moving. Things are moving. And when things are moving, there's life. And when there's life, there is hope. And I think hope has short wings. You have to keep it close. There's one of my favorite poets, it's Tim Siebel's, and he has a line who says, someone should hold a note for the earth. I mean, it's like the pandemic shows us we're connected. The problems on the planet now show us we're connected. Shakespeare said, how with his rage shall beauty hold free? Her strength is no stronger than a flower. The earth, I would say, argues for the flower. And I think I would just like to end with a couple of lines from the end of the long poem that was with a student. In her hand, with a Lord, I said, nothing else, God, what is this? And she said, as a cow. And that means one face. So our difference, the West glory, her culture wanted to say, stay with me, but we were both looking at a motherless flower. So let me read the end of this poem, it's just a few lines. In Nagasaki, in the center of the blast, there is a glade so dense with foliage, bushes, asakawa, and pine, you'd almost miss the sign, hand-drawn the only one in English that I saw. They said nothing would grow here for 75 years, and though the language was my own, I found it difficult to read through such a thick, exquisite screen of evergreen and tears. Would you say a word about your campaign, please, before we go back to Charles?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I come from Bali, Indonesia, and for many reasons, neo-colonialism, my island has been dependent on tourism for decades for people to like make their life, for people's livelihood. And as a result of COVID and the airport being shut down and nobody allowed in and out, there's just been a huge economic impact on Bali and on the people of Bali. And an immediate problem is just food shortage. So I am working with one of the village councils there who's trying to help folks get back on their feet, provide food, high quality food, and also help people create fish farms and also plant their own food to create food security in the long run. So if you would like to donate, I'm actually going to be sending donations like this week. And if you would like to Venmo me your donation, I'm at Freedewi. So at FREEDEWA. Thank you.
It's been great.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you, Cynthia.
All right.
Charles.
Well, I finally have appeared from outer space, and but I was able to get pick up the program, and it was just I felt it was extraordinary, even though the audio was problematic. And I would say to you, I would love to have another bite at this apple, again in this conversation between the two of you, because it's really, to me, and I'm sure to our listeners and our viewers, this is poetry answering what is the current dilemma, and this is the way arts can respond to it. I don't think people really appreciate or realize that. So it was wonderful that we were able to launch this, actually as a part of the digital rally to support or resist the defunding of the arts and culture in Philadelphia. So I really appreciate the fact that you've taken the time. We were able to get this on the air. As I always do, I have to make a pitch for Moonstone. And see, I come from a place where I'm now the president of the Moonstone board. And I can tell you that Moonstone is really one of the major cultural organizations in the city of Philadelphia in bringing the love of poetry in so many different venues. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know no longer how we can continue to do that if we don't get support. There's many people that have been involved with Moonstone, poets, artists, etc. And I'm telling you, if you're out there and your friends, you really have to step up another level in starting to support us, because it's not going to be going on. And I can tell you that Moonstone has really been supported by the deep pockets of one person, and that's Larry Robbins, who is really an angel, to the culture in Philadelphia. I don't know how long that can continue. So I'm putting it out there. We need support, and we're going to be coming up with ways to reach out to the broader Philadelphia cultural community to help support us. But the important thing is that we have a show like this, and I'm so proud, that I'm part of it. I'm so proud that I was able to host you two, even though I've been in hyperspace for a while, but I did get to see the program, and I thought it was extraordinary. I think it was a program that really people needed to listen to. So thank you again, and I'll see you in real time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Unmute. So even nope. Even having spent the last 48 hours doing this, I still make mistakes. So I just forgot to unmute myself there, and I forgot to put the audio source correct. What a day. Okay, so now we are out of the stream from Philly Cam. Thanks to Philly Cam for shouting us out and for providing us that content to restream. I have with me Asaki and her team of nerds, as they just said in the chat. You guys can feel free to unmute yourselves. I had also earlier invited Becky. Becky, you can join via video. I'm sorry, it wasn't Becky. It was.
Yeah, he doesn't look like Becky. But I shouldn't discriminate. I'm sorry, that was problematic.
Please, everybody, introduce yourselves, your preferred pronouns, and.
Okay, yeah, I will take over. Hi, I'm Asaki Kuruma back again from Power Street. This is a presentation I partly named Financial Management City Budget Special 2021. That's what it was. Here I have my friend Casey Berner and Dr. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your last name.
It's you can just call me Theo.
Okay, Dr. Theo.
Yeah.
And Jed, aka Becky, or vice versa. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, here's Becky right now.
Awesome. Casey, do you want to introduce yourself, your gender pronoun, who you are affiliated, if you want to? Let's get started.
Yeah, of course. Hi there. I'm Casey Berner. My gender pronouns are she, her, hers. I am full-time as the project coordinator at the Wilma Theater and also freelance in stage management, dramaturgy, and some costume stitching. So that's what I do.
Awesome. How about you, Theo?
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Theodore Rapis, or Theo. I'm an associate professor at Villanova University, where I teach and research financial management and budgeting. And I'm super excited to be here with you today.
Awesome. And hello, Becky and Jed. Could you introduce yourself, your gender pronoun, and who you're affiliated with?
Sure. My name is Becky Fleckner. It's she, her pronouns. And I work with a bunch of different theaters in the area, but generally I'm a theater educator with Theater Horizon. I work with the Arden, and my partner and I have created an organization called Artists in Place in response to the pandemic and helping artists.
Yeah, and my name is Jed Kravisky, he, him, his pronouns. I'm an actor in the area, and yeah, I work with Becky on a great number of things. And our most recent being our live stream platform for artists called Artists in Place.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. So this conversation pretty much started with me and Casey, just like, chatting on the phone. We are good friends for years. And we are also both graduate from Villanova Theater as a master in theater students, and also MPA students, which is what is that? No, it's not master. Certificate in Nonprofit Management. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's where I know Theo, who was a financial management professor last semester. I just graduated. And so me and Casey were just chatting and like, I'm doing this digital rally. Do you mind spread your opinion, your brilliance? And she's like, also, can we invite Theo? Because he's going to love this shit. And he is just like, oh, hell yeah, I'll join you. And those two have been making PowerPoints and doing all the research for me, because I've been just a little too busy trying to organize this rally, helping Gabby and James, and just did the whole thing. And I was like, okay, I'll let you talk, because yeah, team nerd, yeah, let's go. And I watched a little bit of your presentation earlier, you, Becky, and Jed, and I'm sorry, I had to leave the house quickly to do a grocery shopping, so I didn't get to watch the whole thing. But please, ask questions and inject your opinion as you may.
So yeah, let's talk about a quick overview. Do you want to go to your presentation, Theo?
Sure. Let me share my screen.
And people, he made this like over like 24 hours.
And how couldn't I? From time to time in my class, I do get students from the theater because obviously as students at the theater, they also want to learn about finances and budgeting for nonprofit organizations.
Important.
And over time, I can tell you that every time that I have students from the theater in my class, the class suddenly becomes so much more fun and much more interesting. All theater students are adding such a creative and so much energy into the class. And I also really enjoy the projects that they take over the semester. They typically select theaters, local theaters. So it's lots of fun to learn more about theaters and try to help as much as I can. So when Casey and Asaki reached out to me, just by seeing the passion that I've seen from theater students, I could not say no to this invitation and try to do as much as I can to restore funding for the arts and culture of Philly. I'm not from here, I'm from Greece. Maybe you have picked up a little bit of my accent.
Didn't
And
notice.
I live in the US now for 16 years. I first came in 2004, and I'm up here in the area for 8 years. I don't live in Philly, I live in Ardmore, full disclosure. But I can tell you that one of the reasons why I accepted the job at Villanova was Philadelphia. I love the culture that Philly and the history has to offer, the museums, the diversity, all the international people, big Greek population here as well. And arts and culture is definitely part of the personality of this city. We need to preserve it.
Yes.
If not, even enrich it and help it to grow even further. So that's why I'm here. Again, thank you for the invitation. From what you can see, we have put the presentation here, Philly Budget Special 2021. And I hope that you all have heard the amazing news that were released just a few hours ago. Mayor Keeney is going for a Philly special. And I think he's turning things around over at the last, quarter. So let's start with,
Okay.
what we have here.
All right, before we start, so I'm gonna keep an eye on people's comments. So if you on James's page and Power Street's page, so if you have a question during the presentation, I'll try to pick it up and answer at the end. So feel free to like, hey, I don't get it. Hey us. All right, let's start.
So the discussion we're going to have here, it's going to start by a quick overview on what is the impact of COVID-19 on local governments around the country. Then we will review Philadelphia's budget. Not only we've been talking a lot about the next year's budget for fiscal year 21, but there is also a lot of significant things that we need to pay attention for the future years all the way through 25. As I said, I'm very excited
All right,
to be here.
Let's start.
And I can tell you that I'm even more excited to see that Philadelphia has a mayor that listens. And also council members that they pay attention and they try to do their part and fix things. So I think we should all feel very, very happy that things are moving towards the right direction. And there's still a lot of time for more changes to happen in the budget and again, restore funding for the arts and culture. And then we'll finish because it's not only about criticizing or if you want discussing the budget, but we'll finish with a few suggestions on how to find money for the Philly arts and culture. I think we have some very, very good options towards the end, which I hope, inspire or provide some ideas to the council members as well as the mayor and the rest of the team. Fantastic. So the first thing here, since COVID-19 began spreading in the US, the federal, state, and local economies have begun to tumble. Economic activity during the past 3 months has suffered, and it is expected to keep suffering for a while. So unfortunately, the economic reality today is very different than what it was in March, before the lockdown. So that being said, there is no doubt that big holes are forming or have formed in local budgets. And as a matter of fact, a survey conducted by the National League of Cities and US Mayors Conference showed that 9 out of 10 local governments expect a budget shortfall for the next year. So more than half pointed out that this shortfall will be due to an anticipated revenue decline, while 43% thought that the shortfall will be a result both of an anticipated revenue decline as well as an anticipated expenditure increase. Now, while budget shortfalls is now the reality for most local governments, their severity depends strictly on each local government's revenue structure. So for example, those governments that they depend mostly on real estate taxes, property taxes, they will probably feel less stress because property taxes are based on pre-recessionary assessments, and therefore they're quite inelastic. But this I expect to be true for the next budget year, but I'm afraid that even with property taxes, there is a danger of them collapsing in many areas around the country. We have high unemployment, poor recovery plans, and the fact that during the lockdown we have done very little progress preparing for the new reality of living with a virus, I think will soon increase foreclosures and property tax delinquency rates. But there is also another set of local governments, and this is where we have Pennsylvania local governments, where Pennsylvania local governments fall in, where they rely not only on real estate taxes, but also on other more elastic sources, more sensitive to recessions, if you want. And I refer to income and sales taxes. So for example, so in the US, while there are not many, there are about 5,000 local governments in 17 states, most of them in the Rust Belt states, that use income taxes. In our area, we call them wage taxes as a source of revenue. Just in Pennsylvania, almost all of the 2,562 municipalities and the 500 school districts that we have use income taxes to raise on average 7.5% of their revenues. And then Philadelphia alone, if we focus on Philadelphia, Philadelphia has the highest wage tax in the nation, currently at 3.88%, which
For real? I didn't know that.
Yes. Another thing we are coming up on top is our wage tax.
Huh.
And it raises a significant amount of revenue for the city, of about 25% of the city's total revenue. But when we are focusing only on taxes, that wage taxes raise about 40% of Philadelphia's tax revenue. So as you can understand, this is a very, very, very important revenue for Philadelphia. And because of the elasticity of this type of income source, unfortunately, the fiscal pressure for Philadelphia is going to be a little bit bigger, greater than other areas. And of course, fiscal gaps can grow further, especially in cities with economies based on oil and gas, leisure and hospitality, tourism. Especially for tourism, hospitality, these are also things that we can see in Philadelphia's local economy. Future waves of the virus, which are expected next year, will, again, I think, limit commute and tourism and visiting museums and so on. So I think, we're going to see some similar effects next year as well.
Quick insert / question. Hospitality, like hotels, right?
Yes.
Isn't that like very closely related to tourism? Because people come to experience all those museums and theaters and historic sites. Like around July 4th, Center City is like crazy, and those people are gonna stay in the city and use those places that hospitality places. So see, arts is contributing largely to the city, and they act as if we're just like a nuisance in the city. Like, come on. Sorry, you can.
No.
You can
Yeah, I
move
mean,
on.
it's
Thank you.
this is I mean, this is a great point. I think again, this is unprecedented times. The crisis that we are experiencing right now has nothing to do with any other crisis we've seen before. That doesn't mean that we do not have good tools and good knowledge. There's a lot of good lessons learned from the Great Recession of 2008. But again, I think this time the problems that the cities and states and the federal government is facing, not only this country, but around the world, they're just a little bit bigger. And that is why we need to be a little bit more creative. This is what I'm asking. I'm hoping that governments, cities, Philadelphia in particular, become a little bit more creative with how they navigate through this crisis. There are some options, and we'll see all these options in just a few minutes. So all this pressure that we've been seeing, okay, with the COVID-19, obviously has forced local governments to take some actions. And according to the survey, the three main options that cities appear to prefer is layoffs, furloughs, and unfortunately service cuts. This is not something that happens only now, or typically in every kind of like crisis that we have. Local governments, this is their weapons, or if you want, the tools that they have to navigate through the crisis and make sure that they can balance their budgets. At the same time, though, these are not the only options. There is a lot of leeway and flexibility that local governments have. And the one thing that I want to really raise here is that while we are cutting services, and this is, I think, inevitable in many cases, it is very important to make sure that we feel the community, we listen to the community, and we prioritize all the different services and needs of the community. So the cuts that we move forward with have the least harm possible to the community. So to that end, again, I'm personally very excited to see that Mayor Keeney is listening. And again, I want to point out that there is still a lot of time, okay, to get things right and restore funding for the arts. So then how things look like in Philadelphia. Before we get into the bad stuff, I want to point out a few positive news here. And I can tell you, I think it's fair to recognize that the city has done a very good job with providing information on the budget. I am particularly impressed with the Comptroller's Office, as it provides detailed reports, as well as a very interactive website with interactive graphs and tables where you can really get a very good idea of what is happening in the budget. So for those of you who perhaps haven't spent time looking at all these different websites and information, please, I urge you to spend a little bit of time and play around, spend a little bit of time into the different websites, especially the Comptroller's Office. I thought it was, at least for me, it was very easy to navigate, and it really facilitated my job of trying to find some areas where we can find money for the arts. Now, all this doesn't mean that I agree with the cuts. And I can tell you again that there are options for restoring the funding to arts and culture. So in the mayor's revised operating budget, the gap between revenues and expenses, as you can see in this slide here, is about 200 million. This is only for fiscal year 2021. Adding to that gap, the impact of COVID-19 that we had in this year brings the gap even higher to 650 million. So the main areas, as you can see here, all type of tax revenues are having a negative growth. The expectation for next year that is everything's going to look pretty bad. Wage tax is down, property tax is down, realty transfer tax is down, which is the result of selling properties and so on. Sales tax down, and then business income and receipts down. So the city is in a pretty tough position, and again, some of the fiscal measures that we need to take have to involve, as I said, cuts. So what are some of these kind of like cost-saving initiatives? In regards to public safety, the mayor's office maintains the force of the police, but limits overtime and invests more money for implicit training, anti-racism training, and continuing rollout of body cameras.
Yes, please.
Some of these things, and I'm not, as I said earlier, a few hours ago, Mayor took back some of the budget increase for police. I tried to read a little bit on different websites, including the Inquirer and other websites, about information. There were not many specifics on what exactly is going to be taken back, but here I think it is very important that at least the budget maintains for next year, and for the foreseeable future, we maintain money for bias training, anti-racism training, and also buying body cameras for all the police. I think this is something that we shouldn't advocate to cut. This is something that we need to keep into the budget.
Yeah.
So,
so in the meeting we were having yesterday, we were I forgot if it was you, Casey, or Theo mentioned about like there was a contract negotiation going on back in March with the police union and the city, and back in the March that there wasn't that much of a increase with the budget, and all of a sudden COVID happened and they just jacked up the number. Could you elaborate with that a little bit again? Because I don't think I understand very well.
Yeah, and I have some data and graphs that I can show you later on, where you can see exactly the difference of budget in March and May. For now, I think what we need to keep in mind is that everything in March looks so much different. If you look at the proposed budget of March, everyone was getting more money, including the school districts, police, fire, pretty much all areas in Philadelphia were getting more money. Okay. But I have later on, I think, a few slides which would answer Asaki's question very, very, very clearly. The fire department retains its force, but no other capital investments will be made. And then there is some sort of restructuring efforts on the manager's director office with anti-violence, and Department of Prisons will reduce its spending as crime rates appear to be improving. Casey, not sure if you have anything to add here to our discussion, so please let me know.
Did actually just want to jump in a little bit back to the police funding, because I've been reading over what City Council put out and was actually in communication with Helen Jim on Twitter last night. So what she has assured us is that police funding is their goal is to reduce it back to FY20 levels, but to ensure that the funding does continue to go into implicit bias training and anti-racism training. So that is what the current plan from the 14 out of 17 members of City Council is.
And that is, thank you for that, Casey. I think again, this is I think it's important, okay, to invest and into training, not only police, but I think most organizations out there, most of us need a little bit of that. So as far as public health, there is some good stuff and some strange things here. All health centers remain open, but with reduced hours in the weekends, and custodial and legal positions will be eliminated. This is one area that I find strange, eliminating custodial workers in a health center during a pandemic. I think it's a little strange. Who's going to do the cleaning, right? Mm-hmm. Is it outsourced? I'm not sure.
That was going to be my question. Does that imply that it's not, of course, that custodial activity will stop, but that the city will stop paying for it at the hospitals?
That's, I think these are very, very good questions, and hopefully some are listening from the city and could provide a little bit more information, because again, I was looking around and couldn't find the exact answer. My thought here is that some of these services will be outsourced to third parties, That though doesn't mean that the service, the quality of the service will be maintained at the same level as it is now, where it's provided through the city. Again, this to me is very strange, and I urge the city to reconsider, or at least if they outsource, to make sure that they put together really binding agreements and strong contracts to make sure that this important is done as it should be. And another area in public health, there's not going to be any changes for the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability, which is, I think, very good news. Moving on into the education area, the School District of Philadelphia will receive $30 million in additional funding from the city for a total of $252 million for next year.
Good.
That is, I think, great news. It is very important to keep investing in education, in K-12 education in particular. K-12 education, unfortunately, has been hurt a lot since the Great Recession, as a lot of state governments were fighting their own fiscal battles, and they retract or reduce their funding. It's just now started to catching up in most states around the country. Now, again, K-12 education funding starts to increase. Now, although the school district is going to receive $30 million extra, they were supposed, according to the proposed budget back in March, to receive a little bit further, a little bit more than that. So in March, they were supposed to receive $45 extra million, but now in the revised budget, they will receive only $30 million.
No, better than nothing.
It is absolutely better than nothing, and I hope towards the end of our presentation to find the money for increasing the budget for education, colleges, community schools even further. I think it's important. And the city is keeping its support to the community schools, and the Community College of Philadelphia will also receive a little bit more funding. And now here is at the hot topic of the day, community services and facilities. Here's where we see part of the arts and recreation. Libraries and recreation centers will remain open, but with reduced hours and programming. That is to keep operating costs down. For this, look, I mean, there is a way of reducing hours, but or if you want, supporting libraries and recreation centers with more volunteers. So that way you can keep the hours or the days and the programming at the same level. All you have to do, obviously, you have to do work with volunteering groups or nonprofits to come in and put a little bit of their time so we can keep things open as they're supposed to be. But most importantly now, funding for the arts, special events, as you all know, and has been discussed thoroughly in the past few days here with the digital rally, will be reduced or eliminated. There is some bad news. Office of Special Events, the Office of the City Representatives, and the Office of the Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy will cease to exist. Funding for the mural arts and the Philadelphia Museum of Art will be reduced as well. But again, I'm very hopeful, and as we move on with our presentation, there are areas, there are options to restore this funding. Affordable housing and homeless prevention assistance, the city shows less commitment there, considering that there is increased federal assistance. I want to be hopeful, but unfortunately, what I see from the federal government doesn't make me too hopeful, as while there might be promises or different kind of like laws voted in Congress and so on, so far the experience that we have is that the money don't necessarily reach those in need. So I urge the city to maybe reconsider, or at least make sure that the federal assistance is there to be spent for affordable housing and homeless prevention assistance.
Yeah, and I want to assert myself a little bit here. First of all, shout out to Applied Mechanics and Becky Wright and their company to raise a voice about it, advocate about it. Thank you so much for your work. And also, this was something I was also thinking about during your class, Theo. I'm back in the last semester. So it doesn't make any sense for me to debilitate those people who can work, cannot work, and make them not able to be the quote unquote, productive citizen of the society. I feel like that's going to cost the city more than keep them, able to work and contribute to the society. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong at all. You're not wrong at all. And but unfortunately, I think the problem here is political.
Oh yeah, it's all about the power.
It's not so much, the money. I think the money can be found. We can, move things around and budgets. We can make things work. But unfortunately, the way things work these days is only those who are most represented get, what they deserve. Now that we're talking about, affordable housing and so on, one of the best programs that I've seen in supporting the homeless, or at least helping them out to get back onto their feet, it was in Singapore. My mother-in-law is from Singapore, and a few years back we visited Singapore. And the program that Singapore does is that when someone loses their job and get into this very tough time of being homeless, the country picks them up. They have apartments for homeless people. They give them a shelter, right? They put them into an apartment of no charge. They check with them like on a weekly or every few weeks to see how things are going. And as these people are able to pick, their feet up and find a job and start making income, then gradually they start charging them rent. Once they get into the point where they have reached some sort of like financial security or job security, and they're able to make money above the poverty level, then it's a time where they tell them, okay, now you need to move out of this apartment and go find your own place to live. But obviously this is, in Singapore, and Singapore is like a very, very expensive place. Not sure if any of you have the opportunity to go there. Beautiful place, very clean, but extremely, extremely expensive. And especially for the Singaporean people, it's very expensive.
But at the same time, it's going to keep the citizen, off the street safe, and it just overall makes them feel more secured and being protected and served by the country and by the city, because you have like a safety net. It sounds like a fantastic society to live for me. Like I don't constantly have to worry about like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose a place to live. This is a really real problem for a lot of the artists who are working for so little. Gosh. Oh yeah, let's do that plan. I'll support that plan. Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't see any of any homeless people or anything like that in Singapore. And they have a bunch of other programs for their own people. Like for example, my wife's aunt, she was part of the era where Singapore really got developed. That was like around the 70s and the 80s, where the transformation of Singapore happened. And for all these citizens who were part of this transformation, they have issued to them a special ID. I do not remember exactly the classification they have given them, but all these citizens, they receive some amazing benefits, such as free transportation, free museums, free theaters, free cultural kind of like, events. So definitely Singapore respects and invests to its citizens. And I hope that we see things changing in this country as well.
What was the response? What was the response civically in Singapore when they instituted those programs?
I mean, Singaporeans, they do understand that the country has been taken over by Westerners. I mean, this is and I felt disgusted to see some things in Singapore where just because I was coming from the US and I was a professor, I was treated in such a different way than anyone else. I felt very uncomfortable. I've heard stories where if you are, for example, an American professor moving into a Singaporean university, your salary is going to be significantly higher than anyone else. So that is to say that still there is a lot of inequality and unfairness in the country, but at the same time, the country does understand some of the issues and show some respect, or some tries to help, if you want, a little bit the citizens there. But still there is, big issues. Unfortunately, this kind of like capitalism, it has spread everywhere in the world. How the citizens feel, I think they appreciate, from talking at least with a few older citizens, relatives of my wife, they appreciate all these kind of services that they get from the country. But still, when you talk to the younger generations are very frustrated, seeing this inequality, seeing censorship in the internet. They can't talk. I mean, there's a lot of other issues. It's not. I'm not presenting Singapore as the place to be, but there's some things that we can borrow and learn out of Singapore and other countries around the world. Moving on with economic and workforce development, the city shows less commitment, considering again that there is going to be some sort of increase from federal government. Again, I hope that's the case. I really hope this is the case. And as far as the government administration, there is a few areas where the city is trying to limit costs, but at the same time, I think one of the important things that they're doing is that the city is continuing a program for helping minorities, women of color, and so on, to start their own businesses. And I refer to the local business purchasing initiative. I think this is a very, very important program, and I'm glad that the city is continuing that. That being said, here is how the fiscal year 2021 budget looks like. And you can see all the different categories: budget reserves, city development, legislative elections, and so on. The fiscal year 21 proposed column, this is what it was proposed on March. The revised one is what the mayor proposed on May. And you can see that between the proposed budget and the revised budget, there is decrease in all areas. Percentage-wise, you can see that we start from budget reserves, which are Philadelphia has like a very, very bad budget reserve policy, and the level that they have is almost non-existent. So there's a lot of work that we need to do with our rainy day funds and so on, which is also my main area of research, but this is a topic for another day. But you can see here that there is some really big, significant changes from March to May. For our topic here, recreation of arts and arts and culture, we're talking about a 22% decrease from March to May. At the same time, as you move down the list, you see public safety, and this is where police and fire belong, experiencing the least increase from March to May. We're talking about 1%. And as you can see, the budget for public safety, we have a city where the budget is about $5 billion. So public safety consumes about a third, fourth, roughly, right, of the city budget. We're talking about a humongous budget.
Can I cry now?
Yeah,
Give us freaking money.
Fuck.
I know, that's exactly how I feel.
It's how much they cut in like real numbers too, that they cut 27 million from what started as an approximately $125 million budget, like a full fifth, versus less in real dollars and in percentage of budget.
Because I think it was in the very first meeting, Casey, I think you mentioned like that $4.17 million that is going to get cut from like arts and culture is like a 0.008% from the entire budget. It's like, I'm speechless. It's nothing. It's not going to do shit. Just keep it.
There's no logic on that. This is peanuts, like for example, cutting the Office of Arts and Culture and the Creative Economy, which costs $4.4 million in a $5 billion budget, is literally nothing. I'd say it's almost offensive that this is a proposal. Very, 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 very bad, I think, suggestion. But again, I want to remain positive. As I said, I see the council moving to the right direction, adding pressure.
Mhm.
And I do hope that even what we are doing these 2 days here with the digital rally, I've seen like some amazing discussions and amazing speakers. I hope that we generate a few more ideas and a little bit more pressure for changing things for the arts and culture that are so important.
Yes.
And
Becky, what were you gonna say?
Asaki,
Sorry, hold on. Becky wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to say that I wouldn't say that it's almost offensive. I would say that it is offensive.
Thank you.
I actually did have a question that had occurred to me earlier when I was looking at the breakdown of programs that are being cut versus what is getting small budget increases. Being that you're from Greece and I have a very limited understanding of European economics and things like that, the idea of shuttering, I should say, programs that promote growth sounds a lot to me like austerity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, you're right. And Greece, in 2010, we got into the fiscal global crisis, got to Greece. Perhaps you all have heard from the news, Greece has been notorious with mismanaging money and retiring early to the islands.
You just love living. That's what you
We're
do.
drinking ouzo and we're dancing. And this and that. That's how it is. But that's not bad either. That's not bad either. Fiscal austerity doesn't solve anything. Especially in times of economic crisis, I understand that there has to be some sort of like cutting, okay, but at the same time has to be some sort of investment. I'll take you back into the Great Depression, right? This is where we had the Keynes economics and the idea that when economies retract, when we get into a recession, this is when government needs to step in and make investments. Investments for infrastructure, investments for the workforce, investments for the middle class, and lift us up. The middle class is what generates the gross domestic product of any country. And the fact that I see since the 1970s, I see in this country that the middle class is getting squeezed more and more and more. To me, when I grew up, and I grew up with American ideals because my mom and my grandparent and my grandparents, they did move in the US back in 1969, when in 1969 Greece went under dictatorship. So my mom lived and grew up here in the US in Atlanta, Georgia. So I was raised with some sort of like a good American ideals. I can tell you that I had the American flag above my bed since I remember. And I still have the same American flag, believe it or not. So I came into this country believing that this is the country of opportunity, right, where you can chase your American dream and so on. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's been great for me, and the country has been, super nice, and I've gotten like opportunities. I found things about myself that I had no clue, existed while I was in Greece. But at the same time, I see how hard it is, and how much harder it's getting every year for people who really want to offer the best that they can. It's extremely hard for everyone. Or not for everyone, for a big part of the country, but that leads us nowhere. Okay, the middle class needs to be lifted up. This is what generates the most, GDP, the gross domestic product of the country. The middle class is the one that pays taxes, that consumes. It's not the 1%, right? This is not what makes a difference. This is what destroys the rest of the middle class is doing. So I really hope that we change the mentality, the politics, and the way the economy works in this country and around the world.
Theo, I'm just gonna. I don't know if you know this stat off the top of your head, and I'm a disconnected voice at the moment, just because.
The god mic.
There's a stat that I've seen several places, and I don't know the exact stat, but it's something like the lowest 15% of the economy spends about 120% of its income every year, and then the next 20% spends like 100% of its income every year. Do you know that stat off the top of your head?
Out of the top of my head, I do not, but James, I can tell you this is how it works. Okay. And that is also because relevant of how much money you make a month, right? All of us have to purchase some basic need products. Typically, the basic need products, at least the way we describe them in economics, is like, shelter, bread, milk, food. These are like the basic need products that we need. And depending upon, your income level, the percent of consumption, as you understand, if you make less money, but you still have to take care of these basic need products, so the percent of consumption is bigger, right? And it gets smaller as you make more money and more money and more money. I think this is what may explain this kind of like percentages that you presented, that for the lower income level, consumption might be higher than those who make more money. It doesn't mean that those who make millions of dollars don't consume, but consumption as a percent to their income is minuscule. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And so, like, when you invest in the lower end of your economy, the people spend the money, versus investing in the higher end of the economy, the people just hold the money.
I mean, the one idea in economics that unfortunately originated here in the U.S. in the 70s, and I refer to the supply side economics, is that the idea that if we provide preferential treatment to the really wealthy, the ones that they are responsible for the economic wealth and generation of income and consumption and employment in the country, we're going to have a trickle down effect. Meaning that those that at the top, again, who are the ones who run the factories, who run the big corporations and so on, if they get the preferential tax treatment and they have like more disposable income on their pocket, you would expect them that they would get that extra money and throw them back to their business, hire more people, increase salaries of people, right, and lift them up. But that's not what's been happening. In 2008, the problem of 2008 was that the preferential tax treatments that we had out of Bush Jr., the 1%ers or the really wealthy people reinvested this into real estate and the stock market and created a bubble. It did not go back to the people. So I think, this is the problem.
Sorry, Theo. I'm just timekeeping. I think we should move on to the next slide because that's a good shit.
So, and I saw you all earlier about to cry. Hold on, because things are getting like pretty bad. Here we see the budget, not only for fiscal year 21, but also all the way to fiscal year 25. I know a lot of the focus has been on fiscal year 21, and I think we can celebrate, the fact that Mayor Kinney got back the $19 million from police, but there is a lot of work to be done. And we need to look forward and try to fix the issues in the Philadelphia's budget for the future as well, as you can see here. So you can see here that in most areas, the budget, the change of the proposed minus the revised budget is negative, has a negative growth all the way from 21 to fiscal year 25. But the one area that you can see here is to a different sort of like path, again, is public safety. So you can see that for fiscal year 21, there is a minus 1% growth. Fiscal year 22, the revised minus proposed budget also shows a negative 1% difference, but then things are building up again, so they increase. For recreation of arts and culture, huge changes from the proposed budgets, the revised budgets for fiscal year 21 and 22, 22% difference from what it was initially proposed. Things get better for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, but that's only still, there's a negative sort of like decline between what was initially proposed and the revised numbers. And if we move on, the next thing that I did is in the controller's office, you can click on all these different categories and you can see all the different line items. So I click on all the different categories and the line items, and I want to present to you a couple of areas that I haven't heard much about, discussing. I think these are very problematic areas. So one of them is under the finance and administration expenses, there is a category, the Office of Information Technology 911. Maintenance and equipment is the expense. So, excuse me, material and equipment is the expense. So what we see here is that on March, when the initial budget was proposed by Mayor Keeney, this particular expense category, but they budgeted for this particular category 8.06 million. But from March to May, there is a huge increase in the revised budget on this particular category from 8.06 millions to $23.1 million. So we are talking here about a $15 million increase on this category from March to May. We haven't discussed this at all. We've been focusing on police, and I can tell you there's a few areas in the budget that they look very strange to me. I tried to find information what explains this difference. My assumption based on some things that I read is that this might have to do with the dispatch system or the early warning system that they talk about changing in the police and so on. But what seems particularly strange to me is what changed from March to May. Why from 8 millions we went to 23.1 millions? And I cannot find such information. Hopefully the city can provide a little bit more information on this area. And then you can see that for the future years, the funding goes back into the initial $8 million. So what is happening this year and what happened from March to May is a question that I cannot fully answer. But certainly it's something that we need to discuss a little further. Same category, Office of Information Technology, 911, purchase of services. Same exact trend. On March, it was budgeted 14.2 millions. And for May, that became 29.2 millions. That is another $15 million increase right there from these two areas. Purchase of services refers to outsourcing the service, third-party contractors. So obviously here there's someone who's making some money. I'm not sure if it is because of the protests that happened and like some of the bad things that happened that gave a little bit more leverage to companies to negotiate and get some sort of like deal. But obviously this is an area where to me it seems strange, and that change that has happened from March to May. Yeah, please go ahead.
Theo, just wanted to clarify. So this is, let's estimate, this is about a $30 million increase to this office, but is this categorized under public safety?
No. Although this is something that public safety is probably going to use, it is categorized under the finance and administration.
Do you know why?
I do not.
It's so weird.
I tried,
It's
I
just
looked
shady.
around.
It's so shady.
I mean, again, I did not have many days to like put all these things together, so I might have missed information. However, this is something that I wanted to put out there because I hear a lot about police. There is a few other areas that need attention. And as you can see here, we're talking about $30 million.
I think what we're learning is when you leave any single particular party in power for the better part of 40 years, you get some weird stuff.
Sure. And once these stuff are put in, it takes a little bit of time to decode and fix and change. But definitely, I think we need to talk a little bit more about this. Hopefully, someone is listening out there, and they can provide a little bit more information. But this is something that I do not like, and I do not understand what happened from March to May.
Transparency.
Is this more, sorry, is this one more area that a city council member should be made aware of?
I think so. I think at least more explanation of what has changed from March to May that justifies a $15 million increase in each category for a total of $30 million for fiscal year 21 in a period of time where we are trying to find money to fund education, arts, and maintain services of the city. I think more information here is important. And I have another, kind of like, sort of suggestion towards the end that maybe can alleviate some of the pain from this move. And here is the good stuff. This is the public safety expenses. We are talking about police, but also fire department. enjoys a lot of change, a positive change, beneficial change from March to May. So you can see here for police personnel services, these refers mostly on salaries. From March, the budget was at 723 millions, but the revised budget got increased by $40 million to 737. And as you can see, we are celebrating now because Mayor Kinney took back, he said that he takes back the police increase for this year. What about the next year? And what about fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25?
When
I
people
want to know
stop
what
paying
happens then.
attention. Yeah. Yep.
You know, we should not only focus on this year.
Yep.
A lot of this has to do with, yeah, please go ahead, Becky, sorry.
Sorry, no, I hate interrupting, but do you know, you may not know the answer to this, but how much of the police budget goes to specifically putting cops in Philly schools?
This is information that I cannot really break down based upon, you know, what I see online. You know, having a little bit more time, maybe I could, like, you know, dig a little bit deeper and find information, but I couldn't, you know, based upon the things that I see, I can give you an answer on this.
Okay, yeah, it's just one of the things I was trying to look for today,
yeah.
but I can also do the research.
Yeah, and I think, you know, these are questions that all of us need to put out there. You know, I'm very positive that there's people in the council who are listening. Okay, and it's up to us to identify what the issues are and make our voices heard.
Yep.
Same
you want to
thing.
move on?
Yeah, please.
Oh, so I thought you were done with this slide. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and then, you know, the same thing with the fire department. I mean, you know, honestly, the fire department is a lot more sympathetic than police. But still, I think, you know, in an era where everyone is getting a cut, where everyone, you know, a lot of people are hurting, a lot of people are losing their jobs, I do not think this is appropriate. And again, in March, the budget was at 281 million. Somehow it went to 295 in the revised budget. This is another area that I think the council members need to address, need to discuss, and Mayor Kinney to reconsider what is happening here. So again, from these two areas, as you can see, this is another $28 million increase from March to May that we can, you know, get back and reallocate that money in other areas.
Great. All right. So I did a little bit of work on how arts money essentially functions in the larger Philadelphia economy. People for the last 2 days have been making wonderful arguments about why it is morally and ethically and socially the correct thing to do to fund the arts. It is also in the city of Philadelphia's best interests to do so. So these numbers have all been taken from the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance's 2017 Economic Impact Study. Many of you are probably a little bit familiar with this, but I just wanted to walk through how this works. So according to our budget in 2017, Philadelphia invested $4.1 million in the Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. That goes to about 150 organizations in this city, many of whom are very, very small budget companies where Philly arts and culture money makes up a fair percentage of their funding. Out of this money, this is how much the arts and specifically the theater industry, I believe, pulled out of or put into the economy. We put in $4.1 billion of economic activity into the city as a whole. That is 1,000 times the amount of money that Philadelphia invested into the industry. If we break that down a little bit, that means that about $2 billion each were spent by the organizations themselves. That's both like the direct and indirect costs of putting up a show, paying your artists, paying for tours, renting your space, whatever that is, and also about $2 billion in audience spending. That's not just ticket sales or concession sales or donations even. That includes things like when you go to your show, you get a drink afterwards, you take your Uber home. That's money that's been put into the economy that without the arts would have otherwise either gone somewhere else or sat in a person's wallet or savings account.
Yep. I mean, think about when you go see a show, that ticket is, I don't know, 30 to 50 bucks per person. And then, might as well make a night of it. So you're going to go for dinner in a local restaurant. You're going to use the parking, and maybe, I ran into a friend. So why don't we chat in a bar after the show, and how much money you were putting each night? It's just like, it's a huge misconception and a myth and a out like lie that you're just a nuisance of our economy. Like, bullshit, shit.
It is a major driver of Philly's economy at large. I like to think of that as my like going to the Drake and then to Pistola's money, but that's $2 billion and going to the Drake and Pistola's. That's a ton of money. But
I had equated it earlier to it's the domino effect. If you're taking out a reason for people going into Philadelphia, into the downtown area, why are people going into Philadelphia? Because you're not going to make as much of a night out if you're just going for drinks or food, because you could do that anywhere. So what is driving people to come into the city of Philadelphia outside of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a stadium?
Exactly. But it's also
absolutely.
In terms of the money that the city just gets directly back in tax revenue, it's $225 million. Just in tax revenue, that is a 5,000% return on investment. If a stockbroker made that investment, you'd think he were scamming you. That is too good to be true. And yet that is what Philadelphia artists are doing year round, year after year.
Absolutely. And just to add one more point, something that we also discussed yesterday, is that, and as Jay said, there is a spillover effect of the service to so many other economic sectors. And especially now, where people need to go back to work and focus on their work, I think that the nonprofits, the arts and culture nonprofits, with all their after-school programs, can be very, very helpful keeping kids occupied, and parents, adults who have to work and work an extra hour to make a little bit more money to pay for all, the bills that they have accumulated. I think this is another thing that the arts and culture nonprofits can do. Keep the kids occupied.
And not to mention as well, this office also supplied a lot of free programming for kids who would otherwise not have the opportunity to come and experience these kinds of things. So yes, it keeps them occupied for parents who can afford to do these things, but it also gives kids otherwise, in at-risk situations that can't come out and experience that and learn and grow.
It's also like keep the kids off the street after school. If the library is closed and there is no after-school program that is affordable, where are they going to be? On the street, and all those black and brown kids going to be harassed by the police, now, reinforced by this billions of dollars of money that they just got dropped off. Like, I just can't see nothing but the systematic racism here.
Oh, of course.
Right? Like, am I crazy?
It's also just bad investment. Like, even if the city were to, again, $4.1 million is less than 1% of the city's budget. That is no money in government terms. Even if for the next year, it's some world where we are able to generate absolutely no money whatsoever, and it's a sunk cost for a year. But once everything reopens, we're going to start generating $4.1 billion. You can afford to lose less than 1% of your budget to keep the city open beyond fiscal year 21.
Preach.
Also, to say, I know we're talking about numbers here and that is important, but I think we're remiss in not talking about the psychological effect it has on people to be able to experience these things. If you go and you experience things, you open up your mind beyond just being able to see it from somebody else's perspective, you're a happier person because you get to go and be social. Human beings are social creatures. If you go to get to be social, then you're going to spend more money when you go out.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the spillover effect of arts, it has no boundaries.
What's so problematic for me here is it's just such unimaginative and uncreative thinking of ignoring what is actually going to generate income and generate revenue for you over the extended period of time, whether it be 5 years or 5 months, whatever it is. And the reactionary measure taking is to just cut budgets now and keep things as close to you can as they are, and not investing in anything to happen for the future.
Yeah, not to pull the example from like California, who pledged as of now to like, yes, we are not going to increase the budget for the police, and instead we're going to be, investing the money for the communities, the marginalized communities, so they can thrive. And there's nothing like, what's wrong about that? That sounds like a wonderful idea to me. And why can't we do that?
And I think it's time to experiment with something different. For decades now, what we do is we just, increasing money for police. You can't just, put more money into something that doesn't work and thinking that you put more money, you're gonna fix it. As we say, this doesn't work. We have to be more creative. We used to believe that, building bigger highways is gonna solve the problem of traffic. It doesn't. It's the same thing with police.
Yeah. And I equate it a lot to, what we see in our education system in schools. Like the first thing to get cut all the time is arts programs. And if the first thing to get cut in an education situation is arts programs, there have been studies upon studies upon studies of why that isn't effective, but yet we still see that happen on a continuous basis. It's just happening now for next year in Randolph, Massachusetts. I'm originally from Massachusetts, which is why I know this. But Randolph, Massachusetts is cutting arts, music, and physical education from their school budget entirely, not rehiring back their teachers for the 2021 year because, whatever reason, but we know that this isn't effective. So why would we do it on a city budget level?
Friends, I would love to continue this conversation, but our friend Aubrey and Shannon is like right behind us. So we need to, so Casey and Theo are having this wonderful proposal to present to the city council. So do we want to go over this real quick? And
sure, yeah. So how much time we got? We got another 15 minutes? So
more like 10. Sorry, Shannon and Aubrey.
Yeah.
So
no worries. We got time. So here is, some concrete suggestions of how to find the money to restore funding, not only for the arts and culture, but I think for education and other areas as well. As we saw earlier, the extra additional fund on the Office of Information Technology 911 is strange. If it cannot be eliminated for this year, another solution that we have here is to spread the cost over the next 4 years. Why should we pay for this increase only for fiscal year 21, when for the next fiscal years, we see that the budget for this particular expense category decreases significantly? So if we cannot eliminate the increase, I don't know what it is, maybe it's a contract, maybe it's, a binding agreement. If we cannot eliminate it for this year, maybe we can spread it over 5 years, so that way we can release funds for fiscal year 21. Obviously, the police funding is going to be frozen. So that's great news. But what about fire department? I think this is an area that hasn't been discussed. I would like to know what's the logic behind the $14.2 million increase from the budget in March to the revised budget in May. Do we have any space here to take it back? This is going to be wonderful. And maybe let's think about the future too. As you see, this kind of increases continue over fiscal year 22, 23, 24, and 25. We need to reconsider all this. This is, this is a lot of money. There was a traffic enforcement program. I'm not really sure what's the status with that, but that costed $1.9 million. It was simply like another sort of like parking war show program where officers that they're not sworn officers would be running around Philadelphia, writing citations and, for traffic and so on. This is not appropriate. One reason is that if we have the virus again next year, we're all going to be locked in. So there's not going to be any traffic. It's pointless. This is another $1.9 million right here.
It's not going to change Philly driver. They're just bad.
It's a Philly special.
It is Philly special.
But I do think that in all this conversation, we need to make sure that we retain spending for anti-racism training and also purchase more body cameras for the police. This is something that we should negotiate. We should, I think, all support this spending. As I said, there is increases into the future budgets for police and fire. If you do the math, we're talking about the next four years, an increase for police that is about $72 million and about $81 million for fire. I think we need to reconsider this, or at least put a hold. I was reading earlier that all this is negotiations with unions. As far as I know, negotiating with unions, it's very, very hard, and the police union is the hardest negotiation to do. But there is the time now for thinking for next year's budget and the future years to renegotiate and reach a better deal. We need to do the hard work. Now, the next suggestion that I have is something that I'm going a little bit back and forth. And please forgive me, I don't want to upset anyone, but this is something that we need to at least consider. It's the Philadelphia Museum of Arts. The city's contribution is $2.55 million annually. Now this, when it comes into how much of that, how important it is for the museum, if you do the math, it's only about 4%, a little less than 4% of the museum revenues. That being said, I really believe that if the city reduces, I know they're gonna reduce, they have decided to reduce the contribution this year by 500,000 and another 500,000 next year. So instead of giving them 2.55, they will give them $2 million. But I really think that even a further reduction is not gonna break the museum's budget. The museum is very strong financially. They have a really diverse revenue portfolio, strong investments. They have an amazing fundraising team and grants making team. As far as I know, all big grants that they come out there, the museum, Franklin Institute, and Barnes are the ones who go after them. I think they can survive, and they also have a big, net assets and rainy day funds are huge at the museum. I think they can survive these. However, again, I don't want to upset people, and I have a friend who works also at the museum. I'm sorry if you're there. I love the museum and all, but during this time, this might be something that we need to consider. Another area that we need to start doing a lot of work in the city is reconsider payment in lieu of taxes, the pilots. Philadelphia has many nonprofits. In fact, some reports place Philadelphia on top when it comes to tax-exempt property held by nonprofit organizations. Now, this tax exemption, for some, is justified, but also the tax exemption on property of nonprofits like academic institutions, hospitals, faith-based organizations that, again, are many in Philadelphia, is up for debate. So I think it's important to reconsider how pilots work in the city. They are very problematic, and it's a very messy process. The process of applying, appealing, monitoring the tax-exempt status is confusing and arbitrary. How the pilots are calculated, which are voluntary payments, and how it's enforced is also questionable. It allows nonprofits to cheat the system, like the big nonprofits, and I'm talking about, the academic institutions and hospitals and so on. For example, I've seen instances where instead of paying of this pilot agreement, some donate to the mayor's scholarship instead. So again, we need to reconsider these a little bit more seriously.
Just to clarify, so would this refer to things like if you're, say, a university buying up a lot of buildings in an area, they're not paying taxes on those buildings?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So what is happening with the pilots, which again are voluntary payments, nonprofits receive city services, right? At the same infrastructure services, city services, and so on. At the same time, nonprofits, they can get tax-exempt status on the property under the assumption that the property is used for the mission of the nonprofit and it serves the mission. Then they get a tax-exempt status and they do not owe any tax. However, the reality is that universities and hospitals are buying properties and they are expanding constantly in the city, buying properties that otherwise the previous owners would have to pay property tax. And now the city is not receiving that money because suddenly these properties are being bought by tax-exempt status organizations.
And folks, do you know how many miles of like acres of land Philadelphia is occupied by those universities? It's a lot, like a lot.
And I mean, look, I mean, they offer, they support the economy. They I think, they have like a really big role, but at the same time, it's a little sketchy. The example I'll give you is take, for example, a university stadium. The university stadium is used for most of the year for supporting the athletics and the mission of the university. But at the same time, there is concerts, there is private events, and these are things that are outside the mission of the university. So in those cases, they should pay this kind of like pylons. Again, however, the enforcement and all these things is a mess. It's time that we reconsider, restructure the pilot program, the pilot idea that it needs to be restructured from scratch. And then the final thing that I want to throw here, and we are done, is let's reconsider the debt. I mean, personally, I am fed up to see every time in every crisis, the banks and the creditors winning again and again and again. I'm just fed up with this. The city owes $1.1 billion in debt payments within the next 5 years. It's a lot of money. Can we explore renegotiating this debt? Can we perhaps refinance part of this debt? Right now, rates are extremely low. Can the city explore if we can refinance or even extend the maturity of the debt into more years so we can reduce payments? And these things that I'm discussing are things that corporations do all the time. Individuals do all the time. So you have a house, you have the ability to refinance when your rate is lower. Countries at the bigger level do as well. Take as an example, my country, Greece or Argentina, where a big part of their debt was forgiven by the creditors.
So Theo, this is James again. I'm hidden behind your graphic on the stream, so
sure. Yeah, see.
My question. So the marching orders, the drumbeat from City Hall and City Council, from both the mayor's office and all the city council members that really concentrate on the budget, is always that we can't spend the money we don't have. To my knowledge, the city does release bonds all the time. We vote on them all the time. In addition to that, there is money in, I think, 3 out of the 5 CARES Acts that were passed for large cities. Why is any of that considered in this budget shortfall, or is this just predictive math?
The CARES Act is very problematic in the sense that it only provides money for expenses related to COVID-19. So it's going to pay for, cleaning supplies, or overtime, let's say, I think, for health centers or hospitals or, public safety people, but it's not gonna supplement any of the losses that we have because of the economy being closed down and so on. So in that sense, I think it's very problematic. Nor you can use that money to pay your debt, nor for any other reason. It has to be directly related with COVID-19 expense. Hopefully that answers your question, James.
Yes.
But, and look, I mean, what I'm saying here is I'm not really sure because I haven't seen what kind of bonds or the agreements are to be paid in the next 5 years. But again, I'm telling you that this is something that happens all the time. Corporations, individuals, even non-profit organizations renegotiate their debt. The YMCA of the greater Philadelphia area renegotiated their debt and they froze it for 6 months. It can happen. And what I would like to see is I'd like to see an effort or at least explore these possibilities. But I think it's worth exploring it.
Okay, friends, we should wrap it up because we are making people waiting. Sorry.
Well, we are wrapping up with what we
Awesome.
love to say in budgeting. Budgeting is not a science, but it is an art. And this means that there is no easy way or one way to do budgeting. And many times, all we have to do is to just be creative to maintain our services. This is, I think, the end. Thank you. Here's the info. If any further questions come up, please feel free to reach out. Thank you again for this opportunity. And James, you've done an amazing job. I see you have logged many, many hours here and doing all the background, work. So I really appreciate this opportunity, and I hope that something good comes out of this digital rally. I'm hopeful, very hopeful.
I'm very hopeful as well.
The money are there. The money are there. Let's be creative and give the money back to the arts.
Yeah. Just a couple of quick questions, if you don't mind. Are you presenting this to City Council in any sort of way?
I did contact last night all City Council that signed the letter and send them an email, let them know that this is what is happening today. And one of them replied back, told me that unfortunately they couldn't make it. But I plan to follow up. I believe this is recorded, so if you can give me a link, I will send an email back to the City Council and tell them, look, this is what we did. I hope you find it helpful.
Yeah,
and
if you could share your slide deck with me too.
Sure.
I'm going to send it to you, James.
Yeah, just email it to me. Like I said, I work with City Council all the time, so I will make sure this at least gets in somebody's hands. Well, it'll get in a few people's hands. I'm not sure they'll read it.
Sure. Hopefully they will. Again, because I think the money exists based, at least from my eyes, the money is there, and I think we got more money not to just save the Office of Arts and Culture and the creative economy, but to do more good.
Yep, save the arts. Thank you so much, Theo and Casey, for your work. You're amazing. I literally reached out to these two literally like 3-4 days ago, and they just whipped up this out of nowhere. And I was just like, okay, here we go. This is amazing. And Becky and Jed, thank you for joining us. You're amazing. Mm-hmm. And I'm so sorry, King Friday. We made you wait for like half an hour. Shannon and Aubrey, are you there?
Yeah, I can. This was very interesting. I can't balance my checkbook, so the fact that you
Send
were
me an
able to
email.
study that was magical.
I'm just teaching that stuff. My wife does all the budgeting in the house.
as a woman would.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stay a minute to talk with the Shannon, if you don't mind. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
So we are back. We do have other guests joining us for their 45 slot, their 8:45 slot, I think.
Hello. Hi, Shannon. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
We knew this is going to go over, and it did go over.
That was way more informative and important than anything that we have to say.
We're about to say, yeah.
We're apologizing in advance for whatever is going to happen.
That is absolutely incorrect. I have to say that the arts are essential.
This is my really good friend Aubrey. We went to temple together, so we've known each other many years. And Shannon, we've known each other quite a while too. Yeah. How are you doing, hon?
I'm good.
Yeah. Holding up.
I was gonna say I tuned with Asaki recently, so I think she knows how I'm doing. But...
wow.
Yeah, with the basement tragedy.
Yes. Still here. Still fighting.
All right, I'm gonna leave here and let you do what you do the best, which is to make people laugh. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Asaki.
Thank you. Have a good night, and I'll keep on watching. So don't worry, I'm here.
Cool. Great.
Awesome. Shannon, Aubrey, I have a video queued up for you. I don't know when you want me to play that.
We can kind of say who we are first if you want, and then we can kind of cue the video if that's
great.
Better.
Sure. Introduce yourself. Let me know what your pronouns are, and tell us a little bit about yourselves.
Cool. Shan?
Hi, I'm Shannon DeVito. My pronouns are she, her, hers.
Cool. I'm Aubrey Williams. My pronouns are also she, her, hers. And together we're King Friday Productions.
Although most people probably have not heard of King Friday Productions, that's okay. It's because we were officially created in January of this year.
Yes, our timing is pretty impeccable. Even though the company itself is brand new and we were only able to release one sketch video as King Friday Productions before the whole pandemic started, we have been performing and producing stuff together for over 10 years.
Yeah, we actually met on an improv team called King Friday, hence the name.
Yes, we are very clever.
We steal from other people. No, we don't, I swear.
We don't, I swear to God. We also have one joke that we will keep reusing, hence the name of our production company. We've both been involved in the arts in Philly as both artists and patrons for a very long time, so we know firsthand how much the arts are an integral part of this city.
Both Aubrey and I, as humans and as King Friday Productions, choose to wield the power of the arts to stand in solidarity, to speak as one, and to advocate for a city budget that uplifts the people of Philadelphia.
Yes, we want, like so many in Philadelphia, to support and produce works by voices that are underrepresented in the arts, with an emphasis on making all of our works as accessible as possible.
Since we'll be mostly online, we caption all of our content that we produce, and we have been learning a lot about audio description with the hopes of having all of our videos accessible to everyone.
Yeah. And this community is so strong and supportive, and I'm so hopeful that the city will realize what a big part of the lifeblood of this city and its rich and diverse culture the arts are. This is not a hobby for all of us, and it's so important that the arts continue to receive the funding it deserves, and more.
Yeah, totally. Like, for artists, it's about the message and reaching the hearts and the minds of everyone. Even a handful of people is enough for us. I know that we've both performed in rooms of like 5 people and have been incredibly grateful that those 5 people are there.
Yeah, I did an improv show for literally, I think King Friday did an improv show for 1 person once, and we were like, yes, we're still doing it for you.
So true.
Yeah. We stand beside all of the theater community to fight for a Philadelphia where Black Lives Matter, that provides fair housing, that aggressively pursues defunding the police, that supports working class communities, and that has robust arts and culture offerings by and for Philadelphians.
We really hope that the city will realize the power of the arts and not cut the budget. As many before us have said in a much more articulate way,
yes.
You can do your part. You can do your part by signing petitions and calling your reps and telling them how important the arts are.
Yes.
So now we would love to share with you our very first sketch that we produced, which was written by me and produced and directed by Aubrey. So we just want to say thank you so much for having us. What did you say?
Produced by me, directed by you and Kurt, essentially, right? Kurt Reedy?
I mean, I feel like you had a pretty strong hand in directing.
I ate some snacks.
I just was like, these are words. Yeah, but that's what all good producers do. They just eat the snacks and tell people that they're in charge.
I'm so good at it.
Which makes you the best producer. Anywho's, thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the artists for stepping up and speaking out, and for everybody for organizing this digital rally and for having us be a part of it. So we'd love you to see our weird sketch.
Yeah, thank you so much, James.
It's all you, James.
Thank you. I can share a screen.
This is it. I can feel it.
You're adorable.
fuck on. How is this even fair?
Jess, we did this retreat to understand everyone's unique perspectives.
Did you see that? She's being a little bitch.
No, Andrea, you're out.
No, you! This isn't fair! How is this wheelchair even still charged? We've been here for days!
No, we are not leaving. I do not care how long this takes. Come on.
Just get over here. Just go.
Come on. Hit it, bedwetter. It was one time. Yeah, okay. You know what? I told you that in confidence, you little schmuck. What? Come here. What? No, I have had it. What? I have had it.
What did I do?
What? You know exactly what you did.
No.
Okay, we're all ready?
Great.
What? Good work, team.
No, let's do it.
Where are you going?
Huh? I'm not supposed to lose?
What is happening? What are you doing? What? Rude.
Yes! Suck it! Suck it!
What is happening? What are we doing?
You guys want to get ice cream?
Ice cream! Hey guys.
Ice cream!
Guys, where are you going? Hello? I like ice cream. Wait, guys, can I get back in my chair?
Okay, guys, thanks. Sorry, I muted you there. Sorry, I muted you there.
Thank you for playing that.
Yeah, no worries.
So
It was great.
Hopefully
Oh,
everyone has as dark of a sense of humor as we do.
I'm so sorry for everyone we just offended.
It's okay. You just you just offended the entire world. It's fine.
Oh, I'm used to it though.
Yeah, I think when you live in a minority description body, you get used to being the offense of everyone you come into contact with. So
It's very true. It's a very good way of putting it.
It's important to push the envelope, push the bar, you know?
yeah. Okay, so we're waiting on Teatro del Sol takeover. They should be coming on within the next 15 minutes. I can chat with you guys for 15 minutes because I don't see our 45 after guests, Cynthia and Ian.
No.
So you guys got more time if you want, even though we made you wait.
I mean, listen. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
I don't know how you got to watch the latter half of the budget in description there.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. It's fascinating to see the things that are hidden in a document like a city budget, but how do we communicate, like, as artists, like, this is what we do. We communicate weird things in simple ways and simple things in really weird ways. How do we communicate something like, I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, I just saw that presentation and I'm like, damn, how do I communicate this in a way that people will be like, oh no, that we really do need to do something about that.
Plus, those numbers are just so gigantic. Like, I have no concept of anything past $10. Like,
wait, you have $10?
I know, right? I'm like a millionaire. Don't worry about it.
It's over.
No, and like the difference between a million and a billion, and we're talking the differences between a single number million, 4 million, and a triple number billion, 650.
Yeah.
Like the difference, but like I've seen some of the like stacks of cash diagrams. Like if you stacked up 20s to equal $1 billion, and you made the stack 6 feet high, it would like fill a football stadium or something like that. Whereas if you did a million, it would fill up to the 10-yard line. So.
Well, that's a good way to put it then. I mean, maybe not for most artists, but I think that that's a pretty solid analogy or I mean, we're artists, so like we create visual pictures for people. So if you can visualize it in a way that's easy to digest, I feel like that's the best way that you can put a budget like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really helpful when it comes to numbers.
Well, hopefully, yeah. It's just, yeah. You know, the people know what they're doing. Like that, like just even skimming a little bit off the top. Like the arts have been such a community of people, like just like working for free because they love it, even though they shouldn't be, because like it's some of the most powerful stuff that's produced in our city, you know, and it evokes change. And like it's never gotten money, but people have kind of been like, okay, we'll still do it. And there's so much money that goes towards, you know, stuff that doesn't need the money, as we just saw. So that's always been the hardest thing for me to like understand why. Like we can yell at those people all we want, but they probably won't hear us, right? Because they haven't yet.
Well, they've sort of heard us. And I don't know which part of the yelling has worked. There's been a lot of yelling. Maybe it's just the massive amounts of yelling. You know, when the folks do gather with pitchforks outside of the castle gates, you maybe start paying attention, I guess.
Oh well, yeah, no. That's when the furniture becomes people again, right?
Yeah.
This is what happens when you have comedians on to talk money. Sorry.
No, I mean,
it all goes down to Beauty and the Beast analogies.
You have to break it down somehow. I mean, the more ways you break it down, the more likely you're going to be to find some way that people understand it, that the people that can do something about it understand it.
Need to do something about it. I know, and the more we speak up, you know, the more they will hear us. And things are kind of happening in the past few weeks, which is good. And I hope like the momentum keeps up, and then everything is reevaluated, and like the budget money can kind of be redistributed.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
When is the budget being voted on?
So they've pushed back the budget vote to, I believe, the 18th.
Okay.
They're still having hearings about the budget. I believe tomorrow's hearings specifically deal with the PPD.
Okay.
Today's hearings dealt with things like the arts and other and humanities, and they'll have more negotiations to do. But by city charter, we're required to pass a budget by the end of the month.
Okay, gotcha.
So they will be passing a budget by the end of the month, come hell or high water, basically. Yeah.
There's good times.
This is great. Thank you so much for organizing this. Like, I hope the people that can act, you know?
Yeah.
Like the money.
I mean, so, you know, even if my audience was only to be creatives throughout Philadelphia, as creatives, we problem solve better and mobilize better than pretty much anybody else. So, you know, worst case scenario, I know a couple hundred calls got made to every city council member, and, you know.
That's great.
And that's what
more can you do, really?
No. Run around outside and set things on fire, I guess.
Anything great at starting matches?
Huh?
I'm not strong enough to do the match thing. I've tried so many times. It just kind of makes a white line and it laughs at me.
I've got a push button torch if you need.
See, sometimes those are good and sometimes they're way too hard. And I feel like they really must make fire easier for people with disabilities. I'm just saying it would be great if we could make fire easily accessible for us.
I think that fire accessibility is a real issue that we really need to talk about.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it enough. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We're shifting combo right
This is
now.
what this devolved into. I apologize. I'm so sorry. You're never
So
going to
we're-
have me on anything you ever do again. I apologize. Please go talk to people who are important. But thank you for having us.
Yeah, no, thank you. And we have Teatro del Sol joining us now, I believe. Am I correct?
Thank you so much, guys.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Aubrey. And thank you, I'm sorry, I lost your name. Shannon. How you doing, Frank?
I'm doing great. How you doing, James?
Good. You guys had a video you wanted me to play, correct?
Donna might know. I'm not.
So I think we're doing a live streaming, so we're going to read live.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Donna didn't mention anything about a video.
Okay. And is everybody here that you need?
No, not quite.
Okay, no worries.
About 3 more people, I think.
Yeah, I have a video called Mural Subtítulos.
What?
Mural Subtítulos?
Could that be Cesar? I don't.
Probably. I would imagine that's probably what it is.
Yeah, because I was like, murals. That sounds like Cesar to me. Well, let me change my name real quick.
Is mine showing as Freon?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Jesse, you're still showing as Jesse. There's Donna. Donna,
And
they were
Jesse,
asking
you're
about a
muted.
video.
The video?
What's that?
Sorry, I just got into the conversation. You were asking about a video?
Yeah, I think I have a video here that you guys wanted me to play in advance.
That would be awesome. Cesar's mural. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Okay, I'm going to play that. You guys won't be able to hear it, but it'll be going out over the live stream, and I'll let you know when it's done.
That's cool. Are we live now?
César Vivero, soy artista visual, mayormente muralista en la ciudad de Filadelfia. Inicialmente recibí una llamada que si estaba interesado en colaborar con una directora de teatro y me pareció muy interesante el concepto. Como es una adaptación una tipo chicana y el problema que tenemos del encarcelamiento en los Estados Unidos sobre las minorías, yo quería como que se notara un poco el aspecto latino, ¿no? El color brown. Entonces, esta escena es como un poco del barrio, de la calle, obviamente tirándole al estilo de Los Ángeles. Y aquí, en esta parte de aquí, hay una transición entre el barrio al sistema, el sistema de encarcelamiento. Posteriormente, como que está la historia de esa relación, ¿no? Es esa situación que se da entre los personajes principales. Entonces tenemos pasión, tenemos dolor, tenemos traición y tenemos tantas cosas. No es un final feliz, no es un final color de rosa, es la realidad de nuestras vidas, lo que nos ha tocado vivir. Y aunque el tema es un poco oscuro, es mucho drama, al final del día siempre hay algo positivo, una luz, la luz al final del túnel. Algo en lo que creemos, en lo que nos aferramos, creo que tiene mucho que ver con la familia, con la raza, el carnalismo. Y yo espero que todo eso se pueda reflejar en el muro. Es el perfecto momento para esta obra y me siento afortunado de que pude colaborar con el arte y que de alguna forma haga la obra un poco más grande.
anything else you guys need? Who's introducing you? Who's doing who does anybody? Okay, great. I'm gonna drop off video. I'm still in the room. If you need anything, let me know.
And everyone else who has been continuously on this live stream through Facebook. And no matter how many times Facebook shuts it down, you come back up. So that was really lovely to see. My name is Tania Marquez, and I'm the Associate Artistic Producer of Teatro del Sol, also the director of Oedipus El Rey, which you will see a few short scenes. We're going to do our prologue, then a small scene in between, and then our epilogue. And I'll have everyone else introduce themselves. I guess because all the squares are different for everyone else, I'll just shout people's name out. And if you could say, I guess, who you are, what role you are, and anything else you want to add. Frank.
Hola, hi everybody. My name is Frank Jimenez, and I play Oedipus in this play.
Diana.
Hola, my name is Diana Rodriguez, and I play the Stinky.
Anthony.
Hi, my name is Anthony Diaz, and I play Creon.
Jesse.
Hi, folks. I am Jessie Groover, and I am playing Jocasta.
And Joel.
Hola a todos. Me llamo Joel. My name is Joel Guerrero. I play Teresias in this production.
Timothy.
Hey everyone, my name's Timothy Sheridan, and I play Leas.
And Jose, artistic director.
Hello, y'all. I'm Jose Avilés. I am the artistic producing director of Teatro del Sol. And just like Dana said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for Gabby for putting this together, and Power Street for putting it together. Diana, right there, I'm looking at you. And I want to thank Tana for actually making all of this happen. So Tana Marquez, right there. So we should give her a little bit of a round of applause. But yes, this message is important. Defund the police and save the arts. Save the arts, everyone. Save the arts. I'm gonna go away now. Bye.
I'm also gonna go away now soon, so we can give it to our cast to perform their reading. Yeah, this I have so much to say, but it's. This show, just to give a little bit of background, is Sophocles' show Oedipus Rex, and it's reimagined by Luis Alfaro in a very Chicano version of the play Oedipus Rex, and he puts it into an LA background where Oedipus is basically like born into this prison system, and is raised by his father Tiresias in the prison system. And it questions a lot about fate and choice and the gods and religion and Chicano culture. But it's very crazy that what everything is happening now and what this play is about, and who makes these choices for us, and how is it that the system keeps on cycling people over and over and over again. And a line that really has always stuck with me that Tiresias says right before Oedipus gets out of prison to start his new life is that every single time a person comes in or a person goes out, a person comes in, ka-ching, ka-ching, it's overwhelmingly unserved. And I'm sorry, I feel like I totally butchered that line, Joel, so please say it another time. But I'm gonna dip out now. Please enjoy. This cast is amazing. We were doing this show March 13th. right when COVID happened and we had to postpone it. So we will again, but this is lovely that we can do a little segment here. So disfruta, enjoy. Muchísimas gracias. On to you.
Oye,
¿Qué?
oye,
¿Qué?
¿Qué?
oye.
Hey.
Who got a story?
You and your stories.
Oye,
Hey.
a story about me.
We already heard that one.
Oye, stories are good.
A reminder.
Escape.
What's the point of all these damn stories?
To pass the time.
And they keep us alive, huh?
I don't need to be reminded.
It's always my fault in my stories.
Then change it.
That's what got me in trouble in the first place.
I didn't write my story.
Everybody writes their own stories.
Motherfuckers been writing my story since I was born.
Stories are all we got.
Stories bigger than us.
Stories about us.
And nobody wants to hear that shit.
Hey, make it about us, huh?
Something about us.
How we got here.
Got out.
And got back in.
A story about the system.
Dude, it was destiny, huh?
Nah, it was fate.
What's the difference?
Not much in here.
I always get confused.
No. It's about choices that are made for you.
He got a story.
Is it about what happened to him?
Or what he made happen.
I always get confused.
No. Don't confuse it.
Just tell it.
Who is this man?
Who is this man?
That we should consider?
His story.
¿Quién es este hombre?
This man.
Con su story.
Who is this man?
Lived in prison.
And was raised in the yard.
Who is this man?
Feared by many.
Yet was one of our own.
Who is this man?
Who lived as an orphan.
Even with the father at his side.
Who is this man?
Who threw the first punch.
And stayed for the last kick.
Who is this man?
They called
Oedipus.
AKA Patas Malas.
Who is this man?
Who made the prison library.
His home.
No shit, the prison library?
¿Quién es este hombre?
Who got high?
On himself.
Himself?
That's what I said, fool.
¿Quién es este hombre?
This boy.
A chamaco we called
El Maldecido.
The accursed.
Wanted to be something.
Something.
Good luck with that.
Wanted to be El Mero Mero.
El Mero Mero.
Hey, where'd you get your words at?
You know, like the one.
Okay, so this cabron wanted to be the one.
A lot of good it did him in here.
Here.
Yes, a man who wanted to be.
Something more.
More.
A man of principle. Como no?
Oh, no.
A man with a plan. Como no?
A man with no limits. Como no?
A hungry man. Como no?
A man destined to be como no.
Destined.
To be
destined.
Yo soy. I am the father.
El papá de Oedipus.
The old man.
Tiresias.
Servant to God in all ways.
Even he.
And hallelujah.
Could not escape his wrath.
A místico.
El místico.
I went to him.
Me too.
He gave me consejo.
Counseled me.
Like in AA.
He told me what was gonna happen.
How I ended up here.
No, he knew.
Oh, yes, he knew.
But I didn't listen.
No, I didn't.
Because he couldn't see.
That's messed up, dude.
Wait, how can you be a seer
if you can't see?
Yeah, everybody thought
he was a healer.
Just because he slowly
went blind. El Cabron.
Every day got darker.
Sunlight towards sunset.
For the old man,
every day the ojos eclipse.
Funny.
Oh, it's sad, ese.
What was he in for?
Wouldn't say.
Mysticals don't talk much.
Silence for the old man.
To lose a gift.
To see beauty.
So sad.
He must have done something.
Something bad.
Something terrible.
Something worse than what I did.
To live with permanent nighttime?
We're all guilty of something.
Like, not me.
Yeah, me neither.
Sometimes.
All I got
is a chance
to see something beautiful.
The sky.
The yard.
The lady guard with the big ass.
I am. The king.
Who had the woman.
Who made the rules.
The others followed.
Who was ruthless.
Like a politician.
Yes, a político.
Ruled with a
firme hand.
Earn his respect.
The hard way.
Should have known better.
But didn't care.
Never learned lessons.
From God.
And then there was.
Come on, don't make me laugh.
There are always those
that try.
That
can't get.
Not built for.
Just not right.
Is it your glasses on in here?
I am the brother-in-law.
Felt kind of sad.
For the dude.
Always looking for his chance.
Oportunidad.
It never came.
Moment.
He can help it. He's related to.
I am.
Yes, beauty.
Oh, I remember.
Soft.
Gentle.
Smooth.
Smell.
Beauty.
Remember.
She was taken.
Damn.
Yes, taken.
By a man.
Not worthy of her.
One I want.
I need.
I could live for.
And the one that's taken
is always the one I want.
A lived-in woman.
Lived.
A woman not afraid.
Not afraid.
To be yours.
I am that woman.
How do you know? And you filled me with stories that should have been his to tell. You gave me lessons that were not yours to give. You held me in my fear, knowing that the wrong hands were in place. Playing out a power trip with my life. You steal me from my father and then leave me at the mercy of the gods who love punishment. You vicious old man.
Look, he didn't want you.
You didn't learn anything. In Section 6, R-A-Y to R-E-L. The books don't talk to you because you didn't listen. I mistook your silence for meditation. I just want to know if you were laughing at me. Because I'm fucked! I did exactly what they wanted, didn't I? Oh, I played out their version, huh? My weakness was their plotting. Can't you see him? I wanted to make a new story. Something no one had ever seen. And I wanted to tell it my way. And I wanted to be able to control my own destiny. But I never had the chance. Isn't that right? Am I the way the lesson looks? Am I? Am I the way the lesson looks?
I don't know. I can't see.
Oye, gente, look at this hombre. His story, our story.
Will we remember our stories? Or are we doomed to repeat them? Will our stories be your history?
Oye, gente. A man in search of his destiny, but fate found him instead.
We lay down and take the fate this world has given us? Or do we break este cycle and tell new stories?
Oye, gente. So look upon Oedipus. Let him live. Roam in his memories.
Can no man be feliz until he's 6 feet under? But for now, let him be free.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for performing that, and thank you all so much for watching. That was our prologue and our epilogue, with the short scene in the middle when Oedipus discovers that he has killed his father and he has married his mother, and Tiresias comes to uncover this truth. And that is Oedipus's response. So yeah, thank you all so much. I'm not sure if I'm like running this segment. James is back. Great.
Yeah, no, I heard you wrap up. That was great, guys. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause, please, please, please. Amazing. So yeah. No, I just didn't want to interrupt. Thank you for that performance. That was amazing. We've seen so many like great performances from so many people. You know, some of them pre-recorded, some of them live like this. It's just fantastic. I don't know how to thank you guys enough for participating in this rally. Anything you guys want to say? Any thoughts or ideas that you want to express other than with your theater piece? There's nobody scheduled after you, so the floor is still yours, and I'm going to play some video after you guys are done. So feel free to take all the time you want. If you have any questions for me, any thoughts or concerns or anything like that, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Yahaira Paredes, where are you? Are you there? There she is.
Estoy grabando todo.
This is our producer.
Me acaban de interrumpir. Hola, felicitaciones a todos. Estuvo hermosísimo para toda la gente que habla español. It was beautiful, fue bellísimo. Teatro de Sol acaba de presentar el prólogo y el epílogo de...
No.
You're good.
Todavía está aquí.
Pero no veo nada yo.
Pero sigue hablando porque la vemos y la escuchamos. Sí.
Ok. Bueno, estoy en mi pantalla, está completamente en blanco. No, Teatro del Sol acaba de presentar Edipo el Rey, y quiero solamente decir a la gente que está conectada en este momento que no pudimos estrenar esta hermosa pieza en Teatro de Arden, donde nosotros tenemos una residencia por 2 años. Y no pudimos estrenar por el COVID-19. Pero estoy segura que vamos a hacerlo porque es hermosísimo. Este es un ejemplo que hemos dado, y estos magníficos artistas, es tremendo elenco, los felicito, estuvo bellísimo, no se les ha olvidado, lo tienen bien agarrado y eso es muy importante. Y sí, qué bonito, me encantó, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, como parte de Teatro del Sol, estoy contentísima de esta participación de ustedes. Gracias, Gaby, por este rally. Está increíble. Y es, nada, estamos esperando que se acabe todo para volver otra vez a nuestras tablas. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
I don't know if any of the cast have any thoughts in terms of what this piece, reflecting back on this piece, if there's anything that has changed or thoughts that have come up in the current climate now, or being away from any thoughts there?
One thing I will say is one thing that I noticed, and I could have kind of talked about while we were doing rehearsals for this, was, you know, when we went into this piece, we had some serious time to sit down and talk about what is it like to represent, you know, a slice of life in the Chicano or Latino life. And I went into this with such pride, saying, you know, we're telling the story of our people and whatnot. And, you know, I was proud to do this show before, but like after everything that we're currently experiencing, the current climate that our society has found itself in, I found that this story is not just the story of the Chicano life. Like this is telling the story of anybody who's ever felt held down, anybody who's ever felt constrained by society's rules or expectations. So I felt like a super pride in not just telling a part of my life and my culture, but of the American life, really. But, you know, I also feel like when we started this piece back, I guess this was in February, I felt I walked into that first week rehearsal and I said, this is a story that needs to be told. It needs to be heard. And the only thing that's changed in that statement is that it needs to be told and it needs to be heard and it needs to be seen even more after this current situation that we're currently fighting for. We as Americans are fighting to stay on top of our own culture. So this is just such an important piece, and it's been an honor to be a part of it and to stretch it and to share it with as many people as we can. I know we personally only got to share it with maybe 2 audiences before it was closed, and those 2 audiences, I mean, they got a piece of theater history that nobody else is going to get at this point. Hopefully we'll be able to, revive the arts and keep funding towards the arts so that we are able to find a home to do this piece. And maybe it is with the Arden, maybe it's not, I'm not sure. This is a piece, though, we could do it with a few cardboard boxes, a great painter, and a willing audience, because it's just a story that needs to be told. There's nothing flashy about this play. It's just a damn good story, and it's a damn good lesson, and there's some damn good morals in there that I think we as Americans and we as a society can benefit from.
Yeah, I think one of the most exciting things, at least for me, about this piece is that we're telling this story that everyone already knows. So that's sort of a way in to this world and to our story. And it's so much about like who is telling the stories. That's something that we're very much talking about right now. Who's sharing the stories? Who's in charge? And with this piece, we get to see these characters come to life, but they look like us and they talk like us. And that's just not something that you generally get a lot of right now or ever, right? We're seeing more of that now, but it's just really, really exciting to be able to say and see ourselves in something like this, in a classic piece that's so very not, but at the same time is now. And yeah, like Joel was saying, now especially, I feel like we're all just like here with everything that's been going on, and this piece just like digs right through and gets right to it. And I'm really proud that we were already, telling this, and now it's just so much more relevant. Or maybe not more relevant, but people are maybe more willing to hear it now, or hear it in a different way now.
Yeah. And listen to it.
Yeah, something that I talked about a little bit during rehearsal is when we first started working on this piece, and we looked at the epilogue and the various ways in what the epilogue was, how to perform the epilogue. And I think when we first worked on it, when we first did our previews, it was kind of leaving the audience with this question of this is a piece of society that maybe you're really familiar with, maybe you're not, but what is it that you take from this, and what, in terms of the stories that are being told, is there any way that we can, I guess, I don't think we'll even, ask the question, make a change to make these stories different. I felt like we kind of just like gave it to the audience. Maybe there was a little bit of like anguish and a little bit of like wanting from them, but I felt like we didn't want enough and we didn't demand enough. That's not unlike the cast. I'm just saying in terms of director and working on this piece and now reflecting back on it, how much more could have gone into it and how much more could have been asked of people. Because I think we were a little maybe too nice with the audience in showing what this life is like.
Yeah, it's that sort of call to action, right? That I think the play has, even towards the end of towards the epilogue, it really is a call to action. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And from a producer's like perspective, refund the arts, do not defund the arts, equity, representation, connection to community, all of those things are what make us who we are and connect us to each other and make our communities stronger. And that is what we're trying to do. That's what we do inherently as artists, is connect our communities together and tell our stories from a place of truth and tell the truth so that we can all sort of live in that, even if the truth is hard to listen to, even if the truth really does sort of make you sit in it for a minute in order for you to actually move forward and create the change on your own. And even if we do that for one person, that's worth it.
Yeah, I've often said that that my job in the arts is not to affect the world, not to change the world. It's to, just as long as I change the life of one person, if I have an effect on even one audience member, then I've done my job right. And we do change the world through our efforts. You know, like people are often question like what good are arts, what good are artists, and it's crazy to me because like those same people love to watch TV or go to a movie. You know, as I said earlier on this broadcast, one of the most human things we do is create art. We've been creating art since we lived in caves, and it's one of the first things that we did as a species that separated us from all the other species. We created art. And now we're still creating art, and it's still an essential part of who we are as humans. I really want to thank you guys again. This has been a brilliant performance. It's been a super long day for me. It's really been more like 48 hours than 24.
Sleep. Yes, get some sleep, James. Please rest.
I've got we had so much content sent to us, and I want to honor those folks and play some of this back. So I'm gonna be on a little while longer and wrap up and you know, like actually honor these folks who took their time to send us content. We didn't get to all of it because we had so many great guests, so many great live guests, and I wanted to prioritize that rather than prioritizing pre-recorded content. But I really appreciate everybody that came on and everybody that took their time to send stuff. I don't know if you guys were watching before you came on, but the group of folks that did research into the budget and basically dissected the budget and showed how it would be super simple to save arts funding. The amount of arts funding that we have in the budget is like a rounding error for the budget.
Do you hear this? Hello? Are you watching?
So this has been an amazing day. It's been an amazing 24 total hours of broadcast time, 48 hours of real world time. I think you know, like if we could have a party at the bar next, that would be great. But the post performance withdrawal is real. I don't. If anybody watching isn't in the performing arts, when we all get done a project like this, and like we've spent hours and hours and heart and soul putting something together, as brilliant as what you guys put together. You just like you get done and you're like, oh wait.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. And anybody else, if anybody else on this chat, has any thoughts or any topics, feel free to address them. I just wanted to thank you guys again, and then you can stick around. We can chat more, or I can go right to videos. It's up to you guys.
I think you're good to go right to video. I just want to say and reiterate again, thank you so much, Power Street. Muchísimas gracias, Gabby, James. Thank you. This is awesome. And it was awesome to watch for the past 2 days. And stay Philly Arts and everyone who's watching, keep pushing that message. Let these voices be heard. This is the reason why we tell these stories. It's for these voices to be heard, especially underrepresented voices. So please keep fighting the fight. Lucha su lucha, vamos.
Lucha!
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much.
Bye. Thank you.
So yeah, that was like I said, it's been an amazing 2 days. It's been an amazing 24 total hours of video. I'm going to stream a couple of things that we got that I think are really important. We got a piece here by the Rockstars Il Dutes. I need to figure out which one it is. Sorry, I lost track of which ones I've played so far today. I believe I've played 3 of their 4 tracks. You've heard them throughout the day, but I will play this last track of theirs that they submitted. And then we have some Bearded Ladies Cabaret footage that I'd like to play for you as well. And I think after that, I'll probably wrap up the show. I just want to say that the arts is amazing. We threw this rally together as super fast. Basically one day I said to Gabby, hey, what do you think about a virtual online rally where like lots of companies stream the same content all at once, and we do this kind of protest in a socially distanced way, but something that everybody will notice, and it's worked. It's been amazing. I think we've gotten quite a lot of attention, quite a lot of traffic. I really appreciate Asaki, Erlina, Gabby, everybody else who participated. Danny was helping with the no20.art site, and he helped without even like question. He was like, "Yo, what do you need? I got it. Here it is." One of our rebroadcasters, Jay, who has been faithfully rebroadcasting everything I've been broadcasting. All of our other rebroadcasters who've been faithfully following along, rebroadcasting, creating watch parties. There's so many people to thank, and there's no way I can thank them all. I owe you all a great debt in my heart, and a great debt of time. Thank you for taking the time to support Philly arts and culture. Thank you for taking the time to get the message out and to amplify the voices of people of color and indigenous people and people of minority identity, so that we can get our voice into the government. We often are underserved. We often say the words underserved community, and don't really focus on what that means. An underserved community isn't just underserved because the houses are in disrepair, or the bus route doesn't run the right way, or there's potholes in the road. An underserved community suffers from systemic problems, systemic segregation from the services that the rest of the same social community gets the advantage of. If you're one of those people that doesn't believe in systemic racism, I've got nothing left to give you. Nothing left to give you. I know it's real. You're black, brown, and indigenous, and other people of color know it's real. There is systemic problems in this country. There's systemic problems in this city. There's systemic problems in every city of this country. We happen to be in Philadelphia. We happened to have a budget resolution coming up at the exact moment when a global pandemic and countrywide and now worldwide civic unrest hit our economy and our city government. The way forward is not through cutting off our noses to spite our faces. The way forward is not, we're not an animal caught in a trap. We don't need to cut and slash and destroy the beauty of what we have in this city in order to save a couple thousand jobs, or to provide over-policing for communities that aren't seeing a benefit from policing. We don't need to cut and slash in order to avoid embarrassment, or in order to avoid a budget shortfall. We've had people on that have shown clearly it's a pretty simple problem when you decide to approach a budget. It may look complex at first, and we are talking about giant numbers. But when you really break it down, it's an art. And you need to be creative to resolve the problems in an equitable way. We are creatives, so perhaps that's why we see it as being so simple. But I again welcome any city council member, the mayor, anyone who wants to speak with our creative community and find creative solutions for these problems to come speak with us. We're here. We provide your entertainment. We create your economy. We drive your economy. This city has relied on arts and artists so heavily to recover from recession and economic downturn that we have our whole tourism package dedicated to the concept of coming to this city and enjoying our arts and culture. If you cut the arts and culture out of that, what are people going to come here for? What are they going to spend their money here for? Why are people going to continue to live here? You're not going to make that money back. Whereas if you decide to invest the small amount that you've already invested, or even if you doubled it, if you doubled the arts and culture budget to $8 million a year, you would be accounting for 1.2% of the shortfall. So that's a penny on the dollar of the shortfall. This isn't even a question. This isn't even a problem in mathematics. Like you could talk to an accountant and they would be like, well, I'm not going to worry about that. That's nothing. So these are serious problems, and they need serious solutions. But this city won't survive without the arts and the creative economy that we've developed here. One of my guests said something about this isn't Hollywood, this isn't Broadway. But the fact is that at times this is Hollywood and this is Broadway. Philadelphia has major motion pictures that are shot here. Philadelphia has worldwide original pieces of theater and dance and music that are debuted here and moved to Broadway. We have access to the best of everything. And our artists use that access and use that know-how of doing a lot with a very little bit to create more benefit for this city than they ever get in return from the city. So fund the Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. Fund the arts in general. Put some money into things that are actually going to help you and actually help all of us and create a more equitable and diverse and culturally aware world where people aren't afraid to face challenges. Artists aren't afraid to face challenges. We've faced down social distancing with Zoom performances. We've faced down the need to speak out with a 24-hour online rally so that we could speak and be heard and not and resolve the problem of not having the ability to gather together in a creative way right at the moment. There will be opportunities in the coming days for creative gathering and live gathering, and people will be demonstrating and creating new and interesting pieces of content to speak directly to City Council, speak directly to the creative economy. And I'm excited to see what those are. You'll likely see us supporting those efforts with online streaming of them and coverage of them. And I hope that, as I said, the best that we can hope for is that we change at least one life. I hope that we change all the lives in Philadelphia, and I hope that you who are watching this see the benefit of it. And that's all I really have left to say. This fight isn't over. This rally isn't over. We will keep on rallying. We will keep on demonstrating and performing and driving for a more just and equitable world. But for now, I'm going to play some pre-recorded content that people dedicated a lot of time and energy to for you. And after that pre-recorded content is done, this broadcast will be done. It will be saved. It will be up on various social media channels and available for restreaming and replay. I will also try and clip out some segments that are important to speak directly to Cancel, and I will share those out in the coming weeks so that you can use them as talking points and as a way of getting your message across to City Council. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for everyone's participation, and I hope you have a good night and a good rest of the week.
That's a hole. I want them all screaming hold. Instead of screaming, let me go. Gravity, how they pull. Got these kids on long trying to let go. That's why them laws we ain't rocking no more. We taking off on our road. Destroying all predictions, erasing all of the facts. Look up in the skies, I don't think we know. Covered up our North Star, now we don't know where to go. Look in the skies, I don't think we know. Covered up our North Star, now we don't know where to go. Look up in the skies, what the fuck is that? Destroying all predictions, erasing all of the facts.
Does anyone still wear a hat? Yes, they do, frequently, and indoors, and sometimes a hat on top of a hat on top of a hat. Now that question's answered, we can move on to harder ones, like what the fuck is going on in our city? I was thinking about Mr. Rogers because I know that the city leadership, Jim Kenney, loves Mr. Rogers. And I was thinking about what Mr. Rogers might say at a time like this. I think he'd go something like this. Shame on you. Shame on you. I am very disappointed. Something like that. Anyway, I'm very inspired by our next performer. His name is Daniel De Jesus, and he is an educator, a cellist, a songwriter, and a painter. Sometimes all at the same time, if you'll believe it. So please enjoy Daniel De Jesus, who's worked with the Bearded Ladies a number of times, and this is from a series we did called Bearded Ladies Who Lunch. So if there's any reference to that, that's what that's about. I'm gonna go put on another hat, but I wanted to leave you with these words from Mr. Rogers about action versus words. You can make believe it happened or pretend that something's true. You can wish or hope or contemplate a thing you'd like to do. But until you start to do it and until you see it through, that make-believe pretending just won't do it for you. You've got to do it. Every little bit, you've got to do it, do it, do it. And when you do, you will know who did it, 'cause you did it, you did it, you did it. I know you can do it. So do it. Enjoy Daniel De Jesus.
Somebody said you got a new friend. Does she love you better than I can? Big black sky over my tongue. Nowhere I've been, she's around. I know it's stupid. I just gotta see it for myself. I'm in the corner, watching the pieces. Oh, I'm right here. Why can't you see me? Oh, I'm giving it now. I'm the one you take it home. I keep dancing on my own. I'm just gonna dance all night. I'm so messed up, I'm so out of line. So letters and broken bottles, I'm spinning around in circles. I'm in the corner, watching the pieces. arms that ain't afraid. I remember that time you told me, you said love is touching souls. Well, surely you touch like this. What if you pause out of me in these lines from time to time? Oh, I dream keys of you. a heart that's full of like a landfill, a job that slowly kills you, bruises that won't heal. You look so tired and happy, bring down the government, 'cause they don't speak for us. I'll take a quiet life, a handshake of carbon monoxide, no surprises, no
Hello, Mayor. My name is Jacqueline Goldfinger, and I'm representing the Goldfinger family from Center City. We love Philadelphia. We didn't grow up here like you did, but we moved here, and it has become a huge part of the reason that we stay here, even getting job offers from other cities, is because we want to raise our children here. A major reason we want to raise our children here is because of the Philly arts and culture scene. I know that you know that. You grew up in South Philly. No one serves their community for 23 years without loving it deeply. No one runs for mayor without loving the city deeply. I know you probably don't want to make these cuts. I know these cuts are probably something that you tried to avoid but couldn't figure out how on your own. Let us help you figure out how to save the Philly arts and culture scene, and specifically PCF and OACCE, because we make money for the city. And more important than even making money for the city, we make lives for the citizens who live here and the citizens who come to visit. So Mayor Kinney, I know that sometimes when you're working with big budgets and lots of numbers, the people get lost in the numbers. And so I just want to remind you a little bit of the people through the lens of our family and our experience, and how if these institutions were to go away, these arts and cultural programs, these communities, these citizens, it would make the city less. It would make us less as people. And so I want to encourage you to reach out your hands to community organizations and try and figure out together how to save these arts and culture scene. So I guess what I want to say to you today, Mayor Kinney, is thank you for your service. And please remember that without arts and culture, there's no living in a city. There may be oxygen, there may be buildings, there may be streets, there may be some form of life, but no living. Please help the soul and heart of Philadelphia keep beating, keep living, keep celebrating, and save our arts and culture today. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Robert Despont, and I have been an actor in Philadelphia theater, for over 15 years. I've, in that time, worked as an actor for Philadelphia Theater Company, the Wilma, People's Light, Theater Exile, Interact, Ego Po Classical, Freedom Theater, the Berserker Residence, Swim Pony, Wandering Rom, Shakespeare in Clark Park, Philadelphia Artist Collective, and Plays and Players, just to name a few. And the reason I'm making this video is because the city of Philadelphia wants to defund the arts. And I want to share in a small way what the theater has meant to me in Philadelphia. Theater in Philadelphia has given me an identity and a career. But specifically, I want to talk about the identity part. It has given me a voice and a personality and an engagement with both my colleagues and the theater-going public of Philadelphia. And I think right now is a time when many people are demanding that their identity be recognized. And I just want to make this video just as a reminder that if you cut the arts, you are not just cutting plays, you're cutting the ability for individuals to assert their identity. And I think right now is a time when many people have a great need to assert their identity and try to articulate that in some way. So I hope this is helpful, and thank you very much.
I'm a Philadelphian resident. I've been born in this city and spent most of my life and my recovery process as well engaging in the artistic community here, because I truly believe that Philly arts and culture has the capacity to inspire hope and support for all kinds of people. I wholeheartedly believe that the sustenance that creativity brings to our world and to our community is unmatched by any other kind of community advocacy and is completely inseparable from our well-being as a public collective. So, instead of funding the police and giving them an increase in their funding, suggest that Philadelphia receives funding for arts and culture. This way we can continue to grow, nourish, and evolve the ways that we are expressing ourselves, that we are advocating for the safety and emotional security as well of those who are marginalized in our communities. And ultimately, this allows us to continue to bridge worlds, which is extremely important in our political climate as well as in public welfare. Thank you very much.
Actor in Philadelphia, company member at the Wilma Theater at Broad and Spruce. I would like to give my own personal testimonial about why I think it's important to make sure that the budget does reflect its appreciation of the arts in Philadelphia. It is such a major part of what makes this city such a beautiful, vibrant place to live. Broad Street itself is called Avenue of the Arts. It is so much a part of Philadelphia. The arts must have funding. They must. And to think that so much of the budget would go toward the police, a group that so far has shown that so many of the people that have been going out in protests, artists, people who love culture, who want to see more culture from the Black community, they shouldn't be funded. They shouldn't be funded. The arts education, this is the way that we make change. This is the way that we educate people. This is the way that we lift lives and minds and hearts up to a better place, to a more complete place. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope you do the right thing. My Philadelphia includes culture. Thank you.
I'm David Bradley. I'm a Philadelphian, a theater director, a teaching artist, and producing director for Arts and Learning at World Cafe Live. This week I was with students from across the city as they created new music, spoke up about important issues, collaborated with leading artists in the city. We need to save the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and the OACCE. The arts connect so many vital sectors of our city. They're public health, public safety, economic vitality, neighborhood development. Let's keep the arts in our city.
Hi, my name is Aneka Plafka. I'm a South Philadelphia resident and also an actor and voiceover artist. And I'm asking you, Mayor Kenny, please do not cut funding to the arts and culture here in Philadelphia. Arts and culture are the basic building blocks to every civilization. They are the things that bring communities together. They are opportunities to share stories and points of view that may not often be our own, but that hopefully force us to question, to learn, to grow, and to come together to be a better Philadelphia. The arts and culture are vital to Philadelphia, Mayor Kenny. Please do not defund them.
I want to ask you two favors. One, please do not take money away from theaters in Philly. Theaters are crucial to our survival and our education as a city and as a country and our evolution as a people. Theater artists are constantly asking why and asking how to improve things. And this is a country which is all about improvements, which is why we have so many amendments. That's the whole point. How do we get better? Constantly trying to get better. So please, if you take money away from the arts, if you take money away from theater, if you take money away from me, it is hard for me to exist in the way I want, which is making the world better. And then in turn, the second thing I'm asking you is please do not take that money and give it to police, because the police are directly making it hard for me not only to make the world a better place, but just hard for me to exist in general. They do not need your help in killing us. They're doing a very good job of it already. So please, do not defund the arts. Do not give this money to police. I just want to breathe.
Hey Philly, it's John Jarboe from the Bearded Ladies Cabaret, sitting on my porch in the beautiful West Philadelphia, sporting a lovely, Doris Day 1980s sunburn. Back then it was just called a tan. I have the great pleasure of being able to introduce some of the amazing artists throughout this rally that the Bearded Ladies Cabaret gets to work with. Our first artist that we're presenting is Cookie DiOrio. Cookie is a local arts educator, brilliant singer, thinker, generator. She runs the House of DiOrio, which does programs like Art of the Heel that support social justice causes, like defunding the PPD. This is an excerpt from Cookie's work that she did with us in 2018 called Do You Want a Cookie? Not in reference to Cookie, in reference to a metaphor about cabaret that involved a cookie, but that doesn't really matter. She's beautiful, she makes all her own costumes, does her arrangements, and is working with Amanda Morton, who's another amazing local artist, on piano. Please enjoy Cookie DiOrio and Do You Want a Cookie? This is the kind of art that's happening in your city, Philadelphia. So we hope that you support it.
Welcome. Welcome everyone. I'm Cookie Diorio. And this is my space. This is where I come to perform. This is where I come to worship without the judgment of religion.
Yes.
This is where I come to live and dream and play. And when I'm here, my glass is always at least a little bit full. So I get to turn up a little bit. This is my home. And if home truly is where the heart is, then when I am here, this is truly my home. And I want you to feel at home as well. So, if at any time during our time together, I believe there's some water over there, you find yourself feeling parched, go on ahead over, get yourself a glass of water. If what you're needing this evening is to let the sound wash over you and spend some time with the ancestors, make your way to the devotional area. Goodness knows I spend my time in there getting messages from Nina and Mahalia. Recently, Aretha has been telling me to do right. I have a few questions. And I would like for you all to help me on that journey this evening. But before I begin with my questions, I see quite a few new faces in here today, and I would like you to take a moment to introduce yourself to someone that you do not know, while I have some of my beverage and get a blessing from the ancestors. Take a moment, introduce.
I'm Benedict. Nice to meet you. How are you? I was looking for children, and I asked my friends if I wanted to, and he was like, just go there. He's like, you'll have fun. So how about you? I live in a very small
taught never to judge books by their covers. All you need is a passing glance at me to know exactly where my politics lie, what gender my spouse is, and my favorite department of Macy's. But something I've been thinking a whole lot about lately is, what can you really see just by looking at me? Can you see that as a kid I was too shy to even speak most times? Can you see how many times as a kid I was asked, are you a boy or a girl? Can you see the years that I've spent in fear and in doubt and in shame? I'd like to share a story, which means I'm going to get the drum. And I would like for you to help me call story time into the space. luscious dandelion. Joe, you know, who worked in building maintenance, kept the grasses green, despite the trampling feet. But the flowering weeds, their fates decreed, pulled to keep his green grass from dying. Then I go home at night, curl up in my bed. Something strong was pulling at my head, pulling at my heart, pulling at my heart. Wildflower, growing in all the wrong places. Wildflower, so lonely beneath that lovely rose bush. Proper garden's nightmare, queen of open fields. Tell me who will love this wildflower for exactly who she is. Mama, my, mama, my, mama, my, oh, mama, my, mama, my, mama, my. Years went by, I left that elementary, left Joe, you know, behind, and went to music school. But my rainbow skin on the whitewashed walls within still stood out so that it would keep me up and crying. My growing pains had many rooms to fill then. No one ever knew they had gardens to keep clean. But despite the trampling feet, this young flower did not retreat. She became a tougher dandelion. And then I go home at night, curl up in my bed. Something strong was pulling at my head, pulling at my heart, pulling at my heart. Wildflower, growing in all the wrong places. Wildflower, so lonely beneath that lovely rose bush. Proper garden's nightmare, queen of open fields. Tell me who will love this wildflower for exactly who she is. Mama, my, mama, my, mama, my, Can you see how woke or not woke I am? Can you see that I've been hurt by people of my own communities just as much as I've been hurt by those who do not claim me? Can you see the generations of life lessons that catch me when I fall and hold me when I cry? When I am at my absolute lowest, and it feels like there is nowhere for me to turn, there is only one thing in this entire world that I need.
Oh, I didn't quite see you there. It's John Jarboe again from the Bearded Ladies Cabaret. I'm just waking up from a little cat nap. I was dreaming about living in a city that really supported its arts. What a dream. And the next performer that the Bearded Ladies Cabaret is honored to get to work with is Tareki Ortiz from Mexico City. He is a cabaret performer and a very well-known composer in Mexico City, and he's come up to Philadelphia a number of times to work with us. And this piece is from 2018, Do You Want a Cookie? And it is about crossing borders in our minds and in our hearts, and how art is an essential tool in doing that. So please enjoy Tracheotes.
We travel tragically towards the call of our own voice when it seems to come from outside ourselves. From the room next door, from a window across the street, from a dark alley and the wrong turn. From beyond the clouds and the stars above, or from beyond the border, or from beyond a border with a pointed gun. No puede ser, aquí no hay nadie. No puede ser, no vive nadie. Y sé quién llama, quién puede veces mis dudas, ahora alcanzaré estas alturas, locura. Lo que hallaron no fue a él, sino huellas de unos pies. Lo que hallaron no fue a él, sino huellas de unos pies. Lo que hallaron no fue a él, sino huellas de unos pies. Let me introduce myself. I am from Mexico City, and my name is Tareke Ortiz. But you can call me Tareke. Or like they call me a USA Immigration Services alien with sufficiently extraordinary abilities. Yeah, that's right, I'm that. Level 3, which means that there are 2 more levels above mine, being the second one for outstanding academics, business people, athletes, blah, 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 etc. And the first level for aliens who have achieved the biggest, actions beyond human limitations.
Or $10 million, yes.
Well, that can be beyond human limitations. When I think about who those aliens, first class or level 1 might be, I like to think that it has to be those who come to this country on their feet. For them, this song is in Spanish, but I share a little bit about it. It's about someone who goes to the desert, knowing that it's not coming back, and thinking of the love that it's leaving behind. I leave it there. A morir a los desiertos me voy dirigido a esa estrella marinera. Solo en que ando lejos de mi tierra y no más que me acuerdo, me dan ganas de llorar. Y es que a mí no me divierten los cigarros de la Dalia. Y es que a mí no me consuelan esos tragos de aguardiente. Solo en pensar pendiente, no más que me acuerdo. Me da ganas de llorar. But we all are aliens with extraordinary abilities, trying to cross the frontier of our own skin towards the other one, day in and day out, either getting the permission or not, at times crossing too far. We trust our voice to strange ears and our sight to strange eyes. Sometimes we wish we had not left our skin at all. But when we don't have each other, we have nowhere to go. And then, like the people who's been lost in the desert for too long and has lost all sense of direction, without knowing, we walk in circles around our lonely selves, like a lost migrant child bajo el cielo infinito del desierto nocturno. Y es que a mí no me divierten los cigarros de la Dalia. Y es que a mí no me consuelan esos tragos de aguardiente. Solo en pensar que dejé un amor pendiente. Ganas de I mean, yo realmente creo that we don't need a rational sense of understanding como tal in order to love los unos a los each others. Yo prácticamente asumo que we get each other más de lo than we believe. Right? Or that we're ready to believe. ¿Sí? Sí. Thank you. Although often cruzar una frontera de entendimiento humana is very similar to talk to una persona who's mentally ill. And then all of a sudden, it all starts to make sense. Desde lo más profundo y oscuro y terrible de sus misteriosos pensamientos. Or, like when you hear a very, very, very sad song. Like those boleros my mother used to sing in bars and cabarets in Mexico City. Crossing the social frontiers of what she was expected to be. across a dancing floor into the ears and the hearts of prostitutas, políticos, policías, bureaucrats and their lovers, through that smell of indecency, all the way through the space, up to those tropical paradises painted on the walls of a cabaret. Been there, know that. To her. Hoy tengo que decirte la verdad, aunque me parta el alma. No quiero que después me juzgues mal por pretender callarla. Yo sé que sí, posible nuestro amor, porque el destino manda y tú podrás un día perdonar esta verdad amarga. Te juro por los dos que me cuesta la vida, que sangrará la herida por una eternidad. Tal vez mañana puedas comprender que siempre fui sincero. Tal vez por alguien llegues a saber que todavía te quiero. Daniel de Jesús. Chef. Andrew Nelson. Double bass. Amy Coleman in the percussion. And my new musical adopted father, Keith Allen. Te juro por los dos que me cuesta la vida, que sangrará la herida por una eternidad. Tal vez mañana puedas comprender que siempre fui sincero. Tal vez por alguien llegues a saber que todavía te quiero. Gracias. Now, let's look at the window. Let's try to imagine what's beyond the. let's think of what's beyond the window and this whole building and the streets around and the rest of the night. And let's, for a few hours, not worry about understanding what's beyond. And more importantly, to own what's beyond through understanding what's beyond. And let's make the exercise of simply belonging. Let's just belong. Thank you. Thank you very much.